stage. A hell of a lot of games, but by the end of the day, we'll have our finalists. Welcome back to the Elite Classic 2. I'm, of course, KP, and joining me, bloody hell, how did you turn around that quickly? This man's got the reflexes of a god. I'm surprised he's not in the event. It's the one and only Crackety. How's it going, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me here, KP. We got exciting games on our hands today here, KP. I mean, this is the last day in the group stage that we got ahead of us. After today, all the spots are going to be locked in for the playoffs.
Dude, it's crazy to think, right? Like, it's already almost over. The group stage, anyway. We've got plenty to come. We've got 2 weekends after this full of the playoffs. But the crazy thing is, like, along the way, just how many games have been played in total, right? Like, we're talking each one of these plays. We have 20 plays in total. Each one of them 9 best of threes by the end of this weekend. That's an insane number of games. I mean, you know me, I like to do the kind of catch up midweek. And I look back at it, I was like, I did 4 days. And I look back, I was like, basically done as many games per day as like the mainstream. And there's still extra games I didn't cover. It's crazy to think how many storylines have been forged here, how many maybe didn't even get seen, and how wild the end results look, right? Because I think there's some big surprises when we look at the standings for each group, right? Like MarineLorD at top, Beasty at top, I think a lot of people would have seen coming. But, Lucifron and Vortix struggling a bit, and also the arrival of Anatan and Louis. I think those are the really big standouts, is that we've got some fresh faces, and things are looking to get a lot more spicy in that top 8, top 10.
Yeah, especially. You're 100% right on the money there. Louis, this is like, I feel like his first really big appearance in like a major S tier tournament. Like so far, you could say, okay, he's had his first like little break in the top 8. He's gotten accustomed to like having the nerves of steel that you need during one of these like high octane tournament matches. And now he's here. Now he can actually like perform at his top level during these tournaments. And this is the point in time where we really see what Louis is capable of.
Oh yeah, it's crazy to think about, right? Like he actually, he almost made top 4, if you remember, in the EGC finals. That best of 5 between him and PuppyPaw went to the 5th game, came down to the wire. He was almost that close to actually making it borderline podium, right? It shows you just how far he's come as a player. I love that we've had some new faces come through. We've seen some people maybe fall short of some expectations. I don't know about you, but I looked at people like Numadun coming in. I thought maybe they do a bit better, but obviously they need to get their teeth sunk into competitive, because it's one thing to dominate on the ladders. It's another to dominate when you have to worry about drafts, of which we have got our first draft of the day. Our opening series, of course, is going to be DeMu versus Louis. Now, practically, this one's really important, right?
Yeah, this one is incredibly important. We're looking at DeMu right now. He's at spot number 5 in his own group, in Group A. Louis on spot number 2. Like, DeMu needs to be at least spot number 4 in order to make it through to the playoffs. So this already is going to be really important for him. He has another set today versus PuppyPaw, but I think if he just even loses a single set today, he probably doesn't have a chance anymore to make it into the playoffs. So this is going to be incredibly important for DeMu today.
Yeah, we have a few series like that, right? Like the beat Anatan one later as well is definitive, it feels like. If Anna gets the win there, it feels like no one can knock him off of making it to the playoffs. Just a reminder of the playoffs format, by the way, for anyone who's like, MarineLorD will just phone in his series later. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Okay, the difference between first and second is actually quite big because of the bracket formation we're using. If you top your group, you will finish in the top 4 guaranteed. So that's the way we've staggered it out. So actually 1 through 4 matters a lot, because you're going to save yourself basically a whole series to have to run through. But these two, kind of different stories. Louis looking to knock MarineLorD off that top block. We'll see if he can do that later on, because he also has the MarineLorD versus Louis series, which will be the definitive one. I think for me, that's going to be one of the most interesting series of the day. I know people are hyping up like Beasty versus Lucifron or B versus Anatan, which I'm sure is going to be wild. But for me, the series I'm calling Sacra Bluey is the most important, because that one is going to show whether the old dog has some new tricks or the new kid on the block is going to be unstoppable. But speaking of which, we have a similar situation here. Louis MT versus DeMu, the young versus the old. Is it time to put Team Liquid's boy in his retirement home? Can Team Elephant show us just how strong their members are? We hop into the first game of this best of 3. And this one, Crackety, I think you'll agree, is a fun one. You see Chinese, you see Byzantine, you see a map where getting TCs isn't easy. So we're going to have to get creative.
Yeah, I mean, this is already really exciting. We're seeing DeMu picking the Byzantines, one of these civilizations that previously so far in this tournament is probably one of the rarest occurrences, together with Abyssin, like one of the rarest civilizations that is getting picked. And Byzantines, on paper, I like it a lot here. Because Byzantines, they have an incredibly strong 1TC play ahead of them. I say incredibly strong on paper because other civilizations have an even stronger 1TC play, but Byzantines definitely nothing to sneeze at. If there is a map where you can't easily go 2TC, Byzantines tends to have a really, really good time at being able to mass units through the mercenary system. And especially on a map like this, like you have the berries here in the back for DeMu, very good spot for a Grand Winery. Additional berries are the top side, and then one very, very far back in the corner that is also relatively easy to wall, it looks like, with the way that the woodlines have spawned here. So chances are we're going to be seeing a lot of mercenaries here in this one.
Yeah, and also you can easily skewer the deer. So there's a lot of extra food to go, which is important because you mentioned mercs, but as this game goes deeper, has this weird kind of race, right? One side wants to get Pass Guard together. The other, actually, funnily enough, wants to spam Varangian Guards up the wazoo. Both of them is going to require gold, and I've got to say both of them were at least beneficial, those gold spawns. In fact, Louis, especially if you can guard it, basically has got enough gold here to rival the Malians. The interesting thing as well that I've noticed on this map, Chinese, I wouldn't put them as a top tier pick. I don't know if you feel this way as well. I feel like they're not quite top 4, but they're just below that rung. And one of the big reasons is the barbican play that often secures the boar and berries or deer and berries.
Yeah, food control definitely really important on a map like this, where you're already a little bit, I want to say, like, restricted when it comes to space out on the map. We take a look at the left-hand side, and there's a big portion of the map that's just been carved out by the cliff and the water. So that's completely inaccessible for players. There's fish there, but don't worry, players won't have access to that fish at all. It's completely like cut off from the rest of the map. So big farm transitions already take up a lot of space, especially for the Chinese. But they always have that window, right? Like on this map as well, you don't have a close gold spawn, so 2TC typically isn't seen early on in a game on this map at all. But China can still scale their villager production with the Song Dynasty, so that part is definitely something that favors China on this map. So due to the recent siege changes that we had, the Nest of Bees with the Clock Tower, probably by far the strongest siege weapon. Well, not by far. I want to say like Ottomans always have a leg up on that when it comes to siege, but Nest of Bee, probably one of the strongest siege weapons in the game right now in Castle Age.
Alongside, the Mangonel Towers. I'm just going to throw that one in there. I think you can appreciate the power of that defense. Pretty ridiculous how effective they can be. Not sure if it's going to get that bogged down, right? Like, I think usually the person who's going to rely on more stacked defenses, I'll say, is the Chinese here. Byzantine players in this matchup seem to be the tempo setter from what I've been noticing, right? They're the ones that get those mercs you talk about. They're the ones that force a reaction. They try to shut down the feed quickly. So this, to me, at least from what I've been seeing so far in this matchup, usually turns into a game of attacking defense.
I want to shout out quickly Louis' build here. I think this is a very interesting one because he didn't actually open up with an Imperial Official. Instead, what he did was he rushed up his Imperial Academy and then gets the Imperial Official out with a discount. Recently, the Imperial Official has received a discount for the Chinese from the Imperial Academy. You pay 30% less on that one. So Louis, instead of having that Imperial Official early, getting the early 20% additional resources, he chose to not invest into that. He also didn't go for an opening with a village here, instead opening for a house. I know I talked with Sass a little bit about this build, about this potential for the Chinese. I haven't actually seen it played at high level yet, so this is interesting to me.
It's interesting as well, because like if you think about it, oh wow, you save 45 resources to get that extra IO, but you've just missed out on the extra 20% drop-off. That's a really kind of thin way of looking at it. You have to think it the other way, right? Which is that you've missed out on an extra villager if you pump that IO. So at this stage, like 4 minutes in the game, you've missed out on an extra 180 resources, roughly. So it does make a lot of sense. Quite creative. And also now he has time for the barbican still if he wants to try and secure some of that food. I'm expecting it here. Sheep Hall looks to be kind of it's all right. I think he's got about like 8 or 9 here. Interesting details. Louis didn't even bother to set up a mill on the berries. Instead, it looked like he wanted to minimize walking time between the gold and the food.
I think it's more about optimizing it and having all the drop-off buildings be in range of the Imperial Academy. If he went for the mill on the berries, then he would not have been in a position to have the Imperial Academy in range of the gold. Then again, my personal opinion is that berries and woodlines matter much more for an Imperial Academy, just because there's so much more resource to be gathered from, so a lot more taxes to be harnessed in the end.
Oh, this is sick. He wants that extra tax for good reason. We're not getting Song at all. Okay, ignore me. He was over macroing a bit, dude. I was like, No way is he going to go for Fast Castle. No,
Oh,
instead it's
but
going
it
to be
is
your
a-
favorite thing, Crackety.
Yeah. And it's in a position to take the board then as well from DeMu.
Dude, are you kidding me? So this is wild. I don't know about you. I expected him to maybe get the wheelbarrow first. I wonder if that would have been feasible with this build, because it feels like he could have been here a bit quicker with the extra resources he was stockpiling, right?
Yeah, he definitely could have been quicker, but 8 villagers means that this is going to be incredibly tough already to deny. And look at that, Louis uses his own scout now to make the boar chase his scout. So that boar is not going to be denying the Barbican, and Louis, he's going to find himself with a great source of food here, with the Barbican protecting the boar. At the same time, DeMu, he did opt for the Western mercenary contract here, so is going to be getting those longbows out. Some limit army also already in queue. And I like this build a lot, especially against the Byzantines, mainly because if the Byzantines want to now move out on the map, or rather at least if they want to contest the Barbican, they're going to have to make rams, and rams for the Byzantines, they're a little bit expensive.
Not just a little bit expensive, a little bit underwhelming when it comes to their durability as well, right? Like, rams all around got their health decreased, but the biggest ones stung by that were, of course, the Kara Siphons that have even less health because they started with less. And now, as you alluded to, while typical rams are cheaper, 200 wood, you now still have to pay the extra 100 gold with those Kara Siphons. So pretty rough affair, especially considering how bulky that Barbican is. And the thing I like about this play from Louis is because of this positioning, it makes it very unlikely that you're now going to see DeMu try to run across the map and strike at his opponent's eco. He needs to try and find a way of hammering at the boar. But instead, wait, is DeMu literally going to steal the enemy boar?
He's moving off with 7 villagers. I'm wondering if that's just going to be for an outpost. It is going to be for an outpost, and look at that. DeMu, with all the passive stone income that he's getting from making his buildings as a Byzantines, already has enough stone now in order to be able to afford the arrow slits. So that boar is going to get denied. And now Louis, he's going to have to re-macro a little bit inside of his base, because now he's going to be missing out on the guaranteed food that he thought would be available to him.
Okay, good news, we can get wood here. Bad news, we had wood at home. Why the hell did we do this? It's rough because usually this type of Barbican will secure berries and a boar, or boar and a deer. But in this spawn, unfortunately, that wasn't really a golden option for Louis. It would have made him a little bit too exposed, a little bit too close to the base. And now, talking about getting close to that base, DeMu, feeling like he has free access here, gets rid of the scout and looks to hit the eco of Louis. Louis has, however, been building into the Chiganu.
Yeah, not just the Chiganu, we're also seeing horsemen coming out here from Louis, and this is where it gets a little bit weird to me, because sure, the horsemen are going to be great against the longbows, but the other most like despicable spearman unit in the game here that the Byzantines have access to is going to be the Limitne, and the Limitne are also really great at soaking up damage from those Chinese Chiganu.
Well, longbows before the Chiganu get in range are going to try to find the high-value targets, but unfortunately, this is a problem. Like, the thing about Limitane is obviously with the undermesh, with the reduced damage, you're very effective against archers. The Chiganu are a little bit better at paper shredding, at least. I mean, we have to remember, at the end of the day, this is still that frustrating civ that can essentially just one-trick an entire unit comp. But it takes time, and it takes winning these fights. So I'm expecting Horsemen to be added in for at least, like, the next 2 to 3 engagements. Do you expect Louis to kind of shift then into mass Chiganu, if it's possible?
I mean, I want to say, yeah, shift into mass Chiganu definitely got to be an idea here, but I just looked at how little damage those Limitne took, even before +1 Pierce Armor came in, and all I can think about then is, okay, this is going to be really tough. Now, sure, DeMu is going to have a tough time when it comes to spamming out these longbows. He's going to be constricted when it comes to, okay, how many can he get out? It's all depending on the olive oil. Early on in the game, he only has access to olive oil through those berries. So once the berries are gone, he won't be able to get any olive oil in until he's made a farm transition. Oh, damage. Oh, he has enough here to burn down the outpost. This could be really, really bad for Louis. Outpost is now going to get attacked. The scout at least goes down, so Louis now has the potential to pincer in the army, but that should be at least 5 villagers going down now.
Louis trying to go on a counter-offensive here with the Chiganu around the backside towards the gold of DeMu, but that's going to take a very long time to hit, right? The Lombow's already here. You're already being ordered out. There's actually a risk that easily DeMu could just wrap around and block out the wood as well. Luckily, Louis has a lot of that in reserve, but I'm starting to wonder what the hell is that for? Is he seriously considering farms this up?
Could be, but now the Chiganu arrive. Now, the Chiganu, like, running them all the way across the map is always super, super time consuming because they have only 1.12 tiles of movement speed per second. Oh, but he could find some villagers there on the stone from the looks of it. DeMu, though, pulling them over to the other side. Oh, they were just out of the line of sight here from Louis.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he won't be able to find them.
Okay, that was great instinct by DeMu. We have to remember, he knows he sniped out the scout earlier on, but that is a bold choice to make. I guess the logic, though, is with Wheelbarrow, you can always just keep running away from the Chuganu. Speaking of which, the Chuganu now are once again on their way back. I think DeMu can't quite see them on the edge of the blacksmith range. Dude.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
He's just hovering at the edge of that line of sight from those units, and he gets out there, and he's about to reach Castle Age as well. Almost has the resource. And Louis, he's floating 1,000 wood right now.
Well, I think there's about to be a big fire in his base. I guess you can at least stockpile it there, because he's about to get smoked, right? The Limitane count, the longbow count is already looking much more healthy than your own. On top of that, we're going to be moving into Varangian next. He needs to keep this gold idled out, but unfortunately, with the Limitane able to absorb so much fire, buying time for those longbows, feels like Louis is going to get paranoid and need to double down on more falling into the trap that DeMu is laying.
DeMu didn't quite have enough gold, though. He was idled off of his gold a little bit, so the timing is delayed for his own Castle Age. But behind that, he did so much damage in the base of Louis that now DeMu, even though he doesn't have that Song Dynasty going for him, even though he doesn't have that Imperial Academy, those cheaper Imperial officials, he's ahead in eco. Longbows, though, look to be getting cleaned up a little bit there.
Yeah, that was a little bit greedy. It looked like DeMu, he was too aggressive about chasing away the Chuganu, right? Sacrificed Limitane without extras coming in, which is interesting because he could have afforded to just keep pumping them non-stop with the amount of food income. But last of the gold's coming in. I mean, what we're really seeing shine here is the power of those systems and the extra gathering rate, right? Allowing him to fill these troops. Because we often talk about how you get 20% more of a resource with Chinese IOs. On the other side, we say, oh, but you get 20% more in the form of olive oil. It's quite easy to forget how impactful these system levels can be.
Yeah, 100%, but now DeMu is going up with that Golden Horn Tower, and Golden Horn Tower producing free mercenaries at a rate which almost equals the income from getting, say, like an extra 10, 11 villagers out there. If you set it up optimally with these cisterns, that's going to be a lot of additional military out on the field for DeMu, and he's going up to Castle Age at a point in time where he's even if not ahead in economy, and also even if not ahead in military. So this is a great spot for DeMu to be in right now.
I feel like Louis is just kind of a step behind, right? He started to identify what's really happening here. He hasn't seen a double down in Lombos. He hasn't seen the move out to secure more berries. But now he's kind of stuck in the situation. Do I add in farms because I know I can't get food and gold? Do I now try and tech up myself? It feels like Louis kind of got baited and switched by this block out on the Barbican play and then the deer follow-up, right? Like, he's been starving for the food. Even if he wanted to contest this Castle Age timing, he simply didn't have the resources. Is at least securing the area now, so we'll have a recovery arc. But no doubt right now, he's a significant margin behind against an opponent who has more force out in the field and now an opportunity to play for those relics.
I think DeMu's overstaying his welcome, though, potentially a little bit too much in Louis' base. He's about to find his army probably getting cleaned up before the upgrades come in. Now, with the cisterns, is of course able to rush up some of these techs for the veterancy, but I don't think it's quite going to be in time. And yeah, Limitane, they're going to find themselves getting picked off now by the Chuganu. Too much mass there for him. DeMu, though, first monk is going to be out on the field, starts to grab the relics. That's going to be the most important thing for him right now, getting those relics, getting that additional olive oil. More villagers going down, though, in the berries.
Freebies and also wasted time, right? Like, Louis is going to eventually clear this up, but DeMu, he gets the upgrade, and more importantly, think about how much time he wasted. Louis sees his opponent tech up. What's he meant to be able to do? Okay, time to bend you on my knee and give you a spanking for that because you were greedy. Nope, didn't get a chance to. His army could not be further away from DeMu's base if it tried.
Yeah, so first relic definitely going to go over to DeMu now, and getting the relics as the Byzantines on 1TC is so important. Getting it up to an additional 240 olive oil per minute just allows you to get so many units out on the field. Getting that big snowball off the longbowman out can be really, really detrimental here for Louis. He's, on the other hand side though, he's also about to be aging up soon.
The question is whether he's going to have enough food to keep it going long term. I think this is where all that wood has paid off, right? We should be having granary set up soon at the stage, right? You've got well over 1,000 wood. You have to put it towards something. So that's the one thing that gives Louis hope in this game. I think what he's looking at right now is he's saying, okay, the farm transition, I can rush it with the amount that I've been holding on to. I know you're only really beginning of it, maybe like 8 to 10 groves in. If I outmass you, Palace Guard can easily be the counter to what you're going to do next.
Army just riding past each other. DeMu notices first. He's going to be able to grab a couple of kills there on the horseman.
No kill on the walls,
horseman
though.
run past.
I like how those wolves have been living eternally. Like, from the Barbican play to this right now, these guys love their dogs.
Yeah. I just gotta once again bring importance to that one outpost that DeMu put up on the board there. It actually was so crucial for him to get that up. It did not, like, it completely screwed over Luis' macro here throughout the entire early part of the game, I feel like.
And there's no way you could counter it, right? If you try to rush out space to deny it, the reality is you get it delayed by maybe 10, 15 seconds, but you know there's Lombos coming. It's either Lombo or Jav contract, either one beats Spim in opening. So it felt like Louis was kind of handcuffed at that stage. Moving into the base now. Louis has, of course, completed his tech up, but DeMu now gets his turn to apply the pressure. Behind this, remember, he has decent map control. Like, we're realistically looking at a game that could easily turn into a 5-relic scenario for the Byzantines.
Little Ray tries to come in there from Louis Horseman, but the Akratoy defense on the villagers means that they're going to be equipped with the spears in order to take care of that. And also, DeMu, he got the shield upgrade on the Varangian, so they're much faster. Right now, with the shield wall, 1.08 tiles per second of movement speed. Without them, though, 1.44 tiles per second of movement speed. These guys are fast.
And they also take practically no damage, right? Even if they have the shield wall down, they've got +2 ranged armor. These aren't upgraded Shugen. Louis is looking to switch entirely away from them. Yes, the upgrades come through now, but this is all about the Palace Guard timing. The issue is, will you have enough food? First farm cluster is being set up, but unless you're able to get the second one in the next 2 minutes, you're going to start to get outmassed by this Varangian count.
First Nest of Breather is out now for Louis.
It might be going down straight away, though. Varangian chasing on in.
Thank you. It should live. Right?
Right? I mean, there's no crossbows.
Oh, the Shugenoo, yeah, the Shugenoo aren't following.
The villagers, they are going to repair this. Funnily enough, the Varangian just turn on the eco. This would be a big win for DeMu. The Lombos might still be able to reach in and start cleaning this up.
Maybe he wants to deny Louis wood by having him repair all the time, but no. Yeah, Nesopi is going to stay alive, and Louis should be able to hold this. The issue is, though, this is wave 1. Wave 2 is already in the base of them right now, ready to be deployed.
And not just that, Louis hasn't really got the food to try and keep that meat grinder going, right? Under 100 food income a minute as he's setting up the second farm cluster here. Reminder to people that Song Dynasty might be activated, but this is still a 1 TC game. Louis is by no margin ahead, especially when you consider that DeMu should be up to probably a level 4, if not 5 system now.
Yeah, and at this point in time, the Barbican, it's just a glorified outpost with hand cannon placement on it. It by no means has enough DPS to hold this.
Louis, eco lead basically has been lost here. There's going to be a little raid onto the east side, but that's not going to be effective enough. 1 or 2 horsemen's not going to cut it, and Louis, unless he can somehow find a way to miraculously just drop a giant slab of meat in his base and get 20+ Palace Guard, it feels like this game is starting to slip in one direction continuously.
At least the granaries are starting to be deployed, so food income should be looking up in a little bit, but on the opposite side, DeMu with the olive groves. He's at 700 olive oil per minute right now, KP.
Now, of course, some of that is going to be from the relics, but a lot of that is just from the fact that he's set up groves. I think, what, is he about 20, 24 groves deep at this stage? I know he has, yeah, multiple farm clusters. He's so content. 23 to be exact. So this means he's actually matching the pace of what Louis is doing. And also, 2 granaries, you're kind of getting the same effect, right? 20% more food gathering, but for DeMu, 20% more resource in the form of olives being dropped off.
Yeah, now we're seeing some Landsknechte coming out as well, probably from the Golden Horn Tower. Longbowmen in queue as well. Already 20 longbows out on the field, and longbows, probably by far one of the most effective archer units in the game against the Palace Guards, having +1 damage, pierce damage as an archer against a men-at-arm variant with like -1 pierce armor. Just feels great. A couple of Palace Guards, though, are going to make their way over to the berries from DeMu. I think Akratoy defense is still on cooldown here. Yeah, DeMu might have to evacuate here. Villagers are going to be on the run.
Now, keep in mind that this is going to do a little bit of damage, but we're about to find Louis trapped into a one-dimensional comp that gets countered easily. This is the power of why you always go Western contract against the Chinese. It's not just the Lomba opener, it's the Landsneck follow-up. If you want to dismantle a Palace Guard mass, there is no better way, because they have to defend the Nest of Bees, right? Like, the entire comp that Chinese run in Castle Age is siege and melee to defend. Landsneck force you to clump up to keep them protected and then punish you for it. So if Louis cannot turn this fight, he's pretty much done by the next wave. And it's looking like he might be done with this one. Nest of Bees holding the choke point. Villagers try and repair, but the Lombo's already diving in. And Louis, without the capabilities to man a serious defense here, it feels like this actually might be the killing blow. Nest of Bees just about staying alive.
And they're into the choke. They're getting repaired. First Nest of Bees, though, going down. Lomberman just on the mission right now to snipe more and more of the economy. Gone 1 remaining. Enemies from DeMu are low, but this is not a type of aggression that's going to end after this wave.
No,
And Louis is weaker for it now.
Exactly, and this is just wave one of many to come, right? Like we talked about that pass guard count, critical mass. The walls might go up, sure, but when they do, you're going to be facing off against, what, 20-plus angry Vikings that really want their mead, and for some reason, they seem to believe Louis stole it. So at that stage, you've got a situation where, you know, you're probably going to be matched pass guard to Varangian 1-to-1. I just can't really lean in favor of the pass guard there, especially when you know that it's not going to be Varangian on their own.
Yeah, Varangian, I mean, on paper, it's a fairly odd matchup, right? Varangian, they attack a little bit quicker with the upgrade. They have +1 damage. They have +1 melee armor. Have a lot less health, though, which is like... Against a unit that has less health here, the Nest of Bees actually do work really well. Like, the Nest of Bees do a lot more damage to the health bar from Varangian guards than... Oh my god, we're getting a second TC here on this map now at this point as well. DeMu, he got the eco lead, but it's not enough. He wants more.
I've seen this from DeMu a lot. Like, he has a very clear, clean style. I honestly, as soon as I saw this matchup, I had a flashback to the Magic DeMu series where we had this exact same draft. He didn't take the same approach because the Chinese blinked first. They tried to go aggro first. But the mid-game has more or less played out the same way, right? He does this 2 TCs. We've even sometimes seen 3 TCs. And then it's just scaling to Langsneck. In fact, you can see he's got 3 groups of 3 queued up. This is going to be the killing blow. Louis, now having to sidestep into his second TC, would be great if he had another 10 minutes. But look at DeMu's position on the map. I'm not sure he has 5 minutes.
DeMu, very soon, is also likely to be going up to Imperial Age as well. And if he goes up with a Palatine School, we're just going to be seeing a never-ending swarm of Varangian guards making their way across the map. But now, I don't even think Louis has what it takes to get rid of this wave now.
No, if he survives this, it'll be Foreign Engineering Company, I think, because the Langsneck is really effective, right? Like, it offsets the effect of Palace Guard Vitali. I do like the idea of, like, Palatine School, but I feel like the Lance is basically the only thing needed to stop this entire comp.
Oh,
and I don't think we're even going to get that.
He's just came out, almost dead immediately. Yeah. Oh, at the same time, it's already Lansnecht over there.
Yeah, they're dead. We're not going to look back there. We're just going to look upon the farms and wait for the point of no return for Louis. Nest of Bees are just about holding on. He's got barely any wood left, though, so keeping them repaired for much longer is not going to be feasible. Lombos are still wrapping around and finding eco kills much easier than the Palace Guard count. A Palace Guard count that is now down to a mere 8. And that will be it. GG gets called. DeMu flexing, looking strong in this opening game. Remember, folks, nothing but will do for him. His tournament life on the line, a chance to make the playoffs will require him to be clean on the execution all day long.
Indeed, man. Byzantines. A Byzantines game coming out here, and DeMu playing it super well against Louis China. And I gotta say, like, Louis China, definitely no joke. I think that's... Louis China has probably been like one of his main civilizations back in the day when he was like playing team games, when he was out on the ladder. I saw him play China a lot there. So definitely not an easy game for DeMu, but Byzantines here. I feel like perfect draft from DeMu in this matchup, and it worked super, super well. That one outpost, once again, on the board, coming in super clutch, just completely ruining Louis' game plan here. I feel like he was just missing out on food so much, not able to get the Judo count out that he wanted, and just being really constricted when it came to his, like, probably all-in feudal age type game plan.
Yeah, I think the reason why Louis done this before everyone was like, well, that seemed kind of throwy. Why not just take your own ball, be safe? Because it would have been a similar effect, right? 1 villager instead of like 7, but you can do the same thing. I imagine Louis reviewed the game on that map between DeMu and Magic, where what we saw was a similar idea of the safe Barbican to skewer your food. And all it meant is that DeMu just aggroes you with longbows from out of range. It's why, like, you know, for the Chinese and Juji, English is one of the hardest matchups, right? And when you think about it, with the Byzantines essentially play like a discount English, especially in the early game, so it has a similar effect. It does get us deeper in the series, though. We get a moment to quickly talk about the draft. Ottomans, Rus being bound on each side, very expected here. The difference then being in the Mongol-Chinese bans, respectively. Those Mongols are already going to be flexed by DeMu, but a tricky matchup, right? Like Louis pulling out Jeanne d'Arc. I feel like this is one of the more comfortable matchups for Jeanne d'Arc.
I'm honestly not sure. Keshiks, I feel like any civilization that has feudal age knights or feudal age-ish kind of knights, definitely can play feudal against Jeanne. It's always so critical taking her down quickly. And especially Mongols, I feel like probably has the tools that are needed in order to do that. We could also be seeing like a really nice early aggression on the gold from Louis, like a Mongol tower rush. I think at the end of the day, though, Jean probably one of the best civilizations to hold against one of those tower rushes. Like you get the level 2 up, you get the special abilities, you're able to heal up, you're able to consecrate a barracks, get very, very cheap spearmen out of your own. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup.
You could even technically contest with Jean, right? Like we don't see it much, but she has 150 HP and she heals, right? So like against early spearmen, she's very good at tanking if you want to lead the charge with her. The interesting thing to me here, right, is like I agree. Anytime you're up against a civ that's gonna have the heavy cav, that's where you look good, right? Because hunter form or women at arms form, both of them suffer. It's why Ruth do quite well. It's actually why French stands a chance in the mirror, even though a lot of people just think France is the worst Jean right now. The interesting thing to me, though, is whenever you look at Mongols, the difference maker is the trade. You know what I'm talking about. These Mongol players, they are filthy, greedy little traders. They love it too much. And I feel like any civ that has to trade against Jean can be a liability, right? That's the scary element, is if you get split wide on the map, Jean has more opportunities to farm up XP that you are poorly equipped to defend.
Here's actually where I really like the deer stones coming into play for the Mongols. Like having the deer stones as an option, especially against a civilization like Jean, getting that mobility advantage against a civilization that wants to play aggressive against you, giving you the option of where you want to take the fights. I think helps Mongols a lot in this matchup. Also having the potential of going for a second TC later down the line and having those really fast villagers that at the end with not with textiles, but with wheelbarrow and the deer stones, with the yam aura, move at 1.49 tiles per second. And with a little bit of formation shuffling, it's gonna be really tough for knights or horsemen to catch up to them.
And it gives you a better surge point, right? Because instead of scaling an extra element of the economy, you're buffing your entire economy in the early game. And I love the fact that, like, what we've seen out of high-level Mongol players more recently is the Deer Stone once again being used as an active tool to push across the map. That could be an X factor here. And I think it needs to be because, you know, we're about to see a matchup. DeMu, very crafty, very talented player, no doubt about it. I don't know about you. I've been watching a lot of Louis MT. And if I had to tag one player as the best Jean d'Arc player right now, I give it to him. This guy has been so creative. He's been ahead of the meta. You know how everyone's been doing hunter form? This guy was born in the hunt. He was molded by it. He was doing it months ago when everyone was still swinging their swords around like their little Ned Stark. Let's see who's going to be able to swing the sword. Let's see if DeMu can actually bring this series to a close and get some vital points on the board to keep his tournament dream alive. Or if Louis can begin an upset here and get himself in perfect position to try and still contest the top of his group.
All right, and here we go. Game number 2 in our first set of the day. Louis MT playing as Jean d'Arc versus DeMu in the color purple here as the Mongols. This is going to be very interesting, and yeah, we're here on... Okay, it is so difficult.
Yeah, Rocky Canyon. River, don't say it. I know you
Rocky
want
River,
to.
Not Dry River. It is Rocky Canyon. Yeah, indeed. Here we go. No fish in these little ponds.
I love how like Biddlin made 2 maps that in some ways were too similar that people got confused. And then like the devs are like, you know what we need? We need to take like both of those, smoosh them together, give them another similar name. Just so that everyone loses their crap. Yeah, reminder, there's no fishies here, all right? No fish at all, but there is trade, and that's usually why Mongols is a high priority pick. Jean d'Arc is a little bit more interesting. I think it's just kind of because it's a little bit like Dry Arabia, right? You use the same mentality here for Jean. And we mentioned this matchup, like, you know, it's, I think, very much going to come down to heavy cav on each side, right? Although Jean can be vulnerable to the Keshiks, we can never discredit the power of the French Knights.
Oh, look at that. Louis scouting. Oh, this could be bad for DeMu.
Oh,
DeMu didn't see the scout from Louis. He's going to be trailing behind the scout. Oh, my God.
And this is... To say this is bad is an understatement, right? Like, if there's 2 civs in the game that should have an edge when it comes to scanning rotations on equal scout count, it's Mongols and it's going to be the Chinese, right? But to now be completely disadvantaged, that extra movement speed arrow doesn't matter. That Scouting Falcon, I think he didn't even use it, if I'm not mistaken. Like, why would you this early? So, yeah, it's still there, available to him. So he had no way of sniffing this out. And if we check the remaining rotation, Louis... he's going to take a little look towards the trade post and then dip back towards his side of the map. So this is looking like a 2/3, if not more, sheep haul for Louis.
Yeah, this is going to feel really, really rough now for DeMu in this game. And there's still so many more sheep to be gathered over on his side. DeMu, he's now making his way across the map, but at that point in time, Louis will already have gathered up all of these sheep. We do see the first couple of units coming out for the tower rush, and DeMu, it's not going to be the end of the world for him because his TC is right next to a berry patch. Not as efficient as the sheep, not by a long stretch, but this is still going to hurt him a lot. Wait, oh.
Look at the gold location. This is actually a stinger if this one goes up, actually. It's quite frustrating. He does know about it, he has scouted out. I don't think Louis needs to overreact, right? Just grab the last bit of gold and pull away here. And even counts as the mining camp. So a very aggressive outpost from DeMu. Couldn't get closer for each other.
Yeah, that's gonna shut down the entire gold, and I really like this position because what's next there? It's also the deer.
Luckily for Louis,
he's got a couple of sheep remaining there that he can have access to.
Yeah, just a few. And he's gonna head up there now. The funny part is
no, and the Khan's going the other way.
Oh, for God's sake, no. Well, it makes sense. I feel so bad for DeMu because when he saw Louis scout again, it was coming from the east, right? So DeMu's very logically saying, okay, well, you scouted your right side because it's a bigger area. It makes sense. That's why I saw your scout so late. So he's just going to run into naked territory. I think he's going to find like one sheep back there, rather. So we're looking at what, like a 6 versus 18 sheep game?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough, right? Okay, so DeMu, he's got the 2 live sheep that are following his Khan. Okay, he's gonna find a third one. Okay, at least 3 sheep that DeMu's gonna find in this game. Which means so that the entire rest of the sheep that are on the map, yeah, we got 11 live sheep here still left over for Louis. That is definitely gonna hurt DeMu a lot. Now, I mean, DeMu, he still has the berries right next to his TC, so should be fine, should be fine. There's still a couple of sheep, I think, left here and there. Maybe he could find those. I'm actually surprised that DeMu had still that many like dead sheep remaining under his TC. So
yes.
I'm not sure if maybe he found a couple with the Skur potentially as well. Some Skur scouting could have come in at one point.
There was also 1 or 2 sheep that just aren't taken around the ponds in the center. I think Louis and DeMu both missed 1 or 2 straggling near one of those little ponds. It's going to be Deer Stone. Okay, so this is a really good sign. I like this. I was worried if we saw Silver Tree. I think Silver Tree plays into Jeanne d'Arc and what she wants to do. We talked about this idea that if you think about it, whenever you go Silver Tree, your idea is to outscale your opponent heavy cavalry and then spread the map. But what you're doing initially is spreading the map before you have all the defenses up, and that plays into Jeanne d'Arc's hand. It gives her a way of finding free XP. This, however, keeps you congested in one location so you can focus on sending everything to the enemy base.
I like this play a lot from Louis right now, going for the 1-1-1 type of production buildings and being able to go for the consecration on your barracks and your stable landmark is going to be super efficient for him to produce a lot of military and then take the fight over to the outpost from DeMu.
And he needs to, because the gold is blocked out, right? So you can't rely on School of Cavalry at all. It can come back in the component of the Horsemen, but you can't get your premium knights. So if you don't have spears, Keshiks will just beat you down. We have got the Woman at Arms form. She's on the way already. This is telling us that Louis is looking to end the game in Feudal Age. Louis, if he has any inkling the game's going to go Castle or Imperial Age, he leans more heavily towards Hunter form than any other player at the top of the ladder right now, because of your ability to snipe out Siege later on, and also remain a lot safer in those late game fights.
Yeah, DeMu has a lot of stone remaining in bank, could potentially go for double emplacement and then also double produce 2 batches of archers. And I think then he should be fine to be able to hold in his base. Jeanne, she's gonna make her way over now, and that could hurt a lot if she gets some good damage in.
Can tank quite a bit as well. It's only archers here with her yet, so you haven't really got the assist to go through the full torch down. Instead, it's going to be a wrap around the back. Archery range is now on the way. Now, another interesting detail is if DeMu can hold quite nicely here, he also has another phenomenal edge, and that's in the blacksmith techs. Louis has no gold access, ergo he cannot get undermesh, he cannot get steeled arrow. Steeled arrow would just break this wide open. Not even the Woman at Arms would feel tanky.
Oh my god, I'm thinking right now, like the arrow slits is going to be coming in for DeMu, and once arrow slits comes in for DeMu on the outpost that he has in Louis' base, unless Louis repositions his waypoints, he's gonna like lose a lot of health on his from his like lightly armored units that are going to be making their way over.
Like trickle rate at this pace, probably each unit going through will take 20 damage, right? So like that's basically going to be almost a third of what archers have. Let's say he's going for the double pump production here. Uvu is being burned down quicker and quicker as we go, as more troops are trickling across. Well, looks like there's some attempts to aggro the Khan away, deal a little bit of damage, but Uvu not going to survive beyond the X2 twice. The question is whether that's going to be enough archers to hold this.
DeMu, he still has a stone mine behind his wood line, and I mean, just the Ubu going down doesn't actually make the +2 batches of units disappear or like get transferred into only +1 batches.
Yeah.
So DeMu's still gonna get this batch of +2 archers out there.
And then he also actually has 2 archery ranges here, right? So the one near the TC he could pack up to move across that Uvu. We're probably not going to see it come through too quickly. Whenever you're spamming archers like this, the thing that you don't actually have surplus of is going to be wood. He's holding on to an insane amount of gold, though, which is making me wonder if we're going to be looking at a quick switch into a blacksmith's in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think blacksmith is definitely going to be really important. And Louis, oh my god, look at the stone mine that he snuck out to on the left-hand side. He's getting gold now. He's getting knights out.
Okay, that's fantastic. I thought he was going to take the safe corner. He took a bigger risk, though. I don't think he actually scouted the safer gold in the far back corner, but it does mean knights are now in the Ray in a game where DeMu is at least going to add in some spearmen, but that's only because he's seeing horsemen. He may just feel like he only needs 1 or 2 extra spears, because if you're DeMu, you're like, okay, horsemen, basically 1-to-1 spear counters. You're not going to need that many, right? That might be your critical blunder. If Louis is able to hide this knight detail for, say, 3-4 knights, he can take a really convincing fight here.
Yeah, I mean, getting a couple of knights out, especially against this group, like solely consisting of archers for them right now. The archers are great inside of your base because you're just able to run back to your TC with the faster movement speed. But now that Louis has kept DeMu inside of his base, now he can just regroup and then take down the outpost.
And can we check that outpost vision? Because it's very important that he knows knights are coming. I think he might just be, yeah. So if he's paying attention, he will see it straight away, especially with the way that Louis is literally just boldly rallying out. So outpost's going to go down, but it's not for nothing, right? DeMu got some critical info. One problem, though, is that spearman count you're seeing, basically all of it is here. So if this turns into a quick chase across the map, it looks like DeMu is playing a very dangerous game of chicken here, because by the way he's macroing, we might actually be looking at a castle age. No, okay, thank God. Whew. Dude, I was going to have a heart attack there.
Yeah, Keshik's definitely the right play here. Also has enough stone almost in order to go for a double production batch on them. And double produced Keshiks just give you so much value in immediately, like getting them in a batch of 2. And there aren't that many spears remaining for Louis as well. So having 4 Keshiks here against 2 knights and 2 horsemen definitely doesn't feel bad.
Does when you add in John, though, right? That's always the awkward factor here, is you're going to get them close to dying. That Divine Restoration is going to have high value, so very important that DeMu keeps adding in spears. I find that's always the annoyance when you're up against Jeanne d'Arc. You basically need the kill secure strike, right? The bonus damage is important because the reason why we see civs like Jeanne d'Arc build a lot of men-at-arms compared to their standard French civ is these are units that can get incredibly low on HP and then get a huge booster to their health ball, right? Because, of course, it's based on missing health, how much you get back from Divine Restoration. Yeah.
Louis now killing the ball with Jean. He's going to be able to secure him a little bit of food out there. And look at that second TC coming out now for him.
Is he going to hang here? Oh, I think he's going to hang here because he's more focused on XP. That's unfortunate. I've noticed a few players actually optimizing to have Jean there when the TCs are being built, because then you basically boost the build speed of all the villages nearby, right? You get kind of like a mini China effect.
Yeah, on a TC, that means like you're essentially getting an additional free villager with the additional 20 seconds.
And it's also the security of it getting up so much quicker, especially in a game against a civ like the Mongols, who are going to be spamming Kershiks. You don't want to be vulnerable for long. But credit to him, Louis, because he's got cavalry still on his opponent's side of the map, he's in a position where he doesn't have to freak out and rush more villages out to get this up than is necessary.
Still numbers are starting to build.
Yeah, also, this is interesting actually to me. Like, Louis didn't skip a beat here. I'm impressed by the fact he managed to optimize for blacksmith timings compared to the Mongols here. And it's kind of surprising still that DeMu didn't try to find an edge there with that window he had. I guess it's because usually you don't feel good about getting steeled Arab until you've got like 12 to 15 archers.
I think it was also the food situation for DeMu, right? Like, he needed to invest that 450 wood there into some pastures just because he didn't have any more sheep remaining for him. And now Louis, he's really not in a bad position. Going to be walling off the right-hand side there of the map as well. He's going to have some very, very safe food access up there.
Could even wall between the cliffside and the small tree line, just around the sacred site, right? Just creates kind of this funnel pushing your opponent deeper into your territory. So villagers getting that up right now. Knights are at least being chased away. DeMu still only at 3 Keshiks isn't exactly what I'd deem spooky. And the unfortunate reality is, like, when you compare these two sides now, DeMu is scaling for a big fight. He's looking for it fast. Meanwhile, Louis, he chose greed, right? And I still think that greed may not have even been scouted.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Louis, he's been keeping DeMu inside of his base for a long, long time now. DeMu, he hasn't even scouted behind the base of Louis at all so far, so doesn't really know what's going on there. I don't think he spawned out the mining camp there on the stone. For the longest time, the Khan actually has been in the base of DeMu, so definitely not a lot of scouting that has been going on there.
You know what I think happened here? I think DeMu, with that push out on the north side, he doesn't know it's a TC, right? But if you're against Jean and you see that there's an army out on the flank for no reason, what's your thought? It's, oh, they're playing Pocket Eco, right? They've got a ball and they've probably got an outpost there. So DeMu, the risk he now runs is he might send in like 1 or 2 Keshiks to punish that and discover the hard way that it's a strong point defense that he can't break.
That Falcon, I don't think was in range of the stone, right? The one that DeMu just sent out with the Khan. Yeah, nah, nope. he doesn't see. He doesn't see the.
It sees the stone. It just sees the wrong stone. Come on, dude, that's so painful. I don't want to like be one of the depressing guys. Like everything that's gone wrong with this game is the Khan's fault, but it kind of is, isn't it? Right? From the scouting rotation to the details he's not finding. That really is
suggest that they should add additional line of sight to Falcon or like.
No. I'm not doing. I'm suggesting that this Khan's people should turn on him, right? Because he's clearly not the reincarnation of Genghis. So, you know.
Yeah, he's got some shady business in mind there. But DeMu does have a good amount of military. Louis is pushing across, and I think right now at this point in time, Louis, he's actually pushing across when he's at his weakest when it comes transition-wise. He just invested 750 resources into that second TC. And now DeMu knows, and there's some villagers that are going to be picked off here now.
There's no wheelbarrow. There is legit no wheelbarrow. Louis hadn't got it yet. He was now pumping it. So we'll definitely lose some eco underneath the TC here. He can afford to, though, with his lead. What he needs to do now is return fire. But we're seeing hesitation. Louis, instead of going into the Mongol base, coming back.
Oh, he's playing around a little bit with the shuffling in the garrison. Still going to lose a couple of workers here. He's pulling all of his military back now.
Okay, this is actually really good micro from Louis. He's still losing eco, sure, but like compared to what he should have lost here, he's keeping surplus villagers alive.
And now he has wheelbarrow. Now he can run a little bit better. Kando is going down, and now DeMu's blind. He's going to lose the Keshiks here.
They're way too low. The archers should be able to tickle them down to the point that they basically won't even get a charge in when the next fight happens. So DeMu, the only thing you can really fight at this point with those two guys is going to be villagers. And there's not many easy targets, right? Like outside these wall builders, as we just saw the TC, anything you're going to try to take away from Louis has some layer of protection.
Did Louis pull off gold completely? Okay, he's now going all the way.
He was gold on the second TC, right?
Oh, those were the builders that built the wall there.
Yeah. So I think it's well, he was gathering on the second TC. That's why his gold went full idled, is he didn't want to do it at home, as that was where all of his wood was gathering. So we probably see him switch back on soon. Archer Mass is looking really impressive, actually. Got to give it to him. He's closed the gap quickly on this. And DeMu, if I'm not mistaken, this time I think he is actually considering the Castle Age maneuver.
Yeah, look at this base as well. Like, he's got his food transition in pretty much full already done. Has a lot of pastures under his base, so food income should be secured for DeMu safely in his base. And Louis, he's still out on the map. Yeah, but he's fully walled as well.
Yeah, but what's coming next is a very powerful point in the game for Mongols with this strategy. It's why I actually think Silver Tree is overrated, and Deerstone, I'm glad to see it getting more use. The double aura, mobile across the map, is what you need to contest a mere babyish level 2 Jean. And you'll still have, like, what, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to contest. Because if we think about it, Louis didn't really get much XP out of this early game. He didn't find the fights he was looking for.
Yeah, so probably still going to be a little bit until it goes up.
What?
The step down, not curl tie. Okay. So this is a very old school type build, I want to say. So we might be seeing a market coming out from DeMu now, get the additional gold and just trade it out for additional resources.
I'm a little bit surprised. I guess maybe it's the risk, but then again, like I think with the way you have to play gold on this map anyway, you're going to have a lot of outposts on that south side. So I'm curious what DeMu's thought process is behind this over Kurotai. Maybe he's just seeing Kurotai as too much of a risk, right? He understands this game's going to go a bit later. By going for the step readout, he's able to inflate to that point faster. I think the really big telling tale will be if DeMu chooses to go for, say, a TC as well. If he does that, then we have the full read of what's happening here. He's trying to turn this into a macro game instead of an all-in timing that could actually give Jean d'Arc that level 3.
Yeah, the step readout definitely allows you to go for that. I'm still not quite sure if I like this, because Louis, he's also very close now to aging up. He's on 2 TC, 13 villagers ahead at this point in time. Now, sure, the step down is going to give DeMu a lot of additional resource. Basically, if he puts like 10 villagers on gold, he's going to be getting 15 villagers worth out there in terms of resources. Yeah, he's going to be getting a lot of gold here now. And gold, especially at this point in the game, is going to be very important for him. Oh, Little Raid notices immediately.
Still, right now, this step redoubt isn't working. Like, it's very important, actually, that he's not getting any value out of it.
Very annoying.
And I'm wondering if that was maybe part of the process. Is like he didn't feel like he needed a better fight straight away because he understood Louis playing a macro game. But I think it is going to necessarily, like, potentially leave him a lot weaker as this game goes on now. Guildhall's coming on the other side. Louis already walled himself in. He already has a 15 eco lead. At best, the step redoubt is offsetting the difference between you.
Yeah, Guildhall, though, he's going to be coming in for Louis, and that's an additional kind of step towards the macro game for Louis. So he's not going to be committing into that all-in with the Royal Institute with those stronger knights. Veterancy has come in the meantime for all of the units from DeMu. Doesn't have +2 pierce damage yet, though.
No, and we're seeing a switch up. Louis now switching over to Arbitrary, anticipating more heavily armored units. Means DeMu's comp's going to fare a little bit better in the next engagement, right? It's mainly just archer spears, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be looking at maybe improved siege engineering soon. That would be a sick read, considering both players have boomed into a lot of ranged units.
No veterancy on the archers yet for Louis. Still roughly 40 seconds to go. Louis posturing a little bit here with the units, making DeMu hesitate, and this could actually buy him enough time to be able to get those veterancy upgrades. And one important thing to note behind this is that not only is Louis getting veterancy, he's also getting the +2 damage upgrade on his archers. So once veterancy comes in, Louis' archers are actually going to be stronger than DeMu's archers are right now.
And it's important for this dive that's about to happen underneath the TC. The Keshiks are definitely annoying here, but now they don't have the +2 ranged armor, so they can take more damage just diving around this area. Looks like it's going to be a shift through the gates, and the Knights are quick to respond. You may notice that DeMu did not send the Archer Mass in. Smart cookie choice there. That would have probably led to a complete wipe of the army and loss of map control. Well, there's one thing you don't want to be doing in any game as the Mongols, it's defending.
Yeah. I would really like to see some forward outposts coming out here from DeMu. He's also out on map now with double, what are they called? Just priests, I guess, for Mongols. Priests on the map.
Yeah,
Shaman. True, it's shamans.
Yeah.
Only civilization that gets shamans, I think.
And then you got to make like the weird like throat noise. Got throat sing.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts a lot though. Losing like, what was it, 5 villagers there for DeMu?
I thought you
the
meant
gold?
throat singing. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good hit. Like this is the concern that I had. Is like anytime I see someone do step redoubt, they always react like this. It's like 3 outposts per gold vein. Doesn't feel like a great deal considering like your opponent still has other options to strike you with.
Yeah.
Relics are at least being gapped. Yeah,
it's something. Oh, the Knights, so it's too little Keshiks here to like chase this.
I don't think he even has the step lancers, right? So he doesn't have the extra attack speed. Like it's pretty pricey to get when you have so few Keshiks. And right now they're looking more like Ekiks. They're just getting wiped out. Crossbow mass. Also, sending over a few, maybe a little bit of a blunder here. DeMu, usually you need a few more to guarantee this. Like even though he'll eventually scare them away, I'd argue it wasn't a great exchange for DeMu.
Yeah, DeMu is at least getting the majority of the relics here, 3-2. Kind of nice that Louis actually managed to get 1 relic here at all. On map, right now he's 25 villagers ahead. When I'm looking at the income as well, it's looking really good for him. Only thing that gives DeMu still a leg in this game, I would say, is that Louis at one point, he's going to have to make a farm transition.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a little bit difficult for him. Granted though, Jean, she is low 3 at this point in time, and Louis actually went for the cavalry choice of companions here, the ones that get bonus damage up against the crossbows.
Not only that, he's actually adding in horsemen actively, and here's another interesting detail. Ordnance Company is on the way. Can we check the siege workshops? Because Louis, I mean, he was kind of leading the charge on this. He was doing it before anyone else. His siege workshops being consecrated.
Right.
Yeah, this is such a big deal. It's like having the high armor effect of the Rus at a much earlier point in the game.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice getting that early, and not early, but like the cheap siege in. Especially since he's also like forced now into making anti-siege. We got 2 Mangonels over on the side from DeMu now coming in, and he's going to be pressuring the large gold and the second TC from Louis now, as well as where the landmark is, the Guildhall.
And keep in mind that siege workshop, although consecrated, is basically half a map away, so it takes a long time to arrive here. Louis has to be careful about the way he approaches this fight. He needs to idle this out, delay it long enough that his anti-siege can get here. DeMu, for the time being, still has the force to keep on pushing it.
some buildings getting torched down. It's a little bit of raid bounty there to make up for the villager deficit.
Speaking of
But
raids,
still raids coming in.
The Knights. I mean,
Lots
there's
of
enough here to
time.
win this as well.
Some
Wow.
crossbows as well. More spearmen coming out. But yeah, enough knights for sure. But there's also Springle in placement. But now big fight happening inside the base of Louis. Oh, Springle's already there. It's time to take down.
Mangonels. I mean, they're going to get one more shot before going down. Attack speed arrow doesn't need to activate, but Divine Restoration essentially offsets that. Now you're in an awkward situation where you have to focus fire down Sean. Yes, she does die, but it gets enough time bought here that DeMu's army is going to be repelled.
Yeah, and now the police are coming in as well. +5 armor on those Arbaletrias, so now you have to be careful. If you suddenly start attacking one of these Arbaletrias, they're going to be doing little damage, and yeah, DeMu is going to have to fall back now.
Yeah, and this is kind of the worst situation, right? It's bad enough when you're building crossbows to match arbitrary. That feels like a losing battle. But the fact that we have those Jean riders, the fact we have horseman spam coming in, it's an interesting choice made by Louis. There is a weakness to what he's doing here, and that is going to be the long-term food source. But because he's been overburdening the wood line, we're already seeing the first farm clusters coming in. So he will have the economy in the next 3 minutes to keep that horseman pump going.
Is he though? Like, I'm taking a look at his eco upgrades. Louis doesn't even have horticulture or double broadex. He's some very, very major food like eco upgrades
wait, it's
right now.
Jean as well. Like,
Yeah, he's getting them. He could get them for really, really cheap. I'm not sure if it's just oversight if he thought he got them, but right now he doesn't. And
That would
that's
make
definitely
sense.
gonna hurt. Look at the income that he has right now.
oh, he's definitely got enough to get this. All right, this is a bold statement. This is also, I think, why step readout, another reason why it feels a little bit more wonky compared to curl time. When you build a step readout, it's obvious what you want to do, right? It's obvious what you target out and how much more gold matters to you. Look what he's denying with this keep play. He has a boar if he needs additional food. That's 2k food. And he has 12,000 gold he's now securing against an opponent who doesn't have trade, doesn't have second TC. He doesn't have this ability to pivot and react with trebuchet spams instantly.
Yeah. Also, something that I really don't like from them right now is he is now massing a lot of Keshiks. Louis already has Arbaletria.
Is he thinking raid, maybe? Like, I'm trying to go through DeMu's mentality. It might be that he's thinking, okay, like, he was building knights, I need to mirror knights, and then I can still burn down these crappy wood walls and find a target, right? But, like, I'm more worried about the direct engagement that you're going to get forced into by the time this Keshik mass is ready.
I mean, looking at the income, DeMu still has a really, really good window right now. DeMu, he's looking at roughly, like, what is it, 3.2k income per minute right now. Louis, he's at roughly 2.2k income per minute right now. Granted, a lot of that is because he just idled a lot of villagers building that keep.
Yeah. And the farms, right? Like, if you think about it, he was idling, building farms, building keeps,
and
still
he
building additional farms.
upgrades.
Exactly. So, like, if DeMu wants to do something, he needs to make a move in, like, the next minute and a half. Because afterwards, the fact that your opponent has 30 eco more than you will be real. It will be operational.
Yeah. Oh, he's using the keep to
Come
produce
on.
the unique units. No, it's a production build in KP. He's making units with it, or at least he made one unit.
I mean,
And
they're
that's enough to take out
raiders. They're the raider you type, right? Like, I would
actually have
never
a lot of
say do
health.
this with champions. Not just a lot of health, a lot of effective HP against defenses, right? Because they have, I think it's 3 or 4 extra armor than standard
A
horsemen.
lot. They have a lot of pierce armor. Oh.
Dive in his name. Sean wants some XP. I actually love that Louis is using Jean as part of the raid force. That's not what we usually see. Most players keep Jean with the main army, but this is pretty smart, right? Like, main army just guarding. You maybe find, what, 1 Keshik kill every 2 minutes? This allows you to reach in and maybe find an exposed eco line, maybe find 10+ worker kills in less than half a minute.
I really don't like what DeMu's doing behind this. He pivoted not just into double markets, but also a second TC. He is giving Louis that timing window that he needs, and now Louis is actually walling in the markets that he just built.
He just needs to wrap it north here, right? Drag him away so the Keshiks can't actually close on this quick enough. This wall likely to go up, but DeMu, he's game sense on point here. I think he actually did scout the villages with the outpost barely. So we'll get through as the wall is built. Yep, he saw him. So Eco is going to be hit a little bit. It's going to be a pullback for Louis, but now Imperial Age is on the way. And now we reach that stage where DeMu doesn't have a clean answer.
It's going up in the front of the base from them. I think he even scouts that. I think he has an outpost somewhat nearby. But yeah, the issue is that now it's also... Oh, it's barely out of vision. But yeah, another issue is that now DeMu, it's going to be even harder to take down the keep because it gets an additional emplacement.
It's going to raid continuously. Has shut down like half the villagers here died, so not too bad. I love the fact that Louis literally deletes the mining camp. He's like, whoa, why have I built extra bounty here? Let's get rid of that. So we'll just keep the mining. He does lose a bit of eco, but it's still a substantial lead. And now an age ahead as well on the farms. Like, DeMu has to somehow find a way to hoard 3,600 resources while still winning fights against a unit comp that, I want to say, basically counters him. The Arbitrary more or less can deal with everything at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and behind that, not only did he just reach Imperial Age, he also has a lot of resources in the bank to immediately get upgrades with. Important upgrades that's going to mean that the next fight very likely is also going to go in Louis' favor when it comes to like trading out units. And I mean, DeMu, 20 villagers behind. He did just get a lot of villager kills in. Oh no, he cannot fight the front. He can definitely not fight the front. As soon as he sees that Red Palace, he knows, okay, that is not a fight that he can take under any circumstance. And roller shot triggers is coming in immediately as well.
Which feels terrible when you're playing Mongols because you're building traction trebuchet. John, front lining, regretting it instantly, will pull away just in the nick of time here.
And
But it's towards the Red Palace. Yeah, and this is the point where you should be able to keep fighting. Has at least sniped John out. DeMu, I'd be surprised if he continues this dive.
Yeah, he went a little bit too far. I think the Sprinkle goes nuts. Goodbye, Sprinkle.
What a reasonable landmark.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I don't see any issues there.
Well, I think the issue is more an aesthetical problem, right? Like, you just need to make sure that it's doing the right thing. Like, I don't understand why it doesn't shoot lasers.
Yeah, it needs to be appropriate to the amount of damage that's coming out.
Yeah, they don't understand. And then what you could have is, like, when your Khan comes nearby, he just, like, screams, "That's not a moon!" Right? And then just explosions go off. It's perfect.
Petition to replace the arbalest, like the arbalest shots from the Red Palace with the great bombard shots from the emplacements from the Ottomans.
Could you imagine it just shooting a million balls?
Would be appropriate, but now Siege is getting sniped out, and yeah, with those roller shot triggers, I mean, not only are the Sprinkles going to be great at taking down like the Siege, but also they're able to two-shot the villagers from a long range.
And he didn't realize it straight away. The fact he still lost that many villagers with Yam shows you just how late of a reaction that was. That's painful. Now we've got an outpost crawl coming in because you heard your comment about great bombards. He can't quite tick that box, but he has got little mini bombards if you put those up.
Yeah. I feel like at this point, it would take a miracle for DeMu to come back into this game. Income pretty much even, if not ahead for Louis. And Louis an age ahead. Upgrades are coming in. And DeMu, he just doesn't have a window of opportunity, really, to go up to the Imperial Age.
No, and let's be real, Income is fully ahead, right? Louis heard you, clearly. He went for the eco upgrades, like all of them are pip 2 now. So, only thing that he doesn't have, of course, is melee defense, because let's be totally honest, when is DeMu even reaching you with this army? It just feels like it's a doom stack coming away. Like, you have military blob advantage, but the quality with crossbow stirrup now on the way cannot be denied. These Arbitrary really are the late game bloomer for Jeanne d'Arc.
Yeah, at this point, the Horsemen as well, having so much additional pierce armor. Like, usually the crossbows still do a lot of damage through the armor from the Horsemen. At this point in time, though, it's reduced significantly with the lead and the additional +1 pierce armor.
And this is before Incendiary. Yeah, this is before Incendiary comes in.
Look at the villagers on the PC.
GG, there it is. Game number 2. Louis showing you exactly why he's one of the most fearsome Jeanne d'Arcers in the game. The question now becomes, who's going to get the Jeanne d'Arc maneuver in game number 3?
Yeah, this is definitely getting really, really interesting now. Not only is this game likely deciding whether or not DeMu can even make it into the playoffs at all, but we're also getting to a game number 3. And for Louis, especially against, like, at the same time, this is also really important for Louis, because if he keeps winning his sets, and then if he wins the set against MarineLorD, he can be seed number 1 for his group. He can make it immediately into the semis in the playoffs.
Yeah, top 4, which would be his best performance in compared to AoE 4, just like that, right? Out of a group stage, which is kind of wild when you say it out loud like that. As it stands, MarineLorD, of course, hasn't dropped a single series, so it will be a win required to guarantee that. Like, nothing less for Louis if he wants to top his group. But right now, DeMu still on the edge of his seat trying to hold on. We have to remember that as it stands, he's played the same number of series as Vortix, but he is one extra loss on the board overall, right? So like there's an element of Vortix needing to lose later on today, but there's also an element of him obviously needing to win both of these sets. And we have to see if we can do that. Game number 3. We get deep in this draft, and this is where we get to kind of like get a feel of who actually won in the draft. Dry Arabia to round us out, and dude, you can't deny it. Louis
Yeah.
won this draft.
Yeah, 100%. Like getting Japan against Delhi. Japan probably one of the best civilizations when it comes to playing against Delhi. Main reason is not only do you have access to some of the most safe food economy long term throughout the game, but also like this really long drawn out feudal age game that Delhi so loves. There's one civilization that can get all the way up to plus 75% additional income on their farms in theory, Dark Age even.
Yeah, technically, yes. If we somehow end up in a game with 60 plus spears. The wilder part to me is actually like, well, we got a second to break down this draft. Weird kind of choice made here, right? Like Louis, he bans out the Mongols, obviously, has them banned away from him rather because DeMu wants them. But what I've noticed is, like, if you want to open Delhi, the most efficient way to draft is with an early Japanese ban. This is something that the Spanish bros have been fantastic at. They especially do it when they've got a water map in, like, Holy Island, right? Because you secure Delhi for, say, a Dry Arabia, and then you have Japan, which I think is a top 2, bare minimum top 3 civ on Holy Island. The crazy part is it's almost like it's a forgotten detail, just how effective Japanese can be up against the Delhi. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I think it's like a 65%, 70% win rate in favor of Japan in this matchup.
I'm not quite sure if it's that drastic, but yeah, it's definitely in favor of Japan. We're gonna be very interesting to see like how DeMu is gonna play this now, knowing that this is not a matchup in where he's in favor. And here we go, game number 3, decider game, match point between DeMu and Louis.
I just double checked it, my friend. It is currently a 67% win rate for the Japanese on the most recent patch. Quite brutal. Previous patch was 54%. If you remember, that was when people were figuring out Japan. They hadn't quite worked out how to use it. Now these Castle Age builds are clean, and it's not just the Castle Age DeMu has to worry about. If there's one player that can overcome this difficult statistic, it is DeMu, because I've seen one way out of this problem, and it's the fast castle build for the Delhi. So far, DeMu is the only person I have seen successfully execute that build in this matchup.
I'm looking at this map right now, and one thing that stands out to me is we got one of those generations on Dry Arabia where there's a crater on the map. And whenever there are these kind of craters, map generation starts getting weird. And we have one sacred site that is very, very far in the corner there.
Hey, but you got too close together, you know, just sandwich it, feel good. It is a bit weird when this happens. And not just that, like, it can actually have a kind of odd effect on some of the surrounding resources. Like, for example,
the large builds, they're also pretty close to each other.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing in the north side. Like, basically, you can more or less just chop that off the map. More or less what you need is 2/3 lower side of the map, right? Like pretty much everything to be contested. Another thing that's interesting in this spawn, that double Ford Gold is kind of annoying for Louis. He's going to have to set up outposts, but let's be real. Like out of all the civs in the game, which one can more comfortably set up outposts to guard their fast castle build? I can't think of a better civ than the Japanese right now.
Yeah, getting the free stone from the gold, giving you access immediately to those emplacements. Now, usually you still want to somewhat like that stone passively to upgrade your main TC, go to Daimyo, because it gives you a really great timing with the bannerman. If you need to, then you can always just use the stone instead for some emplacements there. Kurasdahos, no surprise coming in here for Louis. Small surprise that he's not also using it as like a lumber camp here as well in the situation. He's putting it on the other side of his base.
Yeah, that's funky. I guess he doesn't want to worry about raids coming in, but realistically, like your gold's on the right side, you're placing this on the left. You're going to have to set up more outposts. You're not fully secure in this area unless you want to go out and wall the north, which is a possibility. One thing that's very interesting about this matchup is you'd think that the reason Delhi just lose is because Japan fast castles, but it's not, right? Like the way Japanese can play feudal long-term beats the Delhi, and it all comes down to things like that Daimyo mentioned with the bannerman effect. The extra melee tech as well is phenomenal for them, and because they're getting stone passively, they partially pay for those extra upgrades without having to put more effort in.
I'm not a big fan of this Kurasdahos just because the farms, they spawn, I think it was counterclockwise. Yeah, counterclockwise from the left-hand side. So if he went for it on the other side of the scene,
Well,
the first farm that would spawn would immediately be really safe.
So it starts at 9 o'clock, and then it's clockwise. So
Oh, it is
left,
clockwise.
and
Okay,
then
so it's
ding,
gonna...
ding, 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 ding. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's one of those awkward things where I think I said this before. There's some landmarks in the game where genuinely the map position you start in makes it easier or harder to play. Madras is a perfect example of that, right? Like with the way the berries spawn. Kura Storehouse is the exact same way. Like if you are unfortunate enough that you have to go to Kura Storehouse on, say, the left side of your base, but your opponent's to the left of you, you're in trouble, right? Especially if that player's a Mongol on the other side, which is why like Mongols has proven to be one of the most frustrating matchups for Japan on both land and sea. But
speaking of frustration, I think Louis has gotten a really good sheep game here, and once again, I think he already dropped off once.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy, right? Can we check DeMu's scouting rotation? I think no, he went over to berries. So no, okay. Because DeMu should not be behind on sheep in this matchup because Delhi, they go berries, right? So they don't actually have to come home.
He is still behind.
Oof. Wow. So I guess, did Louis at least check the bottom corner so they split it a bit more, or is there more? Okay, so Louis can actually still get more sheep here. The bottom corner should probably have 4 more sheep in it.
Oh,
that's
God.
rough. Let's have a look. Maybe we lucked out. A little bit higher because, yep, there's 2 there. And check the right side. There might be 2 more.
1?
Okay. So 3 extra sheep.
Yeah.
That's tough. Against the Japanese, it means they're going to remain condensed. We're also seeing a racks added in early. Makes a lot of sense. There's 2 ways you either go with the Japanese here. You either lean racks or you lead stables, typically. It sounds weird to build stables, horsemen into Ghazi, but the funny part is if you are rushing towards that daimyo, the horseman will win.
Yeah. The wall of fear is also huge for Louis. You have berries in the back, you have the wood lines, you have a back gold as well. Secure the relic immediately. Double stone, just in case you need to rush up a Shogunate castle. Very unlikely, but if you need to, you do have that option.
He's actually actively gathering stone, so we're probably going to see a daimyo rush to get access to the bannerman. It's weird to see him doing this, though, for the racks play. I don't rate daimyo well for katana bannerman. It's much more high value for the other 2 choices at this stage, anyway.
Yeah, the Uma Bannerman, like, it's better than a knight. 230 health. Other than that, same stats as a knight.
And deflective armor. Like, you have to remember deflective armor at the early stage. Like, it's kind of crazy. Imagine if you're playing French and your first knight could, like, deflect a shot every 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? That sounds wild.
There have been games that I've won with basically only a single Uma Bannerman deciding the game, just getting like 3 kills early on in the game with the deflective armor. It lasts for so long.
I think the most impressive execution of that build I've seen is like Anatan when he was innovating the daimyo opening, and then you went either fast castle or 2 TC. Because you build Uma Bannerman, and if you're being logical about this, on the other side, your choice is you have to build spears, right? As soon as you've built spears, they've gone Castle Age and built Onabagisha, or they've followed up with Yumi, and they're just a step ahead. It's like such a brutal situation to find yourself in.
Yeah. DeMu, he's still making a lot of Ghazi Raiders, but Louis also just keeps on pumping out those spearmen. Benefit for DeMu is at least he can heal. Yeah, benefit for DeMu at least is that he can heal his Ghazi Raiders up. This should still lead to yeah, but if you're on the sacred sites, right, and you just have the Ghazi Raiders there.
I was gonna say, like, but you never reach a point where you're dragging the skulls of your main army. Not usually with the Tower Victory build, right? Like, that's the tough part. It's like, I'd say the effective firepower of healing you get there is like maybe 2 Ghazi because you'll have stationary scholars occasionally.
What's the scholar doing there? There's still like half a minute left until Sanctity finishes.
Oh, dude, he selected Alami. Right?
Wait, the scholar? No, the scholars don't count to armor. That's only warrior monks and dervishes, I think.
Okay, so maybe he just panicked from that many spears, I guess. Like, I mean, Ghazi, they're good, but in this type of fight, it feels like you're going to lose 3 or 4, which is just a terrible loss of momentum as the Delhi. So I guess he's just idling, which is rough because Louis is getting away with this, right? Those are Dark Age spears. That was the time to probably fight that.
They weren't hardened. Yeah, they definitely weren't hardened there.
I guess it's tricky because, like, you never know when Harden's coming through. You know that kind of feeling when you're in the dark, right? It's almost like you're being circled by sharks.
Yeah, it's such a quick upgrade to get.
Very
interesting that we had Pierce armor before Hardened Spearman.
Yeah, because
and now we're getting Onabageishas?
Because he expected, like, archers earlier, right? Because it was quite delayed on DeMu. He went for that classic Ghazi build. Dude, this is such an odd build from Louis. I'm just going to call it what it is. Spearman into...
It's good.
Wait, but he cancelled the Onabagisha but built the Katana Bannerman. That's the part that's kind of weird to me, right? Like, Horseman with Uma Bannerman is crazy.
I still like the overall macro play of like going for that buff up on your free farms basically very early on with the
Yes.
daimyo, and like still gathering stone just with a couple of villagers passively, so that like safely but like slowly but surely you're gonna be getting up to that point where you then can like upgrade this even further, and then you're at like plus 50% income from your farms, and that's where it just gets out of control.
And I think that's why they chose the Katana Bannerman over the Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannerman is me come out and fight. Katana Bannerman is turtle and make you come in, right? So he believes he's going to get enough stone together to get his hands on that second level, and then you have Bannerman aura for the entire army, right? At that stage, you also have a big enough army that the Bannerman aura is truly felt.
I want to draw a quick comparison here. The Delhi get plus 33% like faster gathered food from the berries.
It's 35, right?
You get 30, I think it was 33. At the same time, Japanese, as soon as you get to the second upgrade on your TC, you're getting plus 50%.
Oh,
faster
no.
gather rate.
There's an even funner comparison, right? Oh, I got 2 levels of wheelbarrow, which I want to do anyway. I now gather basically almost 20% quicker on berries than you do, right? Which is just kind of bonkers when you think about it. And it's also compared to the Delhi where they're like, oh, I have to drop a mill in each of these. You're like, well, I needed to build more houses anyway, so I'm just going to walk around dropping them around the berries. It's insanely powerful. And he also still has the bat berries, which I believe he just set a house up for. So we'll be seeing a lot more food surging in the coming minutes. And if we can just confirm, I'm pretty sure it should be level
2
Kawada plus Takazaiku by now for the Japanese. Like, you don't slow down there.
Right there on the blacksmith
Check
upgrades
farmhouse?
for the melee. Yeah, not only do we have the plus 2
No, check the
upgrades,
farmhouse, Vodka. Farmhouse. The house. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. A plus 50% gather right there from the berries. And the villagers are also now going to be as quick as if they had the normal wheelbarrow.
Now, we are getting the notification added in. So I'm starting to think the Spearman was a feign to try and get DeMu off of Ghazi, which is really smart. Because actually, I think the best comp you can run in field age for the Japanese is Onobagisha Horseman. It's so insanely fast, and it counters everything between them.
I think DeMu, though, he has such a great number right now when it comes to archers. The one thing that I'm a little bit confused by is that he went for the Pierce Armor upgrade before the Pierce Damage upgrade against the Japanese, where they really rarely go for the Yumi archers.
But if they do, Crackety, if
they do, if only. That's the wrong timeline, though. We're not in that timeline.
No, we'd have to look for B's games later. He might do that. The interesting part as well is that DeMu only went for 1 blacksmiths being up against the Japanese. I wonder if he didn't think this was going to be a long feudal. Yeah, but if he macros here, I think like you lose, right?
He's going up to he's saving up more resources than you would usually do as a Delhi, right? Here at this point
but I'm saying you can't save up for this because the reason this build that DeMu does is working most of the time up against Japanese players more so than anyone else is because he identifies the point where they're going to stop doing this, where they're going to stop investing and tech up as well, and that's why his tech up plan is so strong. But this has already been a very different game, right? Because he did go TOV, and now the backstab comes in. Ghazi caught on their own. It's not just the Spearman, it's the Onobagisha that slaps so hard here. We also have to remember that DeMu does not have melee tech level 1, meaning these Onobagisha are beasts unleashed.
And at the same time, without the +1 pierce damage on the archers, it's also going to take a long time to get rid of the horsemen as well. Like, if the horsemen are probably going to be the first target just because they move quicker.
Yeah.
And Louis managed to decap every single sacred site.
That is actually impressive. I mean, it's the mixture of horsemen and Bagisha, right? Like, you can split and you can contest. The problem DeMu now has is, like, if he's up against Onobagisha and horsemen, his comp doesn't work because archers are the slowest thing there, and they can't mirror this movement up and down. Oh, dude, he's doing it now.
Louis. Yeah, Louis is the one
so
that's
crafty,
going
man.
up.
He's so incredibly crafty. Like, he's played this longer than most Japanese players would, and DeMu got baited in, right? And we have to remember this was a TOV build, so the likelihood that DeMu wanted a fast castle was low anyway, so it was a great read by him. But at the same time, the same issue that has brought down many a Delhi player now faces him. He's got a big army, but he's about to face a heavily armored threat. Louis has triggered the floating gate.
Yeah, floating gate. And the most insane part here is he's got it right next to his production buildings. 5 barracks by now, by the way. If he puts the first... if he puts the first Yoshiro inside one of those barracks, the upgrades,
Stop
they're
it,
going to
you.
be coming in so quick.
No, don't talk that dirty to me. I'm wondering actually if it is going to be that other Mountain Samurai. Okay, no, it's going to be, it's just Samurai. It's just raw Samurai. He's already started
It's
queuing
gonna
them.
work. It's gonna work. The normal Samurai, they already do so well there with the deflective armor in these mass fights. Oh my god.
Louis about to just sound like Homer Simpson here. He's like, need more food. I mean, that's the only thing holding him back right now. Like, you can prep this army. It's kind of like when you remember when HRE players in this matchup used to spam men at arms before they teched and then beat you. It's kind of a similar idea, only it wasn't about the bulky boys, right? It was about the ladies. These Onabagisha have been the one thing that DeMu just can't answer for. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, he has 50 archers out though. He has to move in. And, oh, his army's in position. Maybe he gets the timing in. Maybe he gets the timing in. This is going to be so crucial.
Dude, that is so greedy. That is so insanely greedy.
That is not good. He's going to miss out on the timing. DeMu might actually get him here.
I mean, I thought it was going to be Siege Workshop, maybe try and set up for that, but no, instead it's going to be slow upgrades. You have to wait this out. Outpost is being assaulted. 5 villagers waiting inside. And Samurai not upgraded, Onabagisha not upgraded. You're going to have to forfeit this position. You have got, what, stone behind you, you've got gold behind you, so you don't die by this. It's fine. You need to keep every unit alive, because right now DeMu has a phenomenal double up in the military department. He's starting to save up towards castle, so maybe we're going to see him make that play, but he doesn't want any of these units. Their goal is to do as much damage as possible while he macros up at home.
Yeah, behind this. Getting very close now to his own age up. Sacred Site. He's got all the Sacred Sites back up right now in this timing as well. The House of Learning coming, 26 villagers. It's going to be coming in really, really quickly. And DeMu, he can just kite away with the archers, right? The Onabagisha, they could never catch up to them.
And look at the house situation. Louis is going to have to spam more wood into that right now, because otherwise he's going to be pop-locked here. Like, this is the issue when you play circling Japanese, which is what he's kind of aiming towards, right? With a switch over to a bit more quality. It's all about mass that you won't be able to reach. So that's to go for the clash. Archers start stepping away from this.
The horsemen go down so quickly through these archers.
They're not upgraded. They're not even being upgraded at all, right? Like, they're just a throwaway unit for him. Onabagisha have been upgraded, but that samurai count is baby level. Doesn't really have the punch behind it.
Can jump on that, in theory.
They're a bit hesitant right now. He's going to keep backing up. I mean, you have to be content with this, right? Cast Lager's in. You've got 3 Sacred Sites. You're switching into crossbows as soon as your opponent is beginning Samurai. And we have to be really cognitive of Louis' economical state here. He doesn't have a raw eco lead. He doesn't have a great farm cluster that's going to give him 2,000 food a minute. We're not at spam point yet. We're very much at the fragility stage of this comp for the Japanese.
Coming in. Louis' attention is getting split now. Archer still kiting back.
Maybe if he moves north side with Onabagisha, he could find the eco, right? Like, you can't fight these archers right now. You don't have the mass. But what you do have is the knowledge that Delhi players will always play flanks for resources.
Oh, and he's moving towards that. Towards the landmark where the villagers are.
They're chasing buildings right now. They know that it's in the area. So if you go north of this, like the Onabagisha were circling, but Louis not quite able to find the target.
He's stabilizing now. The timing disappears for Louis like that.
I'm a little bit shocked.
DeMu is getting 2 relics in. Even though Louis has been so quick with the H-up, DeMu is the one that's probably getting the majority of the relics in here.
I'm a little bit shocked though. Like the Onabagisha, it looked like Louis was going to split them and head north, which is the correct read, but instead he kind of hesitated. He just dangled around that tree line, wasted his time entirely. That could have been a critical denial point, right? Like at this stage, DeMu likely is spending a lot of resources on lances and men-at-arms. That requires a lot of food. Even the crossbows, which is what he's doing in reality, cost a lot of food. But the fact that DeMu has been allowed to play this wide flank still, even though he's up against Onabagisha, is incredible and unexpected in this matchup.
40 seconds. 40 seconds left until all of these archers actually start to matter again. And now there's knights on the army as well. Only 7 spearmen from Louis.
I think this might just be over. Louis, at this stage, I mean, Onabagisha count is underwhelming. Incredibly underwhelming. Spearman count, as you said, is nothing. He has not got a rocket launcher, okay? We're not Team Fortress 2ing this yet. That's just a level 2 daimyo, so that won't defend him either. And behind this, right, the berries are more or less exhausted. I think he's on the final patch there. He's got limited gold in the back of his base. That's not going to last long. He has to come out. He doesn't have much time left.
And Louis, even though he just got the 2nd upgrade in for his TC, there's no economy around his TC working right now on the farms. He's not getting the benefit. Relic also getting denied there. DeMu, he's getting his 3rd relic and potentially has now the option with the 4th relic. Yorishiro's actually getting put into the farmhouses here.
I'm shocked. I mean, I want you to really think about like the state of this economy right now. 1,500 gold, and he chose that Forge first. Like, I think that is the conundrum for me. Could that have been enough of difference? Would he still actually had enough food? I'm not sure, but the surge point, remember how long we were waiting for those upgrades when DeMu dove the front of the base? That could have been the difference. The other thing that I thought Louis might do there, when he began Castle Age, save some wood, build a siege workshop, because you're up against an army of archers. Imagine how different this game could have looked if he prioritized a mangonel on Tekka.
Yeah. All the barracks are working, but all the units that are coming out of them, I don't think they got what it takes.
I mean, he's got one shot at this, right? His opponent has walked in the back of his base. This is usually what we would call an overextension when we see that many under Bagisha. So it looks like a force that could actually wipe out the Vanguard and maybe reset this game, because DeMu, although he's got some advantages elsewhere, this is his military advantage. And right now, it doesn't have much torch power to get out.
Yeah. And DeMu, behind this though, DeMu has confirmed that the economy from Louis, it's not in his base. Louis, is he actually trying to trap him in there? The army? DeMu, he's A-moved. He A-clicked on the wall. He needs to, oh.
He's going to turn around now, but they're already in. Ona Bagisha, able to get closer, and it's mincemeat time. Lance's horsemen hold it back for a little bit, but this just feels like a few too many ladies. Wall is going to go up. They are most definitely trapped here. The best thing that DeMu can do is trade as good as possible, but let's be totally real. 1.5 movement speed, this much melee, surely you should get mopped up.
The archers, they're actually doing so much damage here. With the increased attack speed as well, they can actually kite so effectively here. So many shots in between movement. And the mass of Onobigations, it's already down by 20. It was at like 45 earlier. Now it's at 28 and falling further. Meanwhile, DeMu, he's already massing his next army. He's got 28 crossbows somewhere.
No, but this is interesting. If it's crossbows and he stopped archer production, Ona Bagisha is still the answer, right? So what we have to keep an eye out for is whether Louis can get a little bit more food pumping, because this was expensive what he done here. This was a meat grinder machine that didn't actually tick its box in the end. He didn't get the full surround. DeMu has been absolutely on point with these starter steps back, reducing the losses to a more break-even point. And when you now look up at that military production, it's anything but break-even. 24 to 47. Map control has at least been stripped a little. Louis is now playing a dangerous game to try and get that food. He's walked far north of the boar. Unlikely that DeMu is going to notice this with his comp, but unfortunately at the same time, Louis now needs even more Ona Bagisha for what comes next. It's Lance's spam.
Louis, he's now on the deer. Deer, which are all forward. That part of the map is not walled, and the army from DeMu has a free pass to move over there.
Well, boar's at least going to be secure. He's actually playing bow flank boar. This is dangerous. The deer might reveal what you're doing. Right? When your opponent sees deer down there against what you're doing, DeMu's thought is going to be, okay, if you're willing to take that risk when I'm outside your base for one thing, what's to stop you doing it for all the marbles here?
All it takes is one glance in the fog of war. DeMu, though, look at his food income.
Louis building horsemen.
Oddly enough, the farm transition is good, though, for DeMu. Like,
yeah,
that was quick.
I'm still perplexed by this detail, though. Louis is queuing horsemen. I guess it's because he just needs every building producing. Like, if you have the choice, you build Ona Bagisha here. Like, compared to horsemen, Ona Bagisha is better at cancelling out this entire army.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Louis food just surged to 28. 2.8k there for a minute.
Yeah, that's the boar. That is the boar effect. Double boar and deer.
That is a lot of food per minute right now that he's on, but the question is, like, still, are his units any good here in this situation? I still say no.
I mean, crossbows are underwhelming against Ona Bagisha, but we always have to remember this is TOD.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. They still benefit from that mass attack speed. Like, usually the crossbows are bad because they attack slowly. These ones still attack 15% faster.
And here's another scary detail. There's Lancers, home blades already completed, so they slap a lot harder, right? Like, you can't even think about going to Mountain Samurais. Not that you really want to, it's just too expensive. Stone hasn't been gathered to a point that we can get Shogun at Castle yet. Ona Bagisha are going to get cleared up the front side, and the cavalry are just wasting parts of the army's time. Always surviving and able to always come back around. Second wave Ona Bagisha is going to march out, and this should be where the fight gets a little bit ugly, right? The crossbows in the formation means that DeMu, this star step is less effective than the last one we saw, because last time it was just archers. They move a lot quicker. So it's one of those awkward issues where it's extra micro, but worth it to split archers and crossbows depending on what's more important to keep alive.
The food income now, though. It's starting to get idled out for Louis as well. Villagers on the deer have to evacuate somewhere else, have to start gathering wood instead. Ooh, he's still with a lot of resource in the bank, but doesn't have wood to make any more horsemen, so it has to be more infantry.
Yeah, he's actually chopping wood out where he was gathering deer, but the ball has been located on the south side. It looks like those food sources are going to start to get denied. It's going to be a walk all the way home here, and I think he only took about maybe 1,200 food from that. So we're about to see a huge plummet in his income while he's playing a comp that requires nothing but non-stop food hunt.
Now also seeing some mounted samurai in the queue. I'm not sure if DeMu might be overstepping here a little bit. That's a tier 2 TC from the Japanese at the end of the day.
No siege coming in on either side still. It's just a full melee mosh pit versus what's essentially primarily an arranged mosh pit. Knights, Lancers are still going to find their way on flank. I mean, this is still turning into permanent damage, right? Eco going down here or there. We're now seeing DeMu being ahead by 12. No stone being gathered, of course, right? We aren't looking at your traditional compound defender build. This is all about the home blades.
Yeah. I think DeMu, at this point in time, he might have this. There are no more natural resources out on the map, really, for Louis at this point in time, other than the boar in the top. Sacred Side victory is approaching. Louis has lost his main military force. The food income is plummeting. There's no farm economy set up for him right now. He would have to place a lot of farms right now, but his base is under constant siege here.
This is the negative of playing Japan, right? When this type of pressure keeps coming in, you can't set up farms. Those farms have to be set up essentially on your front line. You can see Louis having to make the hard choice to do it, but this is not going to be safe, right? And the reality is the way he set up his base, he can't rely on more safe farms behind. That's where he put all of his production buildings. He's blocked out there. So we're about to have a frontline eco situation in the game where you basically have no real front line. Louis down to just 9 military, 49 on the other side for DeMu, and a lot of premium mixed in there, right? Like, we're actually seeing him shift back to Ghazi, which is quite interesting here. Seems like he's trying to be a bit more optimal with the gold. I'm wondering if there's an idea to eventually go Imperial. I usually believe that's where we're heading, especially when we see 10+ scholars.
I mean, he's also just getting a ton of passive gold here right now, right? So he's got the 3 Sacred Side, he's getting 4 relics worth of gold as well. I think he probably at most has like 5, 6 villagers working on gold right now behind us all, and the rest is just all... It's just the passive gold that he's getting in right now. He's just spending it on the crossbows and not much else right now. Could be going into Mass Knights as well, just to close the guard. Because right now, Louis, he doesn't have anything against Knights.
Right now, Louis has no gold is the bigger problem I'm seeing. The board just expired north side, so that can fix his issue. You can set up a forge there, right? He hasn't been contested, but this has been shut down. This boar activity is coming to an end. Seems like DeMu is getting a little bit bored of the state of this game. 62 now to 16. He's probably going to look to just bulk up to pop and then flood in, because let's be real, if both players somehow Louis, let's say, gets to 200 pop as well, his 200 pop is worse. Ona and Bigisha are incredible units, but they are essentially cannon fodder.
Yeah, I think essentially they're kind of like, in theory, you would think of them as like half a population worth of unit. Oh, Louis, he's making farms that aren't under the TC. Yeah, this is when it's just desperation.
I mean, at what stage do you say, let's build a new TC, right? That's the grim reality, is then you're like, okay, now I've got to add in the Daimyo levels. You're like, good thing I got double stone spawn back, but that's still going to be a phenomenal amount of resources. We haven't even got the level 3, which is unfortunate. If he had Shogun at Castle here, I don't think DeMu would be attempting these dives. He'd have to switch to a slow siege. Instead, DeMu is getting ever closer to an Imperial Age. And you know, it's not often we say Delhi triggering Imperial Age makes opponents GG, but this might be that situation. I believe that is indeed the TC I asked for in an atrocious position.
Yeah, not a lot of farms that you can fit around that. Goldmine now on the outside of his base, also getting shut down. Louis, 20 villagers behind, more villagers getting sniped here. Idle time has been caused as well, and now DeMu once again hits the farm area that has to be evacuated once again. Louis down to 500-ish food per minute. Meanwhile, DeMu ahead by like 2,000 food per minute.
And that's permanent. He's up to, I think that is now 6 farm clusters in the back of his base. It's an insane amount of food at this stage. And also remember, he has got some extra techs in there, right? Because he went for the House of Learning. There's 1 or 2 that do benefit you on the eco side. Basically, like one of them being what I like to call like Wheelbarrow Plus. Just able to carry a lot more resources, which is quite valuable in farms, right? Because there's a lot of walking around.
Most importantly, I want to say, if he gets raid, he can just jump inside of the houses now as well.
Yep. Not that I think we're ever going to see Louis raid.
We won't, yeah. Not in this game, not anymore at this point in time.
Well, in fairness, he could raid, right? If DeMu decided to build farms in his opponent's base, there's an opportunity to raid.
DeMu could go for the House Tower Rush. Premier tournament House Tower Rush.
I mean, he has got a 24 eco lead. You know, you can afford a few people coming up to do that for you.
Horseman, with those numbers, it's just not enough against the crossbows.
No. Right now, like, DeMu could just turn around. The Spearman completely left. Oh, this is... I mean, Louis, he doesn't want to give it up, right? Like, it's kind of interesting. Louis is not at risk of elimination, but reminder, folks, the reason this series is so important to Louis is if he cannot win this series, his chances of being able to get first in the group look pretty rough. In fact, I think it becomes impossible, if I'm not mistaken, because he already dropped one series. MarineLorD has been flawless. He's won every single one of his series. So if Louis cannot win this game, he cannot guarantee first. Instead, it becomes this awkward competition between him and PuppyPaw, which would mean a difference between entering in the round of 6 and entering in the round of 8.
House of the Sultan is now going to be coming in, so we might be seeing a tap out as soon as that agent comes in. Those hand cannon elephants absolutely shred in the late game.
And Louis like, well, you know, if I have enough time, I can come. Yeah, but the amount of time it takes to come back, buddy, there's going to be like 5 of those hand cannoneer elephants waiting for you when you get there. So, yeah, we mentioned it. It doesn't even happen before he taps out. GG gets called. DeMu keeps his hopes alive. He still needs another win to be in with a chance of making playoffs. But for now, the opportunity remains in his hands.
Indeed, DeMu probably still in contention now for the playoffs there. Very important win for him. He's going to have another set against PuppyPaw today, which I think he will need to win in order to actually make it into the playoffs.
Yes.
Some very important games ahead for him.
He'll need a win there, and Vortix will need to lose one series, and then I'm going to have to double check on points. It will be tight, right? Like if DeMu could clean sweep in 2-0, and let's say Vortix struggles and gets roughed up on the way through, oof. But bigger oof is the fact that like Vortix obviously has a series against PuppyPaw as well, right? So they both are they both have to face one of the strongest players still. But the bigger oof that means that DeMu, although it's a slim chance, it's a very slim chance because I got to be real about this. He is facing off against an opponent who's one of his opponents is going to be Recon. And Recon has not been looking great this tournament. He is actually, like, he's the only person to lose every single series thus far. So don't want to deflate the DeMu fans, but fair to say it's a tough road. What's impressive to me, Crackety, is the fact that he was able to defeat the odds. That was a 67% win rate odds for the Japanese. He was able to overcome it. And what I loved about his approach is that he done something fundamentally different to what we've seen. We've seen a lot of people go for Dome of Faith into Fast Castle to answer the Japanese threat, right? Like that was the theory crafted solution. We didn't see that here. We actually saw a long aggro feudal play. I'm wondering if you felt like Louis tried to get a bit too creative in that series. Like in that final game, like the execution was very off-road compared to what we've seen from Japan feudal before.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't your typical Japan feudal meta play that we usually see. A lot of production there that came out. Like usually we see like, okay, double outposts on the goal to be really secure there, and then rush it up to Castle Age, get those really, really expensive counter units out that you can afford as a Japanese with all of the extra food that you get. Yeah, it definitely was an interesting one, to say the least. We also never saw Spearmen from DeMu, which I mean fair.
You don't need them, right?
Yeah, you don't need them at all there in that one. But I feel like usually Delhi just want to go for spears anyways at some point in time, just because they're great to have against some horsemen. But it just wasn't needed, and yeah, just definitely wasn't needed.
It's like one of the worst matchups to do it in as well, right? Because if it's not
with the
Onabegeisha, exactly.
I was confused that it was so many Onabegeisha and so little spearmen there as well towards the end. Like at one point I thought, okay, just the samurai and feudal age, it's probably still better. But yeah, having that many archers, it kind of felt like Louis also countered himself a little bit too much by just relying on those Onabegeishas a bit too much. But enough of that. We got another set going on here. But against, we talked about it, Vortix and PuppyPaw.
We have
the other top players in that group that we got.
And this is important on both sides, right? If Vortix can win this, DeMu, like, oof, yeah, good luck, son. Maybe next time, right? It's not looking like you're going to make it through. If PuppyPaw can win this now, he has an opportunity to take that second place away from Louis. So very important series still to play up. Before we hop into this one quickly, I think we have got some results coming in from the Group A. So we can check the standings here, because I believe these lads were also... I don't know if they were waiting for this game or if they were playing this out. We'll double check that. So, MarineLorD, oh, wow. Oh, my God. You're so amazing, MarineLorD. Haven't lost a single series. Okay, his head got a little bit bigger. He might not be able to get back to his PC to play his series up against Louis. kind of expected here, right? Like MarineLorD is usually very clean in these type of tournament situations. Biggest surprises for this group is obviously the fact that Recon, I said he lost 7 series, it's now 8 series. Poor guy. He wasn't feeling well the first weekend. I don't know if he's feeling much better this weekend. I don't feel like it matters much for him now. We have to realize that, you know, he was one of the players going into this weekend that had no chance of making it. But you still get $25 for each series won. The interesting thing now is that you see that DeMu result. 5-3 to the 5-2 points overall. Let's say Vortix gets 2-0'd here. All of a sudden, we've got a very tight nail beta, rather, for 4th place.
Yeah. I also want to shout out CSO here for his first major tournament performance. Like, he almost once again got an upset in against MarineLorD in one of his previous sets.
Yep.
Like, that guy, for his first tournament performance, he's just doing amazingly.
No, that kid's been impressive, man. I think like early on he had some interesting kind of matchups, right? Like, you know, coming in this, we would expect him to get stomped throughout. I think we've seen him recently in other tournaments actually thrive quite well. Like, yes, it was a lot of 2-0s, but I've watched a few of those 2-0s, and some of those games, like for example, the Louis CSO series in particular, was quite intriguing. There was a lot of out of the box elements that led to wins one way or the other. I still remember they had one. I think they had one of the Mongol Malian games where I don't know if you noticed this. There was a few Mongol games actually in the previous weekend where people dropped their deer stone in the Fulani area and just GG'd out the Malian players. So some very interesting creativity going on there. But maybe we'll see that later today. I mean, I'm not seeing a Malian pick on the right side for it here, but it sounds like game number 1 is ready. We are seeing the white flags, but I don't think either of these people are going to be waving a white flag and surrendering over easily. It's going to be a good old EU versus NA. Vortix up against PuppyPaw, and we're going to be starting off with a Japan-John matchup.
This is one of the very few matchups that I think can go like really rough one way or the other. Like having Japanese against John, you get access to the Onimushas, which are just absolutely great against John. However, recently more and more we saw the Archer type John play, where the Archer variant of John actually not bad versus Onimushas. Onimushas do a little bit less base damage than normal crossbows, so they wouldn't be doing a lot of damage there to Jean. And Jean, on the other hand side, with her Divine Arrow, I think it is, she's able to just almost one-shot. Like, at level 3, I think she pretty much one-shots the Onimushas.
She does. I think is it 100 damage? Because I know it's 150.
Yeah, they only have 80. Oh!
Wait, what?
Oh, that was close. That was really, really close.
Just about got him in. But it's interesting you mentioned that because like the interesting thought is like going for the range form does definitely save you from the Onimusha, but it doesn't have that same strike in the late game. You know what I mean? Like usually the reason why you go range form is now I can take out Siege. Not many Japanese players are pivoting into Siege in the late game, right? Like they pretty much keep their identity as a Zerg faction, just consistently spamming out melee infantry with gunners behind. So we'll see which way he wants to go. Looking at the spawn overall, if we're talking like early aggro plays, feels like Vortix has a pretty solid position to defend from here, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if he sets up an outpost near the berries and then another one in the center of the gold that blocks all routes from the west side.
Yeah, it's also really nice that now you can wall off towards resources. Like Vortix could just close up the back half of his map by walling towards his gold, and then PuppyPaw wouldn't have an option of like running behind the base.
Yeah, and it's also like the awkward thing we always have to highlight with Japanese. They're getting that stone trickle for free. They can actually afford double outposts to be upgraded. So like worst case scenario, you just outpost each side of the gold. You don't even have to think about walls. It's so easy peasy. And the reason why Vortix might opt towards that instead is if you look, he already went on the berries. I think this is a popular play on the rise actually with the Japanese. Tawara does not take very long to research. So if you run your villagers out and start gathering straight away, it pays off by the time you've exhausted the first berry patch.
Yeah, and getting plus 25%, you're basically early on a discount deli or discount Abbasid faction like that. You're getting a lot of free food, and I think it's only like a 7 or 8% difference between gathering from berries and sheep without the upgrade, and then suddenly you're ahead by a lot.
It's 0.66 versus 0.75 by default, but then because you're getting an extra 25%, you catapult ahead, right? Like, you're actually better off at that stage with one level, and then you get 2 levels. All of a sudden, you feel like you're on the ball. It's pretty nuts. The negative compared to the Delian, the Abasses, is you do eat through it quicker, sure, but I mean, there's enough there to get you to Castle Age. And if there's one thing, and one thing only, that most Japanese players care about, it's that.
Yeah. Kura Storehouse. Interesting placement here for Vortix. Builds it right next to the TC and the woodline. I like this in some ways more than others. At the very least, I like it more than what Louis did in the game earlier, just because the Kura Storehouse also has all the upgrades available that you get from the lumber camp. So you really don't need the early lumber camp and plus 50 wood, so it's a little bit of a tempo boost towards your first unit production building.
I'm honestly waiting for when we start seeing people drop a Kura Storehouse next to like stone and wood, right? Because like it's a universal drop-off building, right? So if we ever get back to like 2 TC builds, that's going to be a super sick way of optimizing for that timing. I'm not going to see it yet, right? I think we're very much in the Castle Age meta, and this matchup in particular is a Castle Age race, at least for the Japanese. The interesting thing actually is I've seen this a few times, and what it usually turns into is like mass knights versus mass knights. And it's very difficult for Jean to win that because we talked about Onimusha. You don't open with Onimusha. You just open with Mounted Samurai. Because Mounted Samurai with the extra melee tech and also the deflect kind of mitigate the power of the French knight, right? Like you're on a more even ground when you consider one side gets bonus damage for 5 seconds, but the other completely mitigates your charge.
Oh, Vodka spawning out right now. Vortix, he got the majority of the sheep here early on. Something else that we're seeing here now that's interesting, Jean. He aged up with 3 villagers, including Jean. So the age up came in a little bit faster than usual. But now Jean doesn't have the experience to age up. Instead, what PuppyPaw is going to do is he's going to go forward with the knight, and he's going to try to get an outpost up on one of the resources here from Vortix. But Vortix already getting his own outpost up, has enough resource in the bank in order to get the emplacement on his outpost.
You could block double berry. It's not that impressive. I mean, the real reason why you usually do this play is because you want to go range form, and you can immediately start sniping. So it's going to arrive here. Vortix sees all this, going to pull away from the berries. Pretty much got everything there, right? I think it's like maybe 300, 350 resources. And Jean, this is the problem when you don't bring the scout. Outpost is going to go up, but here's an interesting little thought.
Oh, the arrow slits is going to be there in time.
Oh,
that outpost. God. Sure, Jean builds like a lot faster.
Not that much faster.
Yeah, it's
33%
faster. Yeah, so instead of it taking a minute, it should only take like 40 seconds to get the outpost up. PuppyPaw in theory would need to tank quite a lot there, but no, Vortix is actually target firing her. And Jean...
PuppyPaw, no!
Jean, she's going down! What? He upgraded just in time, but it wasn't fast enough. No, he has to pay more!
Worse! That's so much worse!
Oh, no. He thought he could get the bonus HP, but the HP that you gain depends on the percent of health that she's at already. Barely being at like 5% health, she didn't get enough health there in order to survive the barrage.
I think he thought he could hit Divine Restoration in time, but that has a cost point. So instead of spending 100 gold, he now has to spend 250 gold.
Is it even off cooldown immediately? I think it is. I think
it should be, but it's like it has an internal cooldown, right? It's separate from the other detail, but like it's 100 gold versus 250 gold. So like at this stage in the game, now you have to like pause adding in 2 extra knights, which is catastrophic for Jean d'Arc. And well, it is at least going to be a TC play, right? So they're going to be getting ahead of that. But look at Vortix's economy. Dude,
yeah, he's
so happy.
Very close to age up.
I can't think of a game that I've watched where the Japanese feel less threatened now, right?
Oh, he's pulling the villager back. He's not sick. Oh god, that guy's going to go down. 2 more hits.
You definitely get it here, right?
One hit.
Oh, it's going to cost you the scout, maybe, but who cares? You don't need him anymore.
Yeah, the scout's going to stay alive as well.
Oh my god, dude, this is rough. I'm not even exaggerating. I don't think I've ever seen a game where a Japanese player feels like more unshackled and content. Like, even though there's knights still raiding in, Jean was the big threat, right? Jean was the balance and order to this, but she's gone. She's been erased from the map. She'll probably be alive by the time Vortix has started teching up.
Yeah, I mean, Vortix, he's only missing, like, what is it, 250 resources now in order to be able to age up. PuppyPaw, he's now going into the barracks, but Vortix hasn't even shown his hand yet. He hasn't even shown, like, what production building he's going to be going up with once he hits that floating gate.
He's masking it. Like, this is really smart. Like, you want to wait until you build it, because remember, like, floating gate, the time it takes to build, a stables, whatever it's going to be, is only 30 seconds, so you can wait. I'm expecting stables play here. I think stables is a really strong play. He might lean into racks simply because his opponent has gone second TC, but that does mean that mass knights can potentially counter you.
If Vortix has Eagle Eyes, then he probably saw that John was gonna be women at arms there in her last like dying animation there. It is gonna be the stable.
It's such a strong play. It's such an insanely strong play because what you do is you match out the knights, then 2 minutes into your age up, you add in archery range, right? Because like, while Onomusha countering knights sounds really good, the problem is that you get gap closed and you are glass cannons. You die, and it's incredibly underwhelming. Like you're throwing away 14 XP per death, right? So it's really bad against John. Mounted Samurai, on the other hand, they're going to be an age ahead. They're going to have an extra 40 health. On top of that, we mentioned the deflect armor, which means you're offsetting the strongest attack from those knights. And sure, you can talk about Divine Restoration, but Divine Restoration is what? On average, maybe 30 or 40 health back. So the age difference in health alone makes the Mounted Samurai win that fight.
Yeah. PuppyPaw, he's doing the smart thing. As the Angel comes in, he's going to be trying to mostly fall his base. Question's going to be there, like, is it going to be enough? Because, yeah, the Knights are going to be coming in. Sure, PuppyPaw is going to have Spearmen. This is one reason why I don't really like the Knights, because, sure, it's a quick unit, does a lot of damage. It's a very high value unit, so you're immediately going to be able to, like, put a lot of your resources out in military value. The only issue with it is that it's, like, the one unit that you can make in Castle Age, which gets counted by a feudal age unit for all civilizations.
Yes, I think like the difference though is that if you go on a Begisha, Knights counters you, right? Like if this was not a heavy cav civ, definitely I think you go in a Begisha for an opening. And also, like the other thing is that this stage in the game, there's a fragile balance. You do not want to give PuppyPaw one way back in this game, which is getting a quick level 3. And if we're thinking about like effective HP, hardest to kill unit you can build at the start of Castle Age, even though there's counter to it, it still has to be Mounted Samurai, right? Like everything else can just drop dead quite easily.
Yeah, and you're also getting the free Shinto priest, right? So you can also always just heal them up. If they get weak, you can pull them back.
Well, most of the walls are now up. Notice he's just patrolling around these Shinto targets, right? He wants to get his hands on the relics to escalate because he's aware of the second TC build. We have got those farms coming in for free. We're almost at a stage where we're seeing the level 1 Daimyo. That's going to give a big food booster that will keep these knight numbers pumping for Vortix.
Spearmen are going to be coming in. And this is also, like, still dangerous, right? Because these knights, when they go down, they...
Dude!
Oh, God. That's a lot of value.
Yeah, not even a single strike in return, right? The knight just got flopped from the side, so his lance charge didn't connect. That was sick micro by Vortix. Love the way he's peeling this back. Like, he's now drawing PuppyPaw away from the relics because he has to. If he chased after the Shinto, these guys go into your economy.
Yeah. We're also seeing some horsemen coming. Okay, no, man, that got cancelled immediately.
Yeah, because you like, I know where we're gonna go. We're also seeing horsemen, and you're about to go, why? Like, it would be very odd at this stage. We should have Daimyo coming through though, and the other thing I love about this comp, ever since they fixed Uma Bannerman, you're now gonna, with this build, be able to buff up your entire army with the Bannerman aura. In the meantime, Mount Samurai are gonna get a little bit of raid damage done, and it is a tech up on the way from PuppyPaw, but we're already seeing a lot of the TC value being stripped away, right? 5 working kills.
5 workers. That's, yeah. It's basically 1.5 minutes there that Vortix just kind of bought himself back when it comes to TC idle time. Then, and on top of that, the resource invested into the villagers as well. PuppyPaw, though, he's still in a pretty good position when it comes to the resources.
I'm sorry, something weirder is happening. We can't talk about resources right now. We have to talk about that thing on your screen.
No, this makes sense. This makes sense.
Yeah.
If you think about what Vortix and Lucifron, how they usually play hybrids, this play directly derives from that, going for like camel lances and then immediately into archers. Going into Mounted Samurai, forcing your opponent into their own spearmen, and then going for Yumi archers. The Yumi still do like the full bonus damage against spearmen, right?
Yep.
So
and
it makes a lot of sense, and they're cheap and they're fast, so...
And you even have discount dervishes, right? Like,
yeah.
as in, you don't pay for these Shintos at all. So, like, that element is covered. In a lot of ways, it kind of feels better than what you usually see out the Ibids. A little bit slow on the timing, but this is perfect because PuppyPaw... The other issue is, you know you're not going up against, say, like, mass men-at-arms or, like, a lot of cavalry because your opponent built 2 TC. So he's already admitted, especially with these wolves, that he's defending, he's not really attacking.
It has come in. We're seeing Arbaletry and Men-at-Arms coming. I like the. I really like this. I really like Men-at-Arm play from Jeanne d'Arc. It makes so much sense, right? It's such a food-heavy unit, and getting the consecration on those barracks early on, you're saving so many resources there.
It's effective HP as well, right? Like with Jeanne, it's all about getting units that can lose a lot of health, and then Divine Restoration gives you so many more points in a fight is the way to think about it, right? Like compared to a spearman, even if it had the same health as a men-at-arms, it has no armor. So it's less value to you. One thing that's kind of crazy is like, I think he must have scoured an element of this Yuumi because all of what he's building here makes sense against Yuumi archers. It means that Vortix now has to consider maybe going towards the Onimusha.
Vortix doesn't quite have enough archers yet to push that in. Looks like a villager did get sniped. Knight, though, loses its life in return.
Level 3 range armor is coming, and PuppyPaw hasn't even dropped the blacksmith yet.
Yeah. Doesn't have any upgrades there right now, and yeah, I mean, the spearmen, they're just getting picked off one by one here.
And remember, the Yuumi, the other smart part about this with Vortix, this is a cheap unit. Not only can you flood it, also when one of it goes down, not much XP for Jean. This is perfect. He's killing the entire army. He's killing them, overkilling them. So the Divine Restoration done nothing. Jean's gonna go down. Dude, this game looks almost over.
It's so over. There's no way for PuppyPaw to recover from this. Second TC is gonna go down. He's gonna be ahead, what, 15 villagers, but at the same time, Vortix got 3+4 relics. He's getting Yoroshiros. Got the army lead by a lot. No consecration on a lot of these buildings.
He's trickling troops to death here. Like, look at the damage the Yuumi do to the men-at-arms. Like, this would have been a different game, maybe if he had the blacksmith and undermesh already in the way. He only just dropped that blacksmith, and that's great. You've got more damage. Too bad your units aren't living long enough to use it, right? Like, what a sick timing by Vortix. I thought he might consider siege engineering and a slow ramming, but why bother with that when you can just kill everything that exists?
I feel like everything that could have gone wrong there in the first 5 minutes for PuppyPaw did go wrong. Doesn't find nearly as many sheep, doesn't get the outpost up, and with that, GG gets called. It's just too many of these slight unfortunate situations that happen that on a level like this just completely decide the game. And Vortix, the push with the follow-up, doesn't give PuppyPaw the opportunity to come back into it. Yeah, cleans up here, and the first game is going to go over to Vortix.
Vortix is like, what was this outpost rush crap? Go back to 2021, PuppyPaw. Like, I can't believe how brutal. It was just a bit too greedy, but you get why he was that greedy. Like, I want to dissect that element because some people might look at that like, oh, PuppyPaw, a silly mistake. But like, realistically, you could argue the mistake was leveling up. I think that's the one oopsie there, like believing in the power of the healing, it coming in quick enough. The tower placement, I don't blame him as much for. For a start, it looked like Vortix for a while was kind of like keeping on the edge until like he wanted to use the scout for body blocking. So you're committed at that stage. The next detail is like, if you don't drop that outpost deep enough, the thing that I was going to highlight was going to happen is you would have just seen Vortix build a forge on the north side of the gold, and he would have been fine. So like, it seems overly greedy, but realistically, like once you've ran Jean across the map like that, it's a necessity to even stand a chance in that game.
Yeah. The second TC definitely is like the one play that PuppyPaw could have done there to like stay competitive when it comes to like the situation in the game with the scaling. Looking at our next game, though, we're seeing Golden Heights, a hybrid map, and we're seeing two very interesting civilizations. I say interesting because Vortix with the Chinese, not something we see too often, not even on like hybrid maps. Usually Vortix, I think, he prefers civilizations like HRE and English on hybrid maps. China, though, against Mongols, definitely one of the civilizations that I would personally say feels best in this matchup.
Yep, because you know what? You said that you don't usually see him play China. That's because most people, Crackety, are playing China defensively. But you'll know as well as I do, when you put water into the mixer right now, the new meta isn't to play defensively as China. It's to supervise the crap out of that Rax and then out-spam the spears of the Mongols.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, PuppyPaw as Mongols here, I don't imagine that he would go out for the fish very early on, not at all. So I think the first 5 minutes here are going to be very, very spawn dependent. If PuppyPaw gets like one of these gold-like spawns in, where he's got wood, gold, and stone all in range of his TC, of his main TC, then he's going to be in such a great position where he could just potentially go for like a fast fuel age play into archers, and suddenly like the mass spearman play from the Chinese kind of falls flat.
Yeah.
Gonna be very interesting to see what the map has in store here for us.
But that's where the scouting's important, right? And I think that's actually what makes this on a water map to me one of the most intriguing matchups. Is that we mentioned in an earlier series the two best civs at scouting, these two, right? So timings, rotations with those scouts mean everything because, as you said, if it's a fast feudal build and you've built spearmen, screwed. Other way, if your opponent has snuck out a villager when you weren't looking and you now want to delay going to spearmen, also screwed because if it's Vortix doing that, walls go up, Easy peasy. And you know, it's not as RNG as you think. We see people using tree lines all the time. You don't need a tree line. Just build an L next to the edge of the map. Your natural border to wall in your docks is the map border itself. Let's find out which way it's going to go, though. I hear it beckoning us in. Game number 2 between Vortix and PuppyPaw, a Chinese-Mongol matchup. And I want people to get their bets in now. How many spears collectively between the two are we seeing in this game?
This is going to be an interesting spawn here for PuppyPaw. One thing, though, that I'm noticing, he went for a straggler tree, but he's using the Gur to scout for sheep. So he's not really... He doesn't really have the Gur right now where he wants to with the... Okay, he's going to chop another tree. That's a lot of downtime now because he's, like, has to wait until the tree actually gets chopped to be able to chop wood there again. This is going to delay his early play for the production buildings by a lot. Yeah, that's...
So this is one edge usually you get as the Mongols, right? Is like timing is everything on using the Falcon. I feel like this Falcon's a little bit early if you're expecting villagers because you get out here so early. It is not going to be necessary because we can see Vortix is just chilling at home for now. Vortix's rotation is likely to be a drop-off of sheep in the next 20 seconds after he's on the south corner. And then the nice thing on Golden Heights is you can rotate left and head to the enemy base. And you know, depending on the spawn, sometimes your opponent can't do the same because sometimes your TC is too close to the cliff edge.
Yeah, that's where the Gur comes in. That early Gur scouting. I don't think he found any sheep with it yet, though. With that early Gur. Oh my god, Vortix, he's getting... there were a couple of sheep. Oh, that's going to be the race. Oh, the movement speed arrow.
Just makes
PuppyPaw's going to pull ahead.
Now, but this is where you can yoink the sheep on the left side, right? Because PuppyPaw, I'm wondering if he's going to notice this. Is he going to rotate through the short? He should be able to actually go between the cliff and the TC. If he does that, he should end up with a lot more sheep out of this. But instead...
No, he needs to go through middle. Yeah, that's where a lot of the sheep spawns. Oh, no, he's going...
He's being greedy.
Okay, he's going exactly
greedy.
The way where the Gur was.
He doesn't
like,
trust it.
Why send the...
Crackety, you can't trust buildings, okay? All right, like, who's manning that thing, right? Would you trust that building with what you just saw there? I wouldn't.
Yeah, we wouldn't trust it, but on the other hand side, now Vortix is going to get that. I mean, why send the Gur out there in the first place? That's what I'm thinking there. If you just got to then go over there with the Khan once again. Granted, he is going to find those 2 sheep, which he wasn't able to find with the Gur, which is a little bit annoying just because the Gur has so little line of sight while it's not built.
It's like having that drunk grandpapa who used to be like a famous racer, and you know he gets depressed when you don't let him race, but he also doesn't want to put down the liquor. So like you just stick him in an empty car park and let him drive around. That's what the Gur driver was there, right? It's like no one I can hurt here, nothing you can do, grandpa. So waste of rotation, and now we get into the spear spam. So this is where people get deflects whether their number was right. I'm just gonna call him out. Beasty said 5. I'm sorry, my friend, you were already wrong. This isn't going to stop before double digits. I'm pretty adamant with that.
Yeah, this spawn, though, like, feels really great here now that the deer are being lured in for PuppyPaw. He's going to have a lot of food to play with here, safely under his TC. Main issue that he's going to have is his gold is definitely not going to be even near, like remotely in range of his TC. Might need to put an outpost down there. Vortix so far, not a single move out towards the water. Instead, he's just going to be pumping out spearmen, but doesn't have even close to as many spearmen as PuppyPaw.
You know what's great about this moment, Crackety, is like a filthy Chinese main. I'm sorry, no, a proficient Chinese main. Is you get to highlight that it's much harder to play China here because you have, like, you're micro-intensive, right? You have to keep supervising the racks, and then the mill, and then the racks, and then the mill. These Mongol players, they just keep pressing one button when they get enough passive stone.
Freaking unfair, man. Yeah, it's definitely, it's definitely, like, annoying. What I do is every now and then I just force a drop-off with the berry builds. I supervise the mill, do force drop-off, then I go back onto the barracks. Vortix actually scouts out the 1 villager from PuppyPaw, which is now going to be moving out to get a dock up. Both players still pumping out more and more spearmen, but Vortix, as time goes on, he's going to be pulling ahead now simply because the double production is not going to be a factor much longer here for the Mongols.
And there's the 20% food all along. And it's like also, I think that's why PuppyPaw is trying to pull a villager at this point. Like he can't just keep doing this long term, right? Like he understands that there's gonna be a weak point.
There's gonna be some idle time though now on the spearman production from Vortix. He mismacroed a little bit, he produced a little bit too many without getting his lumber camp out first. So all the straggler trees are gone. He just made his lumber camp there. It's a little bit of idle time. It's not going to be the world, just because the lumber camp is going to be up relatively quickly. But yeah, it means that he won't be able to immediately contest that dock at all.
Yeah. And that's the scary part here, is like PuppyPaw is going to get that operational. And also the interesting thing is, like, you know, it looks really rough. You're like, oh, there's no way PuppyPaw's going to be able to age up alongside this quick enough. You have to remember, we're now 5 minutes into the game. This spam has been going on for a while. And whenever that happens, like, what was possible for, like, the spam and spam, you reach a point where actually the idea of sneaking feudal is quite doable, quite cruise mode, shall we say. But now, though, it's going to be cruising for a bruising. PuppyPaw doubling up on the spinman again.
This is where Mongols also have this little bit of an edge with the Khan, being able to snipe down like these very, very low HP spearmen.
Yeah.
Because in these spear on spear kind of micro games, what you want to do is you want to pull back your weak spearmen. That's where the Khan comes in, having that. Oh, that's a very early movement speed error, though. You want to have that for the fight.
Yeah, so like Vortix has to be smiling a bit. That's a huge advantage, right? So like this is now. Before, when this engagement happened on even numbers, it's not as much in micro warfare as it is like, damn, Khan advantage. But now, if you're better on the micro, which Vortix is incredible in that department, there's a way you can win out. Flash comes in.
Spearman on spearman. Weak ones aren't actively getting pulled back from PuppyPaw from the looks of it.
Oh, same way the other way though. Vortix, his line's too thin, so he has to stand his ground with the heavily injured ones. And it means actually Vortix losing this fight.
He's getting some great shots at it, and now the Khan is going to be in a great position to snipe out the weak ones.
PuppyPaw now also on his way up. So after all that aggro back and forth, not only does he have 5 more spearmen, but he also has the tech underway. That micro is actually brilliant. Taking out 2 additionals, made that 3. Vortix, this might just be over. Like I've seen these type of games from Vortix before. If that tech up comes through, he might just wave the white flag.
Yeah, I mean, 12 to 6 spearmen. Castle, not Castle Age, Feudal Age coming in.
Feels like Castle in this game, man. Like that type of advantage.
It definitely feels like it. And the Imperial Academy is now getting rushed up by Vortix. But what's he gonna make? Just archers? Then PuppyPaw could just transition into Kashyyyks. And PuppyPaw is now gonna be having the eco advantage. Also, there's no more sheep. There's no more sheep, and Vortix. Never mind, there is still some sheep, but he's not supervising the mill where the most amount of villagers are at right now.
No, something definitely went wrong here. I think his Vortix was focusing on the micro in the fight, and he, like, from his perspective, like, okay, if I don't actually shift villagers across the berries now, I'm going to have idle time there I have to address. I'm probably going to miss micro on the official there, right? So, like, it doesn't feel great, but I kind of understand why he done that. Unfortunately, he's now in a game where he feels like he's a mile behind, right? Upgrades are coming through on both sides. Vortix is not supervising Iraqs. He's not rushing this upgrade. He, in fact, hasn't even started it. So PuppyPaw's spears are going to get upgraded. It means he's going to stay here.
He doesn't have the gold for it. He's missing 2 gold.
This is, like, surely this is like a 90% advantage now for PuppyPaw.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Like, you know you said archers at the counter?
Vortix wants to get a dock up on the pond. And it looks like Vortix with the villager, half of the villagers, he's going to be cleaning... I don't even think he's going to be cleaning up. No, he's not. I mean... Not immediately, at least.
It's going to cost him. And let's also keep in mind that dock going up, like all this missing wood production, like how are you affording the boats?
Spears. Yeah, like no wood. Vortix can barely get the dock up. Wait, can he even?
Dude,
yeah, I think he managed
to, he can get, he can build it, but like it's irrelevant. He has no wood income
now.
No
wood, yeah.
He might actually have to... He would have to
chop 50. Yeah, he needs to get 50 wood in order to even make a lumber camp here.
I'm gonna vomit if I look at that left side of his TC any longer.
I want to say, after the start that PuppyPaw had in the last game, this is only fair.
I don't want to look at it.
This is how RNG works, right, guys? Like one game, one player has a major disadvantage, the other one, it's the other one. So it's all fair, it's all good. Balance has been restored, but yeah. This is looking really rough. PuppyPaw, the first one with the ship out. Vortix doesn't even have one in queue yet, and the fishing ships are going to be coming in. Khan now on the wood line there from Vortix. He's going to be able to slowly but surely annoy those villagers to death as well.
Reminder that this is also no wheelbarrow. It's really bad. Archers are already on the way.
It's 50 wood. You really want Vortix to invest 50 wood into wheelbarrow? He's already in this position.
I mean, probably not. That's all the wood he's now going to get because the archers have arrived. And then guess what? PuppyPaw knows he can now rotate around the left side and block out both tree lines. Like, legitimately. Oh my god.
It's
Vortix,
checkmate. It's checkmate.
He just invested it in a Spriggle chip. What?
Yeah.
All right. Yep. I nod of the head. Archers arrive. Quick game number 2, but it does mean that we get that sweet third.
In here. Oh man, I mean, that was really really rough there for Vortix. I feel like at one point, like when you see that Doc is coming in so late for PuppyPaw, you should probably just be looking for an even quicker feudal age there, because you know that your opponent is going to now start investing a little bit more resource into water, so you could at least get a timing in there. But yeah, PuppyPaw, I mean, it's also really great skill for the Mongols to be able to keep up with the Chinese when it comes to spearman production.
And it shows you just small details make the mile there, right? Like the detail you highlighted, the fact that he didn't actually prep for the lumber camp afterwards. You know, I'm gonna allow you to flex the Chinese again and talk about how hard it is to play them crackly. For the Chinese, you have to spend 50 wood on that lumber camp, but the Mongols, their TC's already on the wood line, easy peasy. But no, I agree. It's like the builds I've been seeing at the moment, like when you're going 10 plus spears, Mongols do fall behind. The fact that he was able to stay ahead and then out micro Vortix, who, by the way, like most people would put him top 3 best micros in the game. I think it's fair to say that. Like he's that incredible. That's no small feat. And has to be a big morale booster heading into game 3. He might need that morale booster because this feels like a tough matchup. I think Iobid's, it's just a very safe all-rounder civ in competitive play right now.
Yeah, Iobits definitely feel like one of the top civilizations in the game right now. Byzantines, you mentioned it earlier, how Byzantines kind of are like similar to English in a lot of ways. Iobits, I know MarineLorD says that they're probably a really good counter against English there. And I would say that the same kind of works against the Byzantines here. Like having the Manjanics, being able to, like also having ranged rams there, in theory, pretty good against a civilization that can't even make their own rams.
That's true, right? Like, I mean, you're not suggesting we're going to see some clown car. I don't want to hear that. I've seen what you've been doing on the ladder. But like I think that the issue with the Ibits right now is in the early game. I mean, we can hop in game to talk about it because like, we were talking about it before we became live, right? Like we both want to nerd out about this. This Civ's choice in Feudal Age is really what's breaking the game right now and making it cruise mode for them. So sounds like we are ready. I hear the birds tweeting to invite us in to a good old Frisian Marshes to decide this. Vortix versus PuppyPaw going the distance here. Matters for both of them. PuppyPaw, if he wants to try and get up the rungs and make sure it's a second or first place finish, he needs this Vortix to try and lock himself in and make sure that he doesn't face elimination. This game is critical. And we decided Frisian Marshes.
Yeah, PuppyPaw here as the Byzantines. Now the Canadians, they've done a lot of experimenting with the Byzantines when it comes around the mercenary play. Usually we do see something like mass longbowmen coming out for them. In this matchup, though, I would personally really like to see the Eastern, I think it was the Eastern wing, where you... wait, no. The
you want Silk Road. You want Silk Road.
Yeah, Silk Road. Yeah, the Silk Road. So you get the the javelin throws. Just because the javelin throws, they work super well against the Desert Raiders coming out from Vortix. They do a lot of damage there. They're also great when you get the Camel Riders out, just because Camel Riders, they actually do work really well against units like crossbowmen in the later stages of the game as well. They also don't get affected by Camel unease, so you do have like cavalry that works there that you can get out. And yeah, overall, I think Byzantines mercenaries can have a solid matchup against the Iobits. One thing where it starts falling apart is when the siege comes in.
Yes, that's the problem, Tam, right? And that happens quite quickly because if it's a military wing as well, the Iobits can actually use the camels to assist that build-up, so opening lances doesn't hurt you. I'm expecting this to be growth wing just because all the Byzantine merc options do actually a good job of dealing with those Desert Raiders. What would be really sick, actually, I think the Byzantines, like something that this map enables more is the idea of hippodrome play here. Right? Because you get so many sheep, you can afford to pump horsemen. Horsemen solves for an opening into the Desert Raiders. And also, if the Iobits want to do some sort of naked fast castle or use archers and horsemen instead, Triumph just makes your horsemen better.
Yeah, Triumph definitely really great. Also something cool, a very, very cool interaction here. You get the Espilatores upgrade for your horsemen with Byzantines. actually, camel riders, when they kill villagers, they also get the bonus damage. Like, for some reason, they're also affected by it. They also get the +4 damage against villagers, and they also get the plus gold that you get when killing a villager.
Yeah, it's just a shame that those neutral trade posts are just so far away. You know, I'm just saying, like, it'd be tasty, but it doesn't matter, dude. I don't think I've seen PuppyPaw do Hippodrome in over a month, so kind of not surprised Grand Winery's going to come out. And it's weird for me, because I don't know about you, I feel like Hippodrome, it sounds broken, but you never really see it look broken.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to get it to be broken. I think it really works out well when there's a lot of units in play early on in the game. If your opponent just goes for fast castle age, then you can't really kill that many units and you can't get those additional tickets in, and suddenly it doesn't feel as great anymore. Especially against a civilization like Ayubids, which like to go for those really, really fast castle age timings. It's gonna, like, there aren't gonna be that many units out early on in the game that you can kill with your horsemen or to get the additional tickets. Actually, it looks like it's gonna be a fast-ish castle age kind of gameplay from both players here, as PuppyPaw also opening up with an outpost there. Might just be in order to be safe against the Desert Raiders, but could also then facilitate a fast castle age up. And I really like the idea with the Byzantines as well, because you can, in theory, if you want to, not that you should, because having units out is great, sell olive oil and get an even better timing in.
And actually looking like the berry location, the location, like, you know, sometimes we will see the 2TC build. Actually, we've seen PuppyPaw do that on the extreme defense before. So, like, even though we're seeing this Grand Winery opening, yeah, I think we might be seeing it. But actually, is it just a one drop-off? It might just be Cistern. Okay.
Yeah, it might just be for Cistern and to be able to also afford a emplacement on the outpost as well. Once he gets a couple more buildings in.
Interesting. So, I guess it makes sense you don't want to play 2TC here, right? Because, like, the Ibids is different. I think the game where PuppyPaw done the 2TC full defense was against the French of Lucifron. Or was it Jean d'Arc, actually? And it makes sense there, right? But in this matchup, if you choose to turtle on 2TC, you're giving 5 relics to your opponent. It's the worst thing you possibly do here.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult, especially against Byzantines, where you do really want to have those relics available to you. Getting plus 240 olive oil can give you so much tempo advantage as the Byzantines when it comes to just mercenary production, being able to, like, basically queue a mercenary batch for free every 2 minutes from the olive oil that you get from the relics. Gets you a lot of units out on the field.
I'm still a little bit surprised by the Desert Raider choice. I mean, I get it, right? It's going to take a little bit of time to get those first mercs in, but, like, it's always wild in a game like this where I think the Growth Wing's kind of free. I guess the logic is if you go Growth Wing here, you have to set up an outpost on your gold or Longbow shut you down. Whereas this way, the Longbows are going to be kept back at home, right? They're going to be distracted by this.
And you also want to have the Growth Wing later on in the game.
True.
Wait, is that Kashix?
Wait, what?
That looks like it's... Yeah,
so
that's...
yeah, that is definitely silk? Eastern.
Yeah, that does not... Wait, no, it is Silk Road.
No, sorry,
Silk
Road. Okay. Wait, what was the...
The dagger is curved.
Yeah, the curve is Silk Road. The straight longsword is Western.
Is Western?
What was the Eastern? I feel like no one does Eastern anymore, so I forget.
Yeah, I've not seen it in quite a while. Yeah, it looks like we are going to be getting some javelin throwers in there, and makes sense because that one Desert Raider there, he's parked in quite the annoying spot. Scout has to be a little bit careful here.
Oh, Eastern is it's like more like a halberd. It's like the curved spiky sword, and then you've got like the pike. Yeah. See, I had to actually check it. I was like, that's what it looked like. Yeah, it is very like weird. I don't think we see it anymore.
What's PuppyPaw doing right now? He's not gathering any gold. He's got 8. Okay, now he's gathering gold.
That is a lot.
Yeah, he's not gathering gold with even as many villagers as I thought he would, considering how much food he has in the bank. And Vortix is now going up with the economic wing growth. And
oh god, why?
Oh no.
No, that was why I was shaking my head when you were talking about growth wing.
MarineLorD. Okay, MarineLorD. Yeah,
MarineLorD
like,
begin. Like, yeah, he's the most optimal guy. Like, he's the one who's always done it right. Beasty does it quite well as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's interesting because you can kind of discount me with the idea of like you messing up on the growth wing for feudal age, even though it's quite easy to not do that. Because admittedly, like exhausting the initial berries quicker gives you a slightly quicker tech timing. But the castle age, man, it's an extra 600 food.
All right, MarineLorD said it's okay. It's Vortix, it's okay. The guys of brute 0 finesse.
That's true. That's true. He's not only we give him
Okay.
11 out of 10 on aggression, not because of what he does with military units, it's because of what he does to berries. You know, like that person, like you give him a nice little cheesecake, you look away for 10 seconds, you look back, it's all over their face. That's Vortix, man. He sees food, he wants to eat through it.
Oh,
Genies
God,
get
man.
hungry, man.
And it is going to be Camel Lancers here from the looks of it, but PuppyPaw already has some Limit Night coming out. And there we go, Joan throws, doing all the bonus damage there. Look at that, just a couple of these jabs getting thrown out, doing a lot of damage there. PuppyPaw is still macroing up to Castle Age, but it's very, very slow compared to how Vortix is pretty much already like 70% there.
I wonder
And
if you could you run Gulam instead here? Because like Gulam just counters the entire comp, right?
Oh, you mean Gulams from Vortix?
Oh yeah, God, no, not from the Byzantine, yeah, from the Iobids here, because like Lancers, you're against Limitane, right? But
Yeah.
Gulams on this kind of
Gulams are
map.
great. I'm talking about it again and again, that sometimes players are just too drawn to those Camel Lancers, and Gulams in many situations would just be a complete checkmate situation.
Yeah.
I really like the idea of just going Gulams in many situations. So even just one barracks, one stable, so you can get the Camel Lancers for like the immediate hit then, and then you get the follow-up aggression.
I ain't
with the
walking for
Gulams.
no one. All right, now he's done surfing, they're going to move in, they're going to start poking. Villagers are actually out at war here. Vortix. I mean,
It's idle time, but these are like bonus villagers, so it's not idle time as well.
Oh wait, it wasn't Growth Wing, right? Was it Advancement?
It was growth. It was growth.
Wait, why do they have the same number of villagers?
Wait. Oh, he's housed.
Oh, for God, no! Not like this. Yeah, so unless you have enough room for the 8 to come out, none of them spawn weirdly enough, which is... I think that
makes
sucks.
sense.
I wish they had like the Lemmings effect, you know, where they drop them out one by one. That would have been so cooler, so much cooler, but... Oh, for God's sake, dude.
This engine is 3 years old. It can't handle it. Wait, no,
But
it's
he's
older.
not going to build a... Here's the thing, you wouldn't build a house, right? Because you're like, oh, Camelots just take ages to build. I don't need a house for like another minute.
Yeah, he's not getting these villagers out for a while, and that really hurts. I mean, we're getting back to the brute zero finesse kind of argument there, but yeah, this definitely hurts him now. He's not getting the villagers out for a while, and your economy is as good now as it could be for Vortix. He's also trading in Camel Lancers against the Limit Knight there.
Hey,
which
good
definitely
guy
doesn't feel great.
PuppyPaw. All right, good guy PuppyPaw. He's trying to kill the army of Vortix quick enough so he can get his villagers.
Yeah, PuppyPaw's always been there in these. Oh my god. This really hurts. And there's not another house even being built right now for Vortix. I'm not even sure if he noticed at this point in time.
I mean,
He
it's
definitely hasn't.
it's such a weird thing you wouldn't notice, right? Like, okay, now he's going to build a house, and there's going to be a facepalm moment, right? Oh my God! You know that
there's
feeling
the
like,
house. There we
yeah,
go.
yeah. But
Oh,
imagine
it's
this: you're
because of his
Vortix
house.
right now. You're like, oh, this is optimal because my village is not going to come out the TC before the house is done, and then this
Look at
happens.
this. The house comes in, he's gonna get the villagers out, and then he's gonna be housed immediately again.
Wait, is he building another
And
house?
that's what. Now he's
don't
gonna
think he
realize
is.
it. Yeah, now he's gonna realize it. Wait, I just built a house. How the fuck have I housed it?
Oh my God, this hurts your timing so much as well. I mean, PuppyPaw, he is aged up. He's got extra units on the way. He's actually already now playing into the monks himself as well, so he could easily get 2 of the relics off this map. So far, Vortix hasn't really got out of his own base with the Lancers, but now with these 4 units being cleared up, we should see him able to posture on the map. It's just crazy to think how much better this game would have been if he just built one house.
Yeah. At least now he's ahead by an undisclosed amount of villagers at this point in time. Relics are getting picked up, but there's still a midnight without a counter out right now. The archer ranges were getting dropped by Vortix, but it's going to take some time for him to get them out. Is he on Golden Age 2 already, or is he about to reach Golden Age 2? Because that's when the upgrades are going to be coming in really, really quickly. So 2 more buildings, then it's going to be Golden Age 2, and with that, he'll be able to get all the upgrades for the archers, which he'll need very, very quickly. Are we going to see 2 Byzantine wins in a row?
I don't like the state of the javelins for him right now. He doesn't have permanent olive oil, right? So
Yeah.
like, there's a risk.
I mean, he's
that-
going to get some. He's getting the first relic in.
Yes, but like, so here's the thing: like the pace at which you're going to get them, though. And remember,
It's slow, yeah.
this is military wing, which means Manjaniques can just be built, right? So like,
With the
Vortix right
camel,
now.
yeah.
Exactly. So for Vortix right now, it's you just need to spam enough archers. If you get enough archers, it almost feels like a guaranteed win. Like that timing against this type of comp is ridiculously powerful.
Yeah. Rivers have to be careful. Doesn't look like PuppyPaw is paying attention right now. And yeah, Dervish is gonna be able to wait. Villagers?
No, this is fine. These are the extra villages he got. Okay,
It's not idle time in theory. Yeah, sure.
these were free.
You get a point. Yeah, so it doesn't matter as much. All right, Cistern level 3. He is getting a lot of units out with the Golden Horn Tower as well. We're seeing 27 compared to 19 military units out there. Army value is a little bit deceiving just because the olive oil units actually don't count in there. So in theory, PuppyPaw should be ahead.
Yeah, just ignore those statistics, guys. At this point, I'm not even sure I trust the relic count.
Okay. Lose a little bit of health there, but he does have the dervish, right? So it's all planned in the end.
Yeah, Vortix, by the way, is one of the best players I've seen at using camel lances against spears. Because if you time it right, you can force the brace and then recharge straight away. It kind of sucks with camel lances because they do less base damage that way, but it's still more compared to your initial sword attack. Because like if you do a sword attack instead, there's a very big wind up to the next shot. Whereas if you like hover on camel lances, you can see if you do the lance, the attack speed on it is like 0.25 seconds or something, which means your second shot comes in really quickly.
Well, this is going to be a little bit tough though now for Vortix. He's getting a couple barracks up. Definitely needs the Doodlums now in a little bit because right now everything he has in the field, PuppyPaw has an answer to. Even if those Doodlums come out, we are seeing a transition into crossbows now as well behind all of that. Vortix, he's gotten 3 relics. There's still one that PuppyPaw could get. It's going to be very crucial for him to get that one in as well. Oh, did he even scout that one? He's on the Sacred Side instead of getting the relic. He might not have scouted the relic.
I mean, he did beeline across the side. Yeah, dude. Because remember, he came south and he like
blind spot there.
Yeah, just a tiny one. Because if you remember, PuppyPaw ran south and cut Vortix off at the south corner.
To be fair, what is there that he wants? You don't want to trade. You don't want to go out on the map as Byzantines.
This is not Frisian marshes right now. The amount of extra sheep that are in that right side corner has put this down to an average of dry Arabia. Someone's going to get a jackpot if they ever go over there, man.
Do we already have olive groves starting to be built in PuppyPaw space? Yeah, there are a couple.
Oh, I just realized neither of them ever getting those sheep because neither of them have a scout now. Sheep are sweating right now. Like, you mean we're going to live for once? Yeah, boys.
Oh, Vortix has a scout as well, but he is going to scout in a little bit. Or not. Never mind.
He must know
in the
about
middle.
sheep. Lances. No basics in lol. We haven't got Mamluk's Bravery. That would actually make a big difference here. The Golden Glow, like the Preach Free power, pretty strong. A little bit limited against Limitane, but decent enough. Lances are not going to be able to win this fight, so a really good position for PuppyPaw to leverage.
Vortix needs Manganiques right now in order to be able to deal with this range ball. Manganiques are also great because they do the full damage against the Limitane, even in their shield wall formation, because it's siege damage.
One thing that scares me.
I think the ball is too big for PuppyPaw. This could be... Yeah.
Do we have kite shields? Because that's what's scaring me. Like, we're at kite shields territory. And if kite shields comes out, you're just dead. So it's not there yet. By the time, like, he's been imagining now, this is a very small window. PuppyPaw is likely to react by going back, getting kite shields, and then coming again. Ooh, that was... though. Yeah, that was not an ideal split. PuppyPaw tried to get cute and looked a bit ugly.
Oh man, this game is definitely not going the way that I had thought it would. There's been a lot of situations that made this game very weird. I'll say that much. We're finally starting to see more and more golems out, but there still isn't really a response that Vortix has to...
Are you trying to say this is not the crackety build order?
I mean, neither is here.
Would you add in more houses if you were the Ibids?
Probably. I want to say that I would pay attention to that, but at the same time, Vortix is still a much better player than me. And there have been times as well where I caught myself being Ayubits and being like, oh, wait, I'm housed.
It's definitely weird to think how different this game would have looked if Vortix had that extra gathering speed, right? Like, I think that these military forces would be closer. That Manganique timing may have been more aggressive. Speaking of which, he has now got 2. PuppyPaw is not going to go the kite shield route. Instead, it's going to be
He's getting Sprinkles. Yeah, Sprinkles definitely going to be very important here. This is where a lot of times Byzantines can just downright lose if they don't respect the siege from the Ayubids. PuppyPaw being nice and early here when it comes to Sprinkles is going to need a couple more, though. Means that he is going to have a way of dealing with that. We're also seeing some Camel Riders coming in now.
I think that's just the gold horn tower, though.
Yeah, probably, but you can still use those free units to raid, right? And we do see a couple of Lamidnai also being used right now to disrupt the food income from Vortix.
Oh, game was not complete there, so Vortix is going to get a breakthrough right now. These Manganiques are his life force, his life essence, and unfortunately they're about to lead. Oh, PuppyPaw will get back just in time to protect it. Mango Shot does almost kill it, though.
It's so low.
Wait, pulling villagers to repair might not be advisable.
Oh, no. It's down. Oh, no. And he doesn't have gold. He doesn't have gold. It's about to run out. He doesn't have the gold for another one.
I don't think he has those villagers anymore. Jesus, did Byzantines have healthcare? I don't think so. They may need it here. Manganique holding hostage. Wait, PuppyPaw's building a Mangonel.
And he has an outpost with Mangonel in placement as well.
Okay, that wins. That's Mango Tower.
Yeah, and now the Cattle Riders come in as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
he most definitely does. Limitana have reached in. One Manganique is down. Second one, not really getting the hits he's looking for anymore. PuppyPaw just able to outblob him in the end. Great flex and a pullback there. A man who looked desperate, instead able to get out of the corner he's been pushed into.
Us archers, they're just not doing as much as they need to right now in this situation. The shield wall just proving to be too effective here. And it's kind of weird, right? Because Vortix, yeah, and it's kind of weird that Vortix for the longest time here, even though he aged up first, even though he gets that like +8 villagers in, he was behind in military the entire time.
Yeah, he was missing that eco for quite a while, and it's like it's also deceptive, right? Because the Ibids have a worse gathering rate on the Golden Age than what the Abbasis get. The Byzantines, it's like having Golden Age Plus at this stage of the game, the system's added. I think it's at like level 4 system, if not 5, and that's gonna be it. GG gets called. PuppyPaw will take the dub, and it means that Vortix's situation still now remains a little bit dicey, considering he's got DeMu nibbling at his heels in the standings.
Indeed, but I mean, it's still unlikely, though. I think that Vortix is going to lose this. Yeah.
No offense to poor Recon, but
he's been sick for a while, right? Like he was down with COVID, and yeah, it's unlucky, and it kind of reflects in his tournament showing here so far in this one.
When we say sick, we mean like ill. We're not in it, right? We're not in it brubbing here. He's not allergying it up. He's looking pretty rough. So DeMu, I mean, I hope we're going to see it be tight. I hope we're going to see it be close. You still get like $25 per series win, which, you know, compared to the Lions prize, right? 25K in total may not sound like a lot, but it adds up if you're at least flexing some wins later on. And obviously the placement will give you additional points and additional money in.
This is a set that I've been very, very hyped for all day. I saw it and I was like, oh my god, I really, really want to see this one. And I'm actually getting the pleasure to cast this one now as well. So
it's the Sacra Bluey like series, dude. That's what we call it. That's its name moving forward. MarineLorD versus Louis MT. Now, this is interesting because I think playstyle-wise, the later this game goes, I think the closer it gets, right? Like, Louis is one of the most impressive people we've seen in the late game. So I'm wondering, you know, MarineLorD, does that play away from his philosophy? Because you know how MarineLorD usually describes it, it's like, oh yes, I get like a 1-2-3% odds chance and I build it into elite. Like, he's really focused on this little micro difference that escalates an advantage, right? Whereas Louis right now, I think we've been seeing it in his scrims versus Beasty. I think Beasty even made a comment, like, if there's one player that like actually may have his number in the late game, this kid is the one.
Yeah, I mean, Louis, he's been looking really, really good recently. And let's not forget that MarineLorD, he's recently also been struggling against one particular player, CSO. Who is Louis practicing a lot with? Who is CSO practicing a lot with? It's Louis. They're both teammates. They're both in the same clan. They play a ton of games together. So Louis might have MarineLorD's number in this one.
Yeah, and I should highlight that when CSO and Louis face off, Louis kind of crushed him like an aluminium can, right? You know, obviously, previous tournament aside, but this one, I cast that series. They both had wild out-of-the-box strategies, but Louis were just like ahead very cleanly and very clearly. I think we can have a quick look though at the results for Group B before we hop into this, kind of see like what people are playing for. I believe these two are in, funnily enough, Group A, but we did have some updated results coming through from that other group. So let's take a ganders and see who is flexing on the final day of the group stage. Beasty, of course, tippity top right now, 7-1. We're going to be seeing some of him later today. In fact, he's going to be part of the final series to round out the day, which is going to be Beasty versus Lucifron. Wham, 6-1, still looking very strong. That Lucifron Beasty series could be very important because Wham, he had a very rough start, if you remember. I believe he lost 2-0 against Anatan to start off the group stage, has not dropped a series since.
Yeah, and I also want to say, like, usually or like previously in tournaments, we didn't really get a face to put beside the player. I like how this time around we actually have a mugshot for every single one of these players here. Some faces which you take a look at. Like, for example, I play a lot with Baltune together. Like, every now and then we play games. Avely I met at Red Bull. Baltune, I never had a face to match to the voice that I hear whenever we're in comms. So it's definitely cool to see a lot of these players. Yeah.
Scandinavians.
He's got the jawline.
Yeah, they've got, like, both of them, Killjardy and him, they've got the chiseled look. That's the Scandinavian DNA for you. Like, what I think we used to, Zerton was one of the ones we used to have the night picture for, didn't we? I'm pretty sure Zerton was one of the ones that we didn't get a picture for.
Yeah, the IRL forehead right there.
There we go. How about Group A? I think everyone, like, we had pictures in Group A. Because it is kind of funny to think now that you've heard the voices, like, who could you not match a face to? Like, is the biggest example. I think
Eliona at all. Like, not at all.
I don't think I've ever heard him speak, so I'd be curious. Like, yeah.
I think I remember hearing him with MarineLorD whenever they played twos together. During, I think it was, I'm not quite sure. We had a tournament, like a 2v2 tournament, where I think MarineLorD was teaming up together with Eliona. Yeah, just not at all.
It's always funny when you get, I think, like, there's a comment on one of the EGC videos the other day where someone's like, I never would have put Lidicor's voice with his face. And I was like, what do people think Lidicor look like? I'm kind of curious. Like, I don't know. Like, what we get for this game? Let me know in chat. Who's like the weirdest one for you folks? Like, out of all the people, like, not weird, but like weirdest combo, as in you would not put the face with the voice. You've heard their voice before. You've now seen their faces. Even years ago, before you saw some of the main AoE4 people now, what is the person that you just can't, like, to this day, comprehend that is the face behind the voice?
I just want to say, for the next time, we need to, like, use the same profile picture for Wham and PuppyPaw, not tell anybody that we use the same profile picture for them.
I mean, that's very efficient, right? If you got to get, like, professional mugshots, just get one of them. Oh, dude,
just don't even tell them. I'm not even sure if they could tell.
Could you imagine if, like, one of them hadn't made it to Red Bull Wololo, right? Because obviously you have, like, maybe a day and you'll get your mugshots. Could you imagine if, like, one of them was just like, yeah, can I just use yours for future tournament
I remember
postings,
during Red Bull, like, I was sitting next to them, just watching them scrim next to each other, and I had to, like, glance at the monitors. Okay, this is PuppyPaw, and this one is one.
Oh, did you not just do the sticky note test?
No.
What you do is,
what's the sticky note test?
You're like, yo, what is up, Wham, my boy? And you just, like, you put, like, a pink one on for Wham, and then you put, like, then you're like, oh yeah, PuppyPaw, and you put a green sticky note on his back as well, right? So then, like, for the rest of the day, you're like, there they are. I know who they are. That's how you solve for it, my friend. Anyway, I think we should get ready for this series. It looks like it is about time to kick off for MarineLorD versus Louis. Game number 1, and it's going to be an Delhi matchup to kick us off.
All right, I really like this matchup. It has some very cool and interesting facets to it, because you're getting the Desert Raiders out, so you got an immediate counter against the Ghazi Raiders. But then again, you don't want to have them out for too long, because Delhi, they do like to make their archers. Archers are very good for them, and archers, they do big hurt against the Desert Raiders. I think Ayupit, like, is probably one of the best civilizations in this matchup to go, like, fast castle age and pump out Ghoulems, because really, Ghoulems just shred everything that lacks melee armor. Nothing that Delhi has in the feudal age has melee armor. Now, you could argue Ghazi Raiders, they do bonus damage against armored units. Still, the Ghoulems, they can just absolutely shred in those situations.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Like, Ayabids in this matchup, I think based on the ladder, they were doing really bad, right? Like, I think it's like maybe 40-45% win rate. And I think that's been pretty firm since the expansion. I think it's due to the greed, right? Like when you play them, we can talk about the Desert Raiders being quite nice in the opening, but then the Ghazi get the bonus damage against you. And the thing that the Delhi love is being up against a Civ that won't play the game their way, because it means you get those sacred sites for free, and you get all these options that the Ibids don't have yet.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool how the Delhi are like one of the civilizations that can somewhat force their game plan onto their opponent. There are a lot of civilizations that kind of have to react to what their opponents do sometimes in a lot of different matchups. Delhi is one where in most matchups, they force their opponent to react to their own game plan.
Yeah. And it's like, in theory, Ibids can be nice on the opening there, because like you'd think the Desert Raider forces you to go archers first, but you know, we've highlighted it time and time again. The range tag does exist on the Desert Raiders. Turns out like they're not as strong as you would think there. They do end up getting brutalized. Like 2 Ghazi can actually be a Desert Raider. And the problem with that is like the timings, right? Like when Delhi get their age up, they garrison a Scholar inside with efficiency. They get 2 Ghazi. I think like that is the thing that makes Delhi kind of king when it comes to tempo, is that they are able to be much more efficient about their transitions.
Yeah, it works really, really well for them. Both these civilizations also being able to gather very effectively from the sheep. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
MarineLorD, he's opening up with Growth Wing.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. Okay, after he gave a free pass to Vortix's brutality, is he gonna do it? I feel like that 140 might be stretching it a bit. He might end up eating these berries.
I'll tell you, once I spectated a game from MarineLorD where he got one down to like 10.
My boy.
And he had the presence of mind to pull all the villagers at the correct point in time. Like he really pays attention to those kind of things, which is why I think that MarineLorD, like a lot of players, they kind of don't sweat those details sometimes. Even at the top league, at like the top players, we saw it from Vortix earlier, for example. But it's not just
we
Vortix.
saw quite a few things from Vortix earlier on.
Yeah, but still, in general, there's like a lot of players that don't sweat like those details a lot of time. Granted, the Spanish players, I think, are repeat offenders to that, especially when it comes to like HRE, when they place Archon Chapel and they see to fit, like they challenge themselves time and time again. How many non-farm buildings can I place around my Archon Chapel without castles like literally going insane? But it's still so important to like kind of min-max those kind of things as well. Base building in general, I think, is really important as well. And I think the berries kind of play a part there as well.
Here we go. We're getting tight. Like all we care about now is the berries, right? Like.
Okay, let's just look at the berries.
Yeah.
We just gotta look at the berries. Look at the berries.
He's gonna have to pull the villagers. Pull the villagers. MarineLorD.
I'm telling you, he's gonna do it.
You know, when we say it's much faster for Ibids, it doesn't really look that fast when you just watch it like this. Oh.
He's just playing with us. He's just playing with us at this point in time.
It's actually very important, because the reason why it's important to actually gather those berries down as much as you can, it's more optimal early on, right? You don't have wheelbarrow yet. So if you can make them last the very last second, what is especially important about that is it allows you to start your feudal age tech up about, I'd say, 5 to 10 seconds sooner, which doesn't sound like a lot, but against a tempo civ like the Delhi, it can be the world of difference.
Yeah. And also, yeah, just having more food available to you in so many situations, it just helps you so much. So, like, having those 3 additional berry bushes, that's an additional 150 food. That's almost a sheep worth of food that you're getting there. Fast-gathered food as well.
An opening is going to be straight into the stables and archer range. So, yeah, I think what we're going to see here, you kind of want to go fast castle, but you know you have to do something. What we might be seeing here is what I like to call the discounter bastard build, which is if you were to do this in a regular game when someone expected it, it's always worse, right? Because like there's no way you can argue a bastard is better than Ibids is better than a bastard in fuel, right? But it's the ambush potential in the opening 2 minutes that's really impactful for the Ibids.
Mm-hmm. Also interesting. So it's going to be Horseman and Desert Raider for MarineLorD. So not only is he going to get his own Horseman out, but he's also going to be getting the immediate counter to his opponent's Horseman. Whoa. I really like this a lot. So
wait, but what the duck is Louis doing? He hasn't built a single unit yet.
I think it's probably, yeah, he went for the blacksmith first before he made a production building. So he gets the blacksmith upgrade first in queue. And now it's just going to be production buildings and MarineLorD. I really like this play. I've seen it time and time again recently with the Ayubids. Because of those 3 additional villagers, their tempo in the game, like even though they start making military units, their tempo to then subsequently get a lot of units out, but then still be able to get a really good castle age timing in is absolutely off the charts.
Oh, it's disgusting. Because at the stage of the game where you're getting 3 extra villages, it might not sound like a lot, but when you get it, that's 15% more villages. Which is bonkers to think about.
Think about like this. In theory, you're getting roughly like 100 resources per minute out of those 3 villagers. That's better than a Manticore. That's better than the Nerf Meditation Garden.
Yep. And then on top of that, in this particular matchup, you've also got the Growth Wing adding in an extra 300 food on your safe resources, right? So it means Louis is likely to expire quicker on that resource while having, less villages, right? So you can just flex more into woodlines, you can go into more archers. I'm already seeing quite a few archers coming out. He's read this perfectly. Louis did go for the stable Rax opener. He's slow to get those archers pumping, and that's critical because if they've been mirrored on their timing, then actually that's where the Deli would have an advantage due to that double production.
Yeah. Something else, like going for a longer feudal age with their U-bits just allows them to get that timing with the second golden age, and then once they hit castle age, they'll immediately have that tier 2 golden age to be getting that plus 50% faster research speed in. That just gives them even more tempo then, yeah.
It's such a strong timing, right? Because like we talked about earlier, instead of taking a minute, it takes 40 seconds. And if you think about how many attacks can be made by a Deli army of a size of 40 or 50 in 20 seconds, it's actually quite a lot. So definitely a powerful element. The other thing is like it gets you creeping ever closer to the stage where you can just actually have a big enough economy to flood dervishes while maintaining the army, right? Like it's kind of wild just how powerful the first 10 to 12 minutes of play is for the Ibids, regardless of whether they go Growth Wing or Desert Raider.
Yeah. When you're in a position where you're waiting for upgrades to come in, once you hit castle age, like 20 seconds is a lot. Like 20 seconds can feel like an eternity there.
Dude, I love that he added in Desert Raiders so much. We just never really see that. But when you consider the Ghazi, they're like, I don't want to, it's going to sound weird saying because discount knights are Keshik, but they are kind of a discount knight if you think about it, right? Like they're better than horsemen. You don't just call them horsemen. They are their own unit with more health, more damage. They do cost more. So the effective counter value you're getting out of building into Desert Raiders is naturally higher compared to if this was just horsemen.
I'll say it right now. I wish Ghazi stats were the default for horsemen.
What?
For all civilizations. I truly mean it. I think horsemen and feudal age are just way too clunky and underwhelming in many situations.
I think that's pathing though. Like to me, that unit, you have more flexibility than any other unit type. Between the units,
what
they
do
are
you
now
think
fine.
is more realistic, them fixing pathing or them just adjusting the stats of the unit?
No comment. All right, I've already been salty enough about capture rate for the day. We don't need to go deeper into this. Right now, this fight looks fixed. There'll always be a doom stack for Louis, though. He's losing out.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, Ayubit's winning against Delhi here with, like, the early engagements. That's setting Ayubit's up for, like, a perfect timing for, or transition, rather, into Castle Age. And the Scholar goes down, too. Louis is only on 1 Scholar now.
I legit think you play, like, 3 more minutes of Feudal. I don't think you even rush Castle here, right? Like, you actually have a momentum lead.
You can, but you don't need to, yeah.
I mean, what? We're now 9.5 minutes in, and I don't see any move for a Sacred Site happening. I now see Louis... Guys, don't you dare yell Union, okay? Go back to work. Like, you can't afford these type of weird little idle moments in a game in this state, right? Like with the Growth Wing being what it is, and the fact that you just lost a fight like that. It sounds like a nitpicky difference, but it matters a lot considering like the reason why Delhi are so dominant in competitive is because they've almost perfected their first 20 minutes of gameplay strat, right? Like that is where you see so many people fall flat.
Oh. It looks like MarineLorD did actually want to go for that Castle Age transition now. He wanted to get that outpost up. Gets enough stone for an placement on as well.
Obviously, though.
Yeah, Louis, he's not going to be able to really deny that now with just a couple of Ghazi Raiders. We gotta highlight, like, the Ghazi Raiders, that's like one of their big trade-offs, right? So they lose out on attack speed, but that's why they get like a big chunk of bonus attack damage. Getting minus 20% of that with the Camel on Ease makes a huge difference. Actually puts them like at a disadvantage against normal horsemen there when it comes to DPS throughput.
Yeah, and the problem in this matchup is like if this was a matchup where you were kind of kiting more, actually the Ghazi lower attack speed doesn't matter, right? Because like look at the chase here. You wallop, you chase, you're gonna wallop again. The attack speed doesn't matter. But whenever you're gonna get to a station fight where you both just turn and burn, these camels have very quick attack speed, and all of a sudden that attack difference actually does kick you in the teeth.
Yeah.
This is... I wonder if MarineLorD could have actually, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I still think he's ahead by going Castle Age here, but I don't think there was necessarily any harm by playing like
he's
an
going
extra 2
advancement.
minutes. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. So he feels threatened. So if you get MarineLorD's head right now, like he's seeing the Ghazi numbers go up, he knows he can't scale Desert Rays right now as a counter. He needs Camel Lancers. And also, remember that the food stack at home is depleting fast. So if he doesn't thread the needle here, he'll complete a tech up and have no food.
Oh, man, the Camel on the east, the Ghazi Rays, they just don't do nearly as much damage as they used to.
Still no undermesh either.
Like, yeah, this is not a fight that Louis can take. Yeah, no undermesh, you're right.
He prioritized Steeled Arrow first, which was really surprising. It made sense before the first fight, but then by the second fight, like you can see how it hurt him towards the tail end of the main engagement, and now in that one as well. It means that MarineLorD literally has like no front line if you think about it, but he's getting away with it due to that combo of Camel on ease and how quickly just this small thin line of Ghazi do flop. So
and MarineLorD, he's spamming houses, like he's spamming buildings. He's gonna be aging up with Golden Age Tier 2.
Oh, wow. Okay, for a second, I was like, wait, did he go Growth Wing? No, he's already done that. Okay, so yeah, no, he's just doing it for the Golden Age, so he's going to have that quick unlock. Also, another big deal here is Steeled Arrow level 2, right? I think with the amount of gold he's got, you're going to see him rush both the Archer upgrade as well as the range damage increase.
Yeah. No doubt about that. Up to 30 Archers now, and Louis, he's trying to go for some walls. It feels really bad. Now, this is a second Sacred Site, but Louis, he's been... the second Sacred Site that Louis is getting at this point in time, like 12 minutes into the game.
You know, I think you're accurate there, by the way. Like, you know, we call them Sacred Sites, but let's be honest, we all think the Deli of the Devil in this game. So we'll see if he can spawn his Satan soon. The problem is, by the time he's moving for the third Sacred Site, he's not going to be able to wall in this area. Sultan's Mamelukes plus archery range upgrades are going to be in. So this is a very difficult fight, and this is what I don't like to see, is like Louis is now looking to tech up with 2 Scholars. You're not going to have this army upgraded in time.
Definitely not. It's very cool, though, that he's going for, like, these aggressive walls, because MarineLorD, he could have just, like, no issue, like, postured around a little bit, like,
he could have
closer to Louis' base.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
he might still be able to... Okay, it looks like it's going to go up just in time here, so that's critical. He's going to keep him away.
He's not sacrificing all the archers. He's running.
I mean, you can burn this down. Like, he's not even going to complete the wall to the north side, so tech up is at least going to complete, sure, but you haven't actually contained your opponent. There is going to be a Ghazi raid on the back side of this, but a trickle of troops can easily shut that down.
Yeah. Outpost there with placement as well. And now MarineLorD, he's going to be free to rush through, but I mean, this army, all in all, it's not that scary yet for Louis once he reaches age up. He's got enough resource in the bank to get like 2, 3, maybe even 4 knights out immediately with efficient production. Yeah, but the Camel Lancers, they're only really good for the Camel armies. Other than that, I don't think they actually provide
that's what I mean, though, right? Like, the unease with this many archers is what scares me. I kind of want to say Siege Workshop.
The main issue is the +2 Pierce armor, right? Like, that's completely lacking with Sultans, not Sultans, but like the Mameluke buff as well. Those archers are going to do a lot of damage. Yeah.
Ghazi are at least lining up food, so that's pretty nice. I think he's found good value out of this. Like, the scary thing for me, I always feel like when you're in a game, if you don't have like 60 eco, but you've gone Compounded Defender, it kind of feels like a dead landmark, right? Like, you never really see people go onto stone until they've got well over 60 villages, because otherwise you just don't have an ability to build an army as well.
Yeah, I mean, Louis here has a lot of golden banks, so I wouldn't mind him just pulling some of his gold villagers onto stone. The issue is that the stone is forward on his side, and now a fight is getting forced at a point in time where Louis just doesn't have what it takes in order to hold this. The archers can just step back and...
He has what, one Lancer? One Lancer could just insta-die. Like, look how quickly he melts here. Camel Lancer's now in, and I think that looks like that might be a GG state. Louis, 5 villagers behind. Military is easily going to get shored up. And Relics are at least being dragged back by both players, but the problem is you now have nothing to defend your base with.
The distraction wall low comes in, but the archers of his, they've been also focusing on the Camel Lancer, and his Lancer just gets taken down so quickly. Rest of the army is getting cleaned up as well, and now it's 8 military compared to 50. And Louis just doesn't have anything left in the tank in order to fight this. He's now, MarineLorD, he's on the production buildings. Anything that comes out now is just going to instantly get sniped.
Yeah, and he's starting to realize where his opponent is on the pocket ecos, so he'll be sending the additional Lancers over there. He's got a little bit of food gap right now, but the Archers, basically this amount, you can snipe anything that comes out, especially with the Sultan's Mamelukes effect. Just giving that sweet 25% increased damage. GG. There it is. Game 1. MarineLorD, a methodical execution to overcome the Iobid threat.
Yeah, Delhi just not quite there where it needed to be. It was really awkward already for Louis after that first engagement. Like losing that early on as a Delhi, even though you do have that efficient production, it just feels really bad. And MarineLorD, he didn't even go for the reinforcement wing there.
Yeah. Wait, did I see it? Overcome the Iobid threat? Overcome the Delhi threat, my brain. So the thing that I'm thinking back to that was quite interesting, I think the pivot point in this game was when MarineLorD chose to go for active desert rated production. Because I'm pretty sure what we saw there, like if I'm not mistaken, the scout did see that it was a growth wing, right? And like if you see a growth wing and you're Louis, you're like, okay, well this is great. Like I'm not up against camels at all. I'm very unlocked. Then to arrive in that first fight, like the value of that type of ambush element, you highlighted it. The Ghazi have much higher base damage, and ergo, because they cost more, you have less than compared to horsemen. So it kind of just hits you harder, makes it harder to overflow, and it makes it harder to overwhelm the front line. So great read there by MarineLorD, and I agree from that stage on, essentially just in the driving seat. I mean, you can see the effect as these graphs just ramped up. A pretty strong beginning, and a pretty important one. We highlight this already, like with what had happened in the previous series. Louis, in an awkward situation where he can't actually get top spot in the groups. But now it kind of gets more awkward still because PuppyPaw has got one additional win in series, right? If Louis loses this one, he's going to go from second at the start of the day, which is a top 6 placement, to having to fight it out from day 1 of the playoffs.
I want to highlight the matchup that we've got going on here now. It's going to be the Byzantines for MarineLorD versus Louis Chinese. And I'm just going to quote MarineLorD from literally 15 minutes ago. What do you mean I am the Byzantine goat?
I'm thinking more about this matchup, and I'm just like, not only is MarineLorD looking very clean, I actually do think that China gets quite hard countered by Byzantines. Like, the more and more we've been seeing it. We've been seeing a lot on Coastal Cliffs, right? And I think, like, on Coastal Cliffs, like, I always just call Coastal Cliffs a mini Dry Arabia. Some matchups change between Dry Arabia and Coastal Cliffs, like, for example, French Delhi. But I think this type of matchup, where you're really slow with your army and the way you move, fundamentally
I think it still changes
not as
because
much
of the
though,
stone.
right?
I think it mainly changes because of the stone, right? On Coastal Cliffs, you don't have the
true.
stone access for the second TC. Here, the Chinese can go for that second TC and just scale the economy much, much better.
You can still pin them in though, right? Like I'm thinking, like describe them earlier as a discount English. It's that same effect, but like obviously with the Byzantines, because of the way you were able to gather in a stone, there aren't many civs that would look and say, I will also build a second TC and feel good about it. But I feel like Byzantines is up there, right? Between the system buff effect and also the olive oil they gather alongside it all.
Yeah. I'm going to take a gamble here, though, and I'm going to go all in on Louis, mainly because Louis literally just came out of a set where he lost this matchup on Coastal Cliffs.
You say you're coming in all in. I'm watching the channel points right now. I feel like you should have more than 80,000 points. So money where mouth is, my friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna. In my defense, I also went all in on Vortix playing Delhi versus MarineLorD the other day, and
are you a little bit broke right now? Do you need a loan?
I'm just gonna say he shouldn't have lost that one. He lost like 12 villagers to invisible horsemen there. That was not on me. That was not on me.
All right, you know what would give you more points to be able to actually bet is if you're a sub to the channel. So remember to do that, folks. If you want to actually be able to gamble the big points, you need to make sure you subscribe because you do get, I think it's double points or triple points in some cases compared to non-subscribed. What can I say? We're paid to win with the points that literally do nothing, but subscribe. Move in. Let's go. Game number 2. Byzantines in the hands of MarineLorD. Louis whipping out the Chinese. This matchup we've been seeing a lot of, and so far Byzantines have been looking dominant. But Crackety, I don't know if it's hopium for your Chinese, but you seem to believe in the power of Louis here.
I do. At the same time, Louis, once again, opening up with his non-starter Imperial Fisher build. So he's going to go the same route there again. One thing that I don't like, though, from him is look at his berry position. Even with the berries in the back, he still chose to put the mill next to the TC.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, it's very weird. It's almost just like it's instinctual, right? Because, like, there are some situations where it made sense to us.
It's not even right next to TC, so if it was out of fear of longbows, then Longbows could
closer,
still snipe
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Like, because you could drop the Imperial Academy right next to the TC there and buff the gold, wood, and the berries, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you could get everything in range, just about.
Oh no, he can't. There's an additional tile between the mill
Oh,
and
okay.
TC, so he can't actually
What
get
if you
all in
drop the
range.
mill on the northeast side of the first berries, right? So, like, a little bit looser. Maybe?
No. Should
Okay.
still not work. Because he can't fit the Imperial Academy between the woodline and TC. There's only 3
Oh,
tiles
gotcha. Yeah,
there
yeah, yeah.
of distance between, so...
Okay, so we might still see what Imperial Academy now north side, though, because that's going to be on the stone, wood, and gold, and then he'll have that mill in range. So for that type of optimization, you can understand why he does this. MarineLorD on the other side, looking at his spawn, 2 berry patches quite close together, west side of his base is quite nice, considering that typically in this matchup, outside of a Barbican rush, it's the Byzantines that sent the pace in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, you get the early limit layout, you can do a lot of damage with those. Now, China, they don't get those early palace guards like the Zhuji gets, so you don't really, like, even want to play that aggressive early on as a Chinese. Your, like, main, really push unit, the Zhugedu, is locked behind Song Dynasty as well. I don't want to see Louis going for Horsemen early on here again. Once again, I stand by my point. I think Horsemen are probably worst unit in the game right now. In Feudal Age.
You're really going
I don't want to see him.
Are we going to war on this? I like Horsemen for the raid potential. Like, if you're against pocketed eco civs, I think it'd be good. But, like, these civs, yes. In this matchup, I don't see great value in Horsemen. Maybe as a support element, but definitely not as the backbone.
Yeah, I could see Horsemen here just to be able to, like, if MarineLorD goes on to additional berries after the first one, then I could see Horsemen be a play here. But more often than not recently, have I actually been seeing Byzantines just completely forgo any external food sources and just immediately going for that olive grove transition next to the Grand Winery. Just because the extra additional olive oil that you're getting out, it's such a nice transition. And the farms also cost a lot less. So instead of 75, you're only paying 60 resource for every single farm. And not just that, but you're also getting stone back.
Which is interesting, right? Because compared to, say, the English that usually does those farms, English pays 37, you pay the 60, but the difference that makes it worthwhile is obviously you have the system to get a similar gathering buff, and you don't necessarily have to add in mills like the English do, so that makes more savings there. And on top of that, you're getting 20%, actually, like, it's more like 30% with those olive groves in range of the Grand Winery, right? As an additional resource. So, like, that's what makes it more justifiable despite the increased cost compared to the English.
All right, MarineLorD. Yeah, 4 villagers on stone. Isn't going to be the fastest second TC, but it should still be coming in at a pretty decent timing here. I'm going to guess like 4 minutes 50, maybe.
Yeah, there's a much cleaner time. I think it was DeMu who discovered the build, right? The one where you can basically have your TC being built at 5 minutes, like in and complete. Where you use all the straggler trees, you go on the stone straight away, and then you tech up like that. I feel like it's changed since the system like buffs, right? Where system getting level 2 feels a little bit more desirable for that TC. But this like is only a level 1 system, so kind of intriguing the way he approached this. Wheelbarrow also has been researched at a point where it will not be complete before you have to make this move.
Fastest I've ever gotten it was like 430, 431.
Yeah, you can be very aggressive. Like, I'm wondering if he was worried about maybe some sort of cheesy Barbican play, right? Like, that always has to be in your mind when you're against the Chinese. Not so cheesy here, didn't you guys? Lame. Could you imagine not rushing your opponent's base with a Barbican Crackety?
Ever, but at the same time, like, I'm looking at Louis. He wanted to put down a mining camp on his stone, then suddenly went against it, so he's not dropping it immediately. Maybe he just... Oh, he was selecting the... Never mind, he was just selecting the wood from it.
Okay, yeah. And then I think the timing as well and getting the additional taxman doesn't add up, right? Because he's now short 1 Imperial official for the stone. So maybe just like he had good enough for the wood, but not for the second as well. TC is going to be used to secure additional berries. Not really anything else that would have been more desirable. I think this makes a lot of sense, right? It also kind of connects you to the other side of the map. So you can kind of lock in.
He's also getting wheelbarrow in. Yeah. Also getting wheelbarrow, so that does kind of excuse the timing difference from the usual 2TC build. And now his stone. Yeah, Louis also getting his second TC. I'm wondering right now what the timing's going to be. The main issue that I have with this kind of Chinese build that we see now from Louis, where he's getting the Imperial officials out a bit later is that usually you can be Song Dynasty with Chinese by like 5 minutes 10. This was like 5 minutes 50. I'm not sure if it's worth it then to like build that first Imperial official like later through the Imperial Academy. It's very difficult. I'm not sure anybody has really gotten into the nitty-gritty there yet.
I feel like my initial instinct from what we've seen of it is it makes more sense, say, for like a fast castle build or an aggro build. I think the greed build, getting that IO early, seems to feel a little bit better, a little bit more value. Because the timing's on the TC, right? The song unlock. But
yeah, you're also getting a lot more value of those first initial sheep.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy, actually. Like, there must be some thought process Louis come up with. I think maybe it's the idea of having that flexibility to do that, those different builds we just highlighted. Whereas, like, I feel like when you're going for the IO opening, you always feel bad if you... Are you kidding me, dude?
He's blocking the TC spot.
There we go. No. That is a win right there.
Just cancel. Build on the other side. Like,
no, okay, wait.
You can't even get it with the mill in order to like supervise. It's still bad.
Well, I mean, you could come and drop a mill afterwards, right? After the first 2 deers, but I was thinking it can still be decent, because like that's always the downside when you do a TC like this. I think it's why DeMu might be the clearest example of this. He always goes condensed TCs, right? And I always say it's like bad for initial gains, because you drain the initial gains quicker, but it's definitely better for the Imperial Official optimization.
Yeah, like having the your tax drop-off points spread out more.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Now I'm not as unhappy about it anymore. Yeah,
and the outpost is clearly, he's like, don't you dare come in and push these dead deer away. Wait a second. It's for the Lombos on the way.
I mean, the Lombos are still, Lombos are disgusting, right? The range, they can still do their thing. But we're also seeing horsemen come. I don't like this. I don't like horsemen here from the Chinese in this situation. Like, you want to use the food for something else here at this point in time. Horsemen are so food heavy.
You could be building more TCs and more villages, Louis.
Like 1 or 2, maybe, just to like harass MarineLorD on the golds a little bit.
You can cut reinforcements.
But you're never...
Right?
Cut off reinforcements is also difficult because the longbows always come in groups of 5.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's like they have higher base damage compared to standard archers, so it's not a tickling, it's actually a kicking. So like maybe if he goes up to 4 horsemen, that then makes sense. Because then MarineLorD can't just send across the groups of 5. They will die. But yeah, it's like, it's such a gambly role here. There's no way you're doing this to try and attack your opponent, right? You just scout their base and you see how kind of congested they are. I'm sure there's a small gap between the 2 TCs, but the opportunities are pretty small.
Horseman. Look at how much damage he does.
Woo! So good. I've almost killed a village. Okay. But next time...
there's going to be a limit.
Next time, he's going to send out a full HP villager, and we'll do this again. This is like, you know, watching Horsemen do that, it's like the villain that's superpower is to give you degenerative, like, bone disease. And he's like, in 50 years, your legs will just break. It's like,
sure, yes. This won't step you now. Yeah.
but later.
Oh, man. Those guys are actually the hidden geniuses, man. Down the line, they're going to be winning.
Could you imagine? It's like, I am stomach acid man. Oh no, you spray acid on us that melts us? No! Your gastric system will devolve at a rate 50% quicker than most people. Okay? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is
acid reflex. We're getting a Castle Age timing now in. Poor Louis.
Which is appropriate because now he's going to vomit out Palace Guard. There you go.
Yeah. Palace Guards definitely makes a lot of sense. The issue with Palace Guards, though, they do less... They have less pierce armor. And especially against the Longbowmen, which do get +1 damage in there. It's not a unit with which you can like use the timing to immediately overwhelm. He's also getting in some lances as well, which is nice. I like that play. This is what I think Ayubit should do more often, like combining the barracks heavily armored units and the stable heavily armored units.
It gives you the flexi, right? Because like similar to the Horseman logic is like, but it's easier with Lancers, is now you have a unit that can raid, and when you come to the main fight, it's a very good meat shield as well. It seems weird to do against Limitane, but like, let's be totally real. MarineLorD doesn't want to have to Benny Hills. He wants to try and attack, because the longer you sit back, the bigger that Song Dynasty eco lead gets.
Oh, wall of attempt now coming in for MarineLorD, only with a single villager though. And MarineLorD, he is getting up a significant amount of units here. Might actually be getting close to the amount that he needs in order to start harassing that TC.
Has got undermesh on the way, so he's looking at that dive point. Yep, there you go. But he gave them stomach acid. That's all that's important. All right, Golden Horn Tower now on the way.
Outpost with emplacement. Villagers starting to hop inside. Palace Guards out there to defend. There is +1 damage. Pierce damage out for the both MarineLorD.
Yeah, he's got +2 though, so he's made these normie archers, and these are pretty chunky Palace Guards. So Outpost might go down, but the villagers should be quick to shift away. And these Limitane, they might have range reduction, but they don't get anything against this much melee damage.
Yeah, and the Palace Guards doing a great job here against them now. Knights also out there to catch up some of the reinforcements. 2 Lombos did go down in that batch of 5. Knight needs to be careful though. The Lancer is likely going to lose his life there. Yep.
Yeah, so that was meant to be the equivalent of, like, you know, striking someone with lightning as a villain power, but that was actually more comparative to giving them stomach acid reflex and diarrhea. The Lancer charges are meant to be finding the backside, so I'm wondering if, like, Louis got distracted there, because chasing down the archers does sound nice, right? But when you look at the way that MarineLorD spread his eco, you can do a lot more damage to this Lancer just running around the base.
Thinking about those minor inconveniences that you can curse your opponent with, what about the permanent wet sleeves whenever you wash your hands?
Is that now a superpower? What unit does that? Is that someone attacking villages with scouts?
Oh, I think those are Clock Tower SOPs versus Noble Springles. It just feels so bad.
I'm not going to get you to talk about Nesta Bees within there. We might in this game, actually, now that I think about it. Low. Okay, we've got the discount Wall of China coming in. Louis does love his walls. I see him do it a lot in these type of games. And funnily enough, MarineLorD, because he's dancing on his own base, he's not going to be there to stop him.
Yeah. Louis so far managed to pick off... Wait, did he manage to kill a villager? He hasn't managed to kill a villager yet.
No,
somehow... It was Horseman, right? So it's
But in
expected.
20 years, they're going to die, Crackety, all right?
In 20 years, the wet sleeves are going to catch up with them.
You know when, like, sometimes you're casting and you, like, watch someone raid with horsemen and they almost kill, like, 10 villagers, and then you justify it yourself. You're like, but eventually he'll get those guys, right? Like, they've been given a warning down the line. We all know what we're really saying as casters. They're never going to die. We just didn't want to spit on the horsemen.
The Lombos now with the veterancy and the +2 pierce damage. They do a lot of damage against these Palace Guards. Like, the Palace Guards say, this is really, like, the one unit where it just feels unfortunate to be Chinese up against, like, making those Palace Guards and just like, these are my men-at-arms. They got Pierce Arbor. And the opponent's just like, yeah, we got Lombomen. Pew, pew.
And then on top of that, it's like, well, now I'm impervious to arrows. Wait, what's that guy with the giant longsword doing, right? Because that's what we get to eventually in this build. We've seen that that's kind of the GG point for most Chinese players, is that they cannot rely on Palace Guard when the Germans come in.
Yeah, and now MarineLorD behind all of this. Also, he is starting to get the relics in with the bonus olive oil that he'll be getting. He's on the Golden Horn Tower as well. It's actually a little bit interesting to me. I'm not sure if Louis had some idle time in his villager production, but only being with the villagers that he lost like 15 villagers ahead on 2 TC with Song Dynasty, it feels like it's not as much as it should be.
No, did he build 4 taxmen as well? I just hope so. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Like,
yeah,
that might be a deceptive thing. Because obviously they count as eco units now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he does. Yeah. Definitely feels like he's missed something here.
3 more villagers that go down there as well. Lomberman, they're doing such a great job here against these Palace Guards. We're now also seeing some Nest of Bees coming out. First Nest of Bee is there. Louis doing a good job of just distracting like a bunch of the army here from MarineLorD as well, keeping them back in his base. But even then, with all the map control, okay, he is starting to get in the 2nd relic now. He needs a 3rd relic. Like, if he gets 3 relics in, that's when, like, China doesn't feel that bad at outpost spam coming out here. He's denying the resources there.
Yeah, and he can't turn around to attack this now because the Palace Guard are here.
He's rushing it for Ecritoid. He gets Ecritoid. Oh, but it's bad. The Ecritoid, you don't get the torches anymore. Okay, he's still dead.
I like how it just doesn't matter. Imagine just walking up to a building made of firm wood with a spear, and somehow, I mean, these guys, dude, they must work farms day and night. They got biceps on them. They got biceps on their biceps to break down Shadow that quickly. More outposts are on the way from Louis. Can we check the deer stack south, or rather east of Louis'
Oh, look
base?
at that.
Yeah! So, like, you know what? That makes sense. China, we always talk about how they get 20% more resources from nowhere. Clearly, they skimped on the foundations of that building.
Oh, and it was just reinforced as
Wait,
well.
what?
Oh.
What are those spears made of?
It's the Bronze Age for the Byzantines, man.
I think King Leonidas is about to turn up on this field. Good God. So,
I mean, Louis, I'm not sure what's going on right now. He's not investing as much into military as you would think. It's only 12 palace guards at this point in time out in the field. He did invest a lot into these outposts out on the map, which is going to be great for him down the line. Oh, also this outpost here with the Springald placement. That's really nice. Like getting this passive extended map control with these outposts. I think that's a great play. I've seen this from certain time and time again where he just builds outposts all over the place, gets them reinforced with the Springald emplacement. It's going to be really, really hard for MarineLorD to like go out without siege.
It's also early warnings, right, against these raids on the flanks because he's playing out there. Like, it's interesting when you look at those deer stacks outside of the wall. Like, what's happening down there on the deer outside the wall is kind of the equivalent of like when you're at the zoo watching some of the animals and then you're like, you drop your burger inside the tiger den, right? Like, there is a risk with what he's doing being out forward of the tree line like that. But because he has that early warning with Springald Outpost, MarineLorD isn't going to go there now, right? Like, if you look at his army, 2/3 of it is ranged. He's not going to try to play through that.
Landsknecht are now coming in as well. Farm transition is on his way for Louis. Doesn't look that great yet.
Oh, God.
He does have 3 nests of bees, but this economy right here, it's not defended yet for Louis at all. Like,
No.
it's going to get found out. He's going to have to retreat from there. And
Actually, you put a keep, right?
oh, yeah.
Usually, he's like, no, not the villagers again. They're just there sharpening their spears. They're like, oh, another stone building. And God, the Landsknecht are now in. Well,
He's going to get rushed up next to it.
that's true, but I don't think this is going to stop them from just walking by.
Yeah, I mean, with that many... It's so crazy, right? It's 70 compared to 23 military units out on the field right now. Louis, behind all of that, he's massing mass nests of bees, and he hasn't shown them off at all yet. He's 4 nests of bees. He hasn't used them anywhere. So MarineLorD doesn't know about them. If it comes to, like, a big engagement without MarineLorD investing into any Springalds beforehand, he could catch him off guard. A couple of villagers are going to go down. Palace Guards finally find some damage. Textiles looks like it has come in at some point in time. These villagers feeling quite chunky there.
Yeah, no Akrito this time. Just use the crossbow to clear this up. Interesting detail here is like MarineLorD has, you can see how he now feels about the game, right? Like he played most of this game without walls. Only now does he feel threatened. So you can tell that this game isn't over, right? Despite the military lead being what it is. MarineLorD realizes that the Chinese could have the farm transition complete. They can still spam Palace Guards. So what he needs is all these walls going up before he commits down the center with everything.
Yeah. But now there's also Siege Workshop coming in, so these Springalds might come in sooner rather than later. I think at this point in time, there's probably only one real win condition here for Louis. It's definitely not going to be in the mid-game. It's going to have to be in the late game once you get like the bonus range on your Chinese hand cannoneers unlocked, you get the siege advantage with your clock tower, you get some Springalds out, and before that, I can't really see Louis winning any fights.
So that's interesting, because I think like that is true for if you have the military advantage. But I feel like if you're building hand cannoneers against Lombos, like, I'm pretty sure this matchup, every day of the week, you just go Foreign Engineering Company, right? And Lombos with volley destroys hand cannoneers. What?
Yeah, the attack speed is kind of crazy, but oh man, these...
You could just leave the range.
Oh my god, they're also weak now. They're also weak, and a couple of crossbows are going to be enough here. Keep gets rushed up. Man, Louis, he's so defended on all the sides now with those keeps, and MarineLorD still doesn't have any siege in order to get rid of them.
It's like 2 choices. I can either build siege workshops and send them across the field, or I do have a ram, and then you look at the cost of it and say, nope, we're just going to build we'll build the roof siege.
Maybe not. Yeah, imagine like you want to get like 5 rams out, other civilizations. Yeah, sure, that's 1,000 wood, no worries. Byzantines, 1,500 resources, 500 of that being gold.
Not exactly
No
a bargain.
bueno.
Also, for like, how much less health is that? I think it's like, is it 20% less health, I think?
Not just that, also less armor. Like a Springald emplacement takes it down.
I'm sorry, like, What? Why do they? I'm still confused why they cost 100 gold more to this day.
It's fire, man, and the damage
Fire
is
does
also
look
so
cool, man.
inconsistent. The damage is also so inconsistent. Like the damage on the ground barely even tickles. Damage of like directly standing inside the flamethrower, that's the one that exterminates units.
This is like when people realize that flamethrowers sound really powerful more, but if you look them up, you realize the real ones, you hold them for like 5 seconds and the canister's empty, right? Kind of feels like that with Kyrosife's like, wow, this looks really powerful. Oh. But instead of it burning out straight away, it just doesn't do anything. And it is going to be that foreign engineering company. So this is now a really big problem for the Chinese. All their units are kind of countered now, right? Because you have Volley to deal with those hand cannons you talked about, and you have Landsneck to deal with pretty much anything else the Chinese are going to build.
Yeah, like the really big issue here at the end of it all is the transition is where MarineLorD reaches Imperial Age with 100 units out on the field. Louis reaches Imperial Age with 20 units out on the field. Granted, he's getting another 20 population worth of Nest of Bees out there. It feels rough. I mean, so it's kind of crazy that MarineLorD hasn't actually managed so far to like get any decisive wins in or like fights in with this very large army. And that's mainly credited due to Louis' placement of keep so far on the map and the outposts that he plays, because MarineLorD just wasn't as free to be able to like go out on the map and just walk over because of those outposts there.
And it's important to remind people like MarineLorD is that type of player. He's like, okay, yeah, you know what? If I get a small advantage in the other game, I can turn it into a win in the late game. You can almost just picture him if he had a moustache twirling it as he said this, right? But
look at the olive oil that MarineLorD has in the bank.
Yep, we're ready for Nest of Bees on Nest of Bees, right?
Yeah, I mean that's enough for 5 Nest of Bees. Granted, they're not going to be Clock Tower though.
Probably should be raw cannons for being totally real, right? Like, it would be hilarious if you just tried to outmass him now. So Imperial Pass on the way, Battle Hardened coming in. There is a small issue here for MarineLorD. Walls. He seems to be allergic to the idea of them. He has 800 stone in reserve. Like, stone walls would actually make this very easy. Yeah. I mean, leaving crossbows here as well, like, it's not clean, right? Battle Hardened plus the army tactics makes it very efficient at actually just... Oh, there we go! Boom! We've got the answer to the castle's tracking.
Huh. Yeah. No. Oh, but this could actually be a really big difficulty now for MarineLorD, because, like, against China, I typically say, okay, you really want to be stonewalled by like late castle age against them, because now we're in that position where Louis is close to getting 3,000 food per minute. He's getting like the fastest infantry unit in the game with Yuan Dynasty Palace Guards, and there aren't any stone walls blocking his units out. And the Nest of Bees. Goodbye, Landsknecht.
Dude, this is like, you've got your clear target in mind, right? Nest of Bees, we kill them, we win. And then it's just like this Palace Guards there. It's like, your mama. It's like, don't finish that joke, right? Like, I can't believe he literally had free reign to run into the Nest of Bees. He ends up just getting aggroed onto the Palace Guard.
Oh, no.
Wait, this is backstabbing the main army as well.
I think MarineLorD gave a little bit too much time over to Louis, because
the villagers,
now in the late game,
the villagers not cold. They're gonna get hit up.
Ooh.
Nice Nest of Bees.
Goodbye, Nest of Bees. Yeah, this is going to be rough now. I mean, MarineLorD, he still has a very large army out on the field, but these Lumbermen, they're not going to be able to really achieve a lot now against the mainest of the army. And sure, the Palace Guards don't have as much army as other units at this point in time in the Imperial Age, but they do get an additional plus 30 health with the unique upgrade, to the point where not only are they incredibly quick, but they're also very tanky.
I mean, the Nest of Bees aren't even fighting back right now. I found the one way that MarineLorD can beat them. They just have to be AFK. The moment they turn around, I just don't see anything approaching this. Even the Sprue will suck, right? Because the extra health, it takes so long to kill him. And that's going to be it. GG! We are going to get a game free. MarineLorD made that critical error of challenging Louis to a late game.
Yeah, and I mean, this just goes down to MarineLorD realizing, like, I can understand that a lot in chat right now are like, wait, why did he give up? Isn't that a little bit too early? It was checkmate. At that point in time, it was just, I know this matchup. I can't, like, I give you my perspective on it. This was checkmate the second that Louis reached Imperial Age, MarineLorD reached Imperial Age. all the upgrades came in, Yuan Dynasty was achieved, and there weren't any Stonewalls on MarineLorD's side because he just does not have the mobility in order to be able to defend his side from that point on. The Nest of Bees, they also decimated the army from MarineLorD on multiple stages. Gold access was very, very sparse for him. A lot of map control has been gained by Louis just by having outposts everywhere on the map. MarineLorD just acknowledged that and was like, okay, yeah, this is checkmate. There is no way for him to win it in a late game situation.
Yeah, I feel like that game was over the moment that we saw In Breached and Stonewalls weren't going up. Like, it almost feels like, you know, is that too nitpicky? No, you highlighted it. Like, when you're against Palace Guard, that is do or die. And it's crazy because you're playing a Civ that has basically built so much extra stone because they're building anything in the game, right? Like, you can actually afford those walls. But I think this is the kind of awkward phase where his own strategies get used against him. Like we mentioned this idea, like small percentage advantage leads to big advantage later on, right? Like what MarineLorD is doing when he says that is he's playing on the idea that anything compounds and snowballs. Similar to the idea if you kill a villager at 4 minutes, it's more impactful than when you kill a villager at 20 minutes. But I think that's the biggest mistake you can make. Louis is incredibly fierce in the late game. Like it's one of his strongest areas. And I'm really hoping that MarineLorD doesn't let him get there in this because the final match of the series is going to be Frisian Marshes, Mongols versus Jeanne d'Arc. Louis, stand by what I said before, possibly the best Jeanne d'Arc player we have right now. If he gets to the late game, especially in a matchup like this, everything will start to fall apart for the Mongols.
That's true. But I think MarineLorD, especially when it comes to like macro, he knows his win conditions like no other when it comes to like, okay, this is like just the game sense itself. I think MarineLorD probably has like by far the best game sense out of like all the top 5 players right now. I would say MarineLorD's game sense is probably like a 10 out of 10 on the scale. He knows his win conditions. He knows his opponent's win conditions. And I think that is probably one of the most important things to have in this matchup here. Maybe even more important than macro downright, like knowing your win condition here. I think, and playing around that is probably the most important thing in this matchup.
It's all about tempo. Whenever you play the Mongols, you can't afford to be on the defensive, but this is the type of Civ that can stick you there quite often. Let's see who's going to be sticking who in the corner as we hop into the deciding game. MarineLorD versus Louis MT to decide this. An important series, remember. MarineLorD, this will be an ironclad lock, more or less a statement, right? It doesn't feel like he can actually be pushed off that top spot, but this would him be saying, I can't be beaten at all. For Louis, this is his chance to still try and re-secure that second place finish in the groups, but nothing less than a win here will do.
Yeah, MarineLorD with the Mongols here up against Jeanne d'Arc now. This is a little bit of a meme strategy, of course. Like Jeanne has the opportunity of going also trade when Mongols go for trade with the Silver Tree. They do get that Chamber of Commerce. Usually we don't really see that though, for good reason. Just one of it is you immediately have a barracks out, not a barracks, a stable out, where you can make units from. And also the Mongols, they do have that thing where they do kind of go for like Dark Age tower rushes early on. And from that position out, like going up to Feudal Age, and then you don't even have a single production building out, can feel a little bit discouraging in that situation.
And I'm looking at the gold spawns. It's one of those things where the outpost rush could end the game type feelings, right? Like you got double gold on one location. This happens, like I want to say 80-85% of the time, so it's not really RNG Gamba. The bigger RNG Gamba is kind of when you're up against Mongols, praying that you get a gold retracted behind your TC. This is just not going to be one of those games, though. So we'll have to consider either going into an outpost or going in maybe some spearmen, or just accepting you're not going to have knights early on. But that's dangerous on this map, right? Due to the fact that the Mongols will trade.
Mongols, I mean, Frisian Marsh is one of those maps where there are a lot of sheep to be gathered, and MarineLorD looks like he got the majority of the sheep overall. There were a lot of sheep actually, never mind. There's okay, but Louis, he's about to find 4 additional sheep there right in front of his base. So should be relatively even when it comes to the sheep that both players have found. And now we see MarineLorD sends a villager, a couple of spearmen out and about, and that is going to be that early tower rush. We look at the amount of like space that MarineLorD has scouted so far, and he doesn't actually know where the gold is. He's going to be delighted to find the gold from his opponent literally right in front of his base.
Oh, yes. And the interesting part is actually like this opening on the scout sheep hall is actually 50-50. Usually you'd favor Mongols, right? The interesting thing that Jeanne d'Arc and French get is they see the neutral trade pubs. So like sheep hall should be more or less comparative. And that's why MarineLorD didn't try to dart across. He didn't try to secure the sheep near the base early on. He didn't try to reveal exactly where the goal was going to be because he understood that Jean is not going to contest him at this phase. School of Cavalry is on the way, has got enough gold for that. But we can see Louis basically hasn't got enough gold for anything else.
Has enough gold potentially for Hard Spearman, and I think it's going to have to be like a mass kind of play, mass infantry kind of play early on in order to be able to get past that outpost if he wants gold, because gold is just so important for Jean. You can't go for the other play that Louis done before, just massing units, going over to the side of his opponent immediately, and just applying pressure over there. Then once you've done that, you go back and you destroy the outpost with a big ball of units.
One thing that I do quite like about Jean compared to French is if your comp has to be spear plus, say, horseman, you're more efficient than French, right? Like, the consecration is most valuable for horsemen more so than any other unit in the game at this stage, right? Because, like, with knights, a lot of it's still gold. With the horsemen, almost all the cost is in food.
Yeah, you're getting effectively, I think it's like on average like 30 resources per minute that you're saving up there when you're like producing 24/7 out of your production buildings, maybe more like 30 50, and that can start piling up quite a lot the more buildings you consecrate.
I think it's like, is it not 75, right? Because you save 25 food per, and horsemen out of School of Cavalry, I think it's 19 seconds, I want to say.
I'm comparing it to like a TC
Oh,
producing.
yeah, you mean the difference. Yeah, got you. Because like the logical play is you should consecrate at TC if you're always going to keep, like if you're not going to keep pumping one unit type. If you see someone consecrate, like this is the very interesting thing for people to learn at the highest level of play. If Louis was to consecrate the School of Cavalry, it tells MarineLorD that the cavalry is always, at least in his eyes in the opening, meant to be a core component of his build. But then you get big brain cracking. Can you imagine if you just consecrated like an archery range and then didn't use it? Oh, come on.
It makes sense once you get to the point with the arbalestry, but yeah, early on consecration archery ranges. Whenever I see that, I just cringe a little bit. I'm like, no.
Could you imagine though, like, just imagine how embarrassed you'd feel if you got into a game and someone like consecrates stable School of Cavalry, and then you prep for it and they just spam archers. You got a face palm, right? The big brain plays.
I would feel that. All right, we do have melee Jean coming out. Makes a lot of sense here. I don't think ranged Jean is really ever an option against an opponent that does get like heavy cavalry in feudal age.
Well, either one kind of feels sucky against that, right? But like, there's no extra upside. Like, typically you want to go ranged Jean when you're up against civs that turtle, right? So like, we see it a lot against Chinese, HRE, those sort of things. If the Mongol player is turtling, he's kind of already lost the game.
Right, units are just streaming across the map right now. For Louis, MarineLorD is prepping his archery range, does have enough stone. Ugu is very, very safe under TC, so we'll be seeing a couple of batches of double-produced archers coming out.
The gold isn't even being contested right now. Like, he's not even trying to poke
already.
it. Yeah, so it's like, it's quite problematic. So you know you're going to be up against the Keshiks, which is bad for Louis, because he doesn't actually have a solution. He's built a grand total of a 1 spearman so far.
That spearman, though, has dreams and aspirations, so don't discredit him there. Granted, there isn't a stable yet for MarineLorD, as far as I can tell, yeah, so Keshiks aren't going to be coming in anytime soon.
Probably blacksmiths, though, right? Like, I mean, you want to get traders, but also blacksmiths here, when you're turtling like this with archer spam on both sides, you know your opponent doesn't have the ability to get any. It's going to be a wheelbarrow to start off with, though.
Yeah. Right, placement has come in on that outpost on the gold, so MarineLorD shouldn't lose any villagers over there. We can tell just how quickly that archer mass is building up for MarineLorD with a single archery range in the space, already up to 4 archers, about to be 6 with another batch of 2.
Can we check MarineLorD's vision? Because I'm curious if he even scouted the trade post yet. Yeah, he does. Like, yeah, so he can chain it straight away. He doesn't have to focus on like walking his way out. This is
the spearmen, are they? The spearmen are going back.
Really? Well, he's got arrow slits, right? But the question now is like, Louis, you don't really have enough to torch this down yet, right? You have to add in probably 3 or 4 more horsemen before you confidently take out the outpost. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of
expensive. You don't want to. The thing is, like at this point in time, like the outpost is going to go down, no doubt about it. And I think you just want to run the spearmen away at this point in time, actually. Yeah, there we go. Spearmen just getting run away because every single spearman there would be a lot of experience going over to Jean. We actually see Louis out on the map, in the middle of the map, once again gathering gold up in the middle of the map with 3 villagers.
That was a long-ass walk for a guy who doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's suboptimal, but it's these kind of sneaky plays against Mongols that can sometimes like give you a leg up in a matchup where your opponent thinks, oh yeah, you got no gold, and then suddenly, I got gold.
Still wondering how wheelbarrow works for making you run faster when you don't have resources. They just like find hills, wheel down them maybe. The questions are very lethal.
It's not realistic, man.
My emotions is ruined, man. Like, do they take it in turns to hop in a wheelbarrow and the other one pushes him? Maybe, I don't know. Is it team effort? We'll never know. The interesting
breaking
part.
after a charge. It's so unrealistic, man. I can't play this game.
Deep breaths, deep breaths. When I watch Vortix at point blank pull camel lances out again, like how does he even hit them, dude? Like you're just swinging them around, you're missing.
Why were they hiding them?
Oh, I'll tell you what's not hidden right now. Traders.
Oh,
gonna be sniffed out here.
Yeah, movement speed arrow comes in as well. These units suddenly being very, very quick. That trader also is not going down because, you know, horsemen, they're great. Absolutely great. If these were Ghazi raiders, that horseman would have, that trader would have gone down.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. So I was about to get into that. You say that horsemen are great. I need to confirm that and then cross-relate it with your previous statements on horsemen.
I'm very consistent there. Don't you worry about that.
You know what's... No. Because I think Jean can convince you, right? You hate horsemen because they cost 120 resources. Oh! How much does Jean pay?
Less than 100, so suddenly it's worth it again.
Nice. It's like at that point, you're paying for a spearman, but he has a horse as well, right? Like when you buy that at the market, you're like, there's got to be something wrong with the horse, but it's still too much of a bargain.
I'm selling you primo spearman with horse.
Turns out that you viewed the horse from the wrong angle. It only has 3 legs. Still a bargain. So, traders at least protect for the time being. MarineLorD, the nice thing is the longer the scales like this, Louis isn't really scaling an army that can keep raiding when this Mongol force fleshes out. And, well, the trade is actually booming to a point that's kind of getting scary, right? Like, I think we've now got, I want to say, almost 10 traders, probably like 8 at this stage. Might even be... No, that's more than 8. I think that's actually 10, 11. So I just keep saying higher numbers, 12, 13. Everyone right now is impressed that I can count beyond 10.
It's getting kind of difficult for MarineLorD to keep up with the military from Louis, I feel like, because right now he's also like only on infantry, doesn't have the deer stones. Mobility-wise, he has all of his infantry right now in the back of the map, just protecting the trade. That could make it very susceptible for one, reinforcements being cut off, but also like a big fight. He is not going to be in a position to choose which fights he wants to take. If Louis comes over with his military, the fight is going to happen one way or another.
But what's wild about this is if actually Louis, like, it's almost like he's overthinking it, right? If he just sends 1 or 2 knights into the main base, it's a jackpot right now. Because MarineLorD is posturing everything towards the northern end of this map.
Is that going to be coming over? Yeah, I think there's going to be a big fight, and Jean is going to have to love this once the fight happens. Where's Jean?
I didn't realize there's like, where's Waldo, the Age of Empires edition? Do you see Jean? Because he's got a lot of different groups going on right now. So he's going to cut center. This is really expensive. You start hemorrhaging these traders, right? This is usually why like Jean is very good against Mongols, is because that trade spreads you out, and it's just free XP. You always give something over.
Yeah, but it looks like there's a big fight about to happen. Horsemen there as well, so it's going to be a big fight and at the same time split onto the economy. Jean has to be careful, though. If she gets sniped out by those archers, which it looks like that's going to be the play here for MarineLorD.
She's going to take down the archers as well he can.
Denied.
Yeah, that angle for the horseman was rough, right? Because you saw the spearmen were leading behind for MarineLorD, so you could never get this kind of sandwich maneuver for Louis. Instead, just have to walk away, happy with 1 or 2 trader kills, but that's still no XP for Jean.
Yeah, very little experience gain. Granted, every single time a spearman goes down, that's like 16 seconds shaved off of level 3, compared to just passively gaining level 3.
We're still looking at, I want to say, like a 16.5-minute timer at this stage, though. So, like, you need to keep this up for a little bit longer. The problem is the trade is still escalating. We're now seeing a 13 eco lead from MarineLorD. And because he's past that 10 trader threshold, it's adding a lot of additional resources into the value of this player.
All military being gathered up right now. We're also starting to see some Kashyyyks coming in for MarineLorD. Meanwhile, Louis, he's on that single spearman from earlier.
Okay, that guy, like, he sees Jean d'Arc, he's like, I'm going to be Guan Yu one day, right? He's trying to be his own hero unit. Knights, though, that's what we wanted. Okay, so this is the thing that I was waiting for Louis to do. Like, you just spread wide right now. You highlighted earlier. MarineLorD doesn't have an army that can do that. He basically has to see where Jean is and then overreact to what she's doing, right? Because otherwise, as you highlight, that level 3 timer is just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and it might be coming in very, very soon here now. We're 13 minutes into the game. More villagers did just go down for MarineLorD. 5 villager kills so far now. The trade still means that MarineLorD is ahead roughly 10 economic units at this point in time. He's done a great job of protecting them so far, all around.
Outpost also going
The
up now.
horsemen didn't achieve a lot.
Have they ever?
As expected.
Do you need to run? like the horsemen just hear you and you just hear very, very upset horsemen walking home. Consecrations.
Tried my best.
Has there been, like, there must be additional stables, right? Like, there's no way you're still playing one. Okay, yeah, so we have got consecration. I
Already
always
consecrated.
love that you can consecrate a half-constructed building. What happens when you cancel it? You just lose
You
it.
lose. Yeah, you just lose it.
Oh, man, those would be expensive cancels. But this is going to be mass cav now. Food is being accessed to the flanks. Like, I think MarineLorD, probably the
He's
goal
aging
here is
up.
to try and get Keshix elsewhere, but dude, if you age up here, you die.
Yeah, it was downright. You cannot age up in this situation. The question is going to be, is MarineLorD going to realize that he is reinvesting into Keshix now? More units are going to be coming out.
He did not expect this many knights to be followed up with. Oof. And what worries me is, like, MarineLorD, you know, you said that he's like eco-herd, sure, but like then we have to remember he has an issue on his food income, right? Like, compared to what Louis should be able to achieve in terms of villager efficiency, because it's shoreline fish versus sheep. Really big difference there.
Knights now starting to get a fight in. MarineLorD, he's floating so many resources right now. Kurultai is coming in, but the fight happens before the Kurultai finishes. And John
There's so many archers,
practically
though.
being held back.
Yeah, she cannot go in. If she goes in, she's going to insta-target down. Like, look at that. A
Ooh,
third
just
of her
like that.
HP.
Yeah, you cannot lose her. You definitely cannot lose her right now. No, John, go back!
Louis?
She's found it out. She's down. She's down.
John is
Wait, she's alive!
about to go down. 3 HP! Okay, dude, he's got to be close. There it is. There it is. That's
There it
why he's
is.
waiting. Level 3 is in. But MarineLorD, I think he should have what he needs to hold here. Kurultai's going to complete. If he retreats towards it, it might cost him a few traders, but this army will then become unbreachable.
Jean just needs to recover a little bit. At level 3, she also heals a lot while out of combat. So that right now is just most important for her, to just stay out of combat for as long as possible. She can still passively get resources and still buff up those men-at-arms at the front line. Jean, though, she's driving a little bit too early. She's going to lose her life to a spearman.
The Kurultai's not here.
It is not.
I mean, the Kurultai only matters if you've got an army to buff with. Attack speed arrows can be activated prematurely here. Doesn't have that buff in range. MarineLorD trading out the archers now, but a few knights remaining. And also it's blocking the Kurultai from even engaging here. So Louis will be able to get an edge in this fight, but now he has to solve for the age difference.
Does he, though? He's been making knights non-stop behind this. This isn't really his entire army right now that we're seeing here. And behind that, MarineLorD, it's a unit that he's making. It's men-at-arms.
What just happened to his food income as well? MarineLorD, I think that was the tech up, right? But like, how many patches has he got? I don't think he's actually got enough to keep himself afloat here.
He does not.
Oh my.
He's completely idle. He's on the berries now. Crucial moment here for him.
And if a knight finds that, if just one knight goes there, like MarineLorD right now, he actually doesn't
Imagine if
have
Jean
troops
got
to
brought
address that.
Jean didn't get brought back. Louis has the
It's too
resource. Looks
expensive.
like instead he wants to go. Yeah, he instead wants to go for a castle age now. But he could
mean-
finish it in feudal.
It's one of those things, like, you're not quite sure, right? Like, he hasn't got a scout to check the main base, so he probably doesn't know that there's no food income safe there, and that his opponent's playing that wide. It's one of those things where Lou's going to watch it back, and, you know, you're going to facepalm at that moment. It's like, oh, god damn it, I could have had this here. But it also fits with Louis, and that, like, Louis likes the late game. And he's you know, one of those sickos that, like, they get 2 hours in a game, there's no resources left, and it's, like, everyone's poor. He likes that. I've seen him go for that multiple times, so it kind of makes sense here. I think, like, Mongol versus Jean, the later the game goes, the better it feels for Jean. And with the Royal Institute, it means you are going to be getting that Imperial Age light in Castle.
Oh, it is going to be the all-in, though. We are seeing that Royal Institute coming in for Louis. Just has about enough gold as well, or is going to have enough gold to
Okay, there you
immediately grab that Royal Bloodlines.
That's what I like. So that's what I thought he'd do like 13 Knights, is like just raid the flanks. Because, you know, you don't want to fight Castle Age army, but I mean, the Castle Age army is not exactly quick.
Yeah. It's men-at-arms, archers, very little Keshiks. Now age up. No, never mind. That's a Khan returning. That's no age up.
A new age has arrived. The new Khan has risen. Just dies 2 seconds later. Okay, we'll wait for the new age again.
MarineLorD right now. I mean, he's still having a rough time when it comes to the transition, right? Wait, actually, he's on 1.7. Did he just buy food? He's on 1.7 food per minute just
is
off
it,
berries.
is it fishing? Can we check the fishing ponds? It might be fishing.
He has very little villagers on fish. I think he had like 6, 7 villagers over on fish. It's mostly really just.
No, fishing's just that OP. Okay, like if that's on the berries, that's gonna be gone in like 30 more seconds.
Yeah. But no, I think he just bought some food or something like that. Like that's some crazy numbers there. 1,800 food per minute.
You're gonna need it.
And he also grabbed Yamora. He also grabbed the Yamora upgrade, so he's getting additional movement speed now on his units. Veterancy has come in. Royal Bloodlines is still not in queue yet. Needs to come in queue better sooner around later. It takes a long time to get that upgrade in. There it is. Now it's gonna be in queue. Now Louis has to wait until it comes in though. He can take like small battles, but yeah,
you don't want the main engagement. But once again, you can spread your opponent wide, right? And also, the other tough issue with this, MarineLorD, is Kurotai can't be there, right? Depending on where you choose the fights, which you have the option to, Kurotai can always end up late. By the way, do we have the pack-up tech? I think I saw MarineLorD going for it. I hope he did. Like, yeah, I don't think he played Kurotai about it.
God, we gotta check the Uber from MarineLorD. Where even is the Uber? I think he rebuilt next to the fishing. Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
he has it. He has it. Yeah.
That's really important. Like I've watched people try to play Kurotai without that pack-up tech, and I don't know, man. I feel like I need to whip out a bottle of whiskey for them. No.
Yeah. Oh, at the same time, Archers on the other hand side. Great split off there with the army. Gets a couple of the traders. Now MarineLorD still 31 economic units ahead.
You could
it's just Archers.
Turn on that. Yeah, I think he's showing a lot of respect here because he doesn't see what we see, right? We have the God vision. These Archers are paying a price for it, though.
Yeah. But the Knights, as soon as our Bloodlines comes in, they should just like funnel down that lane with the traders.
Instead, he's moving away. Dude, Louis, wow. Okay, so he's actually backing away full. Even the Knights on the north side have peeled away a little bit here. So they are getting ready for a recharge. But this is an expensive loss.
Yeah, Royal Bloodlines is coming in now, though. And now this is the point in time where Louis needs to take fights. He has the Knights, he has the army value lead for now. And this army value lead is even crazier, even though we see that he's like slightly ahead. Okay, now slightly behind, now slightly ahead in the resource department.
Are we doing this? Okay, now he's slightly behind. But we are getting into the golden goose here. Arbitrary are being queued up.
These are like Castle Age level plus Knights right now that are making their way.
And it's not just the Knights, right? Eventually it can be crossbows, stirrups, gambesons, arbitrary. So like, this is what I mean by it's Imperial Light.
It's so the Kurotai isn't here. The fight is happening. No Kurotai is there.
Spread the lines. Nice. These are so stupidly tanky as well. Not as many crossbows as you like. And also Jean! Sick play, Louis. He baits all Archer fire on top of the most tanky unit. Divine Restoration Pump comes in. And that right there looks like the Desperation Wallow. Archer's going to snipe it out. So many Knights left over. No Keshiks going to test them. And MarineLorD has no choice but to defend here. Otherwise, he loses all the trade. That's it.
It's GG.
Louis gets the win that is critical here to keep his dream alive of making it through into the round of 6.
Oh man, Louis with the 2-1 against MarineLorD. Granted, the 2 victories here so far, it feels like sometimes, like you could argue MarineLorD called a little bit early, but that's just the game sense. He knows when it's over. You lose. It's similar like when you lose a battle against Ottomans. The Ottoman like army production is just superior, and Jean provides so much value on the battlefield. Once it's like attrition wars, both players have like little military remaining. As long as Jean is still on the field, Jean is just gonna win.
It's actually kind of wild to think about. Like the way that plays out as well. Like I agree, the whole idea looks a bit early. You have to remember that Mongols don't like to defend. The only reason why MarineLorD doesn't look like dead defending is if you can get that main engagement with the Kurotai buff, right? It's a powerful tool. But Gotta give so much credit to Louis. You know, it looked like he was being over defensive. I think he could have maybe raided continuously with the Knights for the tech up, but he didn't want to risk the advantage he built off the previous fight. So very methodical approach to that late phase of the game. Understood that this Imperial Light is just such a game breaker, especially against long distance trading like that. And I think like the other thing you have to remember, MarineLorD, although it looks a little bit premature, you lose a fight like that with all those Keshiks dying. How close is level 4 realistically, right? Like it's creeping up on you. It just feels like you're in a death spiral at that stage. But we won't beat this one to death. It's done. Louis keeps the dream alive of trying to make that top 2 finish for the group stage. I think PuppyPaw still has the other series. We mentioned, I think it was, I'm trying to remember who his other opponent was. I think it was like one of the easier ones. Like it wasn't one of your top 3. So it might be a case
as far as I know, like all the games from Group A are completely done now.
Okay, so let me refresh this. So, okay, so it looks like Louis, I think he's locked to be in a 3rd place situation with that. Vortix, I don't know if he can upset. I'm going to have to like, you know,
there it is. Yeah. Louis is going to be 3rd place from the looks of it.
Yeah, he's safe. Vortix, like even a win, right? Like it can't fix that. I mean, we can't. He's going to even have a series, so it's going to be MarineLorD, PuppyPaw, Louis, Vortix, and then unfortunately Benny Boy, obviously not able to make that climb back in, courtesy of Vortix winning this series. So that's all locked in. But there's still some other stuff that needs to be decided here, folks. We've actually still got 2 more series planned for today. We're going to have B versus Anatan, which is an insanely important series because it can decide who is going to make it to the playoffs from the 3D clan. And we're also going to have Beasty versus Lucifron, which should be the difference between 1st place or 3rd place. Because right now, Wham, Beasty, and Lucifron are all sitting on the board with 7 wins and 1 loss apiece. And the point difference between them is incredibly tight. But what we're going to do now, we're going to have a quick leg stretch. And while we're stretching our legs, you know, dreaming about all the different TV shows that we could watch in different countries that we can't watch because we don't have access to them because I'm British and British people get scammed by Netflix, Pesty is here to teach you how to make your way around that problem.
See you guys in just a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Pesty here with the halftime. Guys, are you entertained? Oh my god, what an unbelievable match! I mean, put a 1 in chat if Elite Classic is your favorite tournament format, because it is mine. I think it's just unbelievable, this format. I think it throws up such incredible games, and as you guys are seeing, and I think the casters are going to talk about it a bit when they come back, but there is so much to play for coming up. But before that, I want to talk a little bit about Surfshark, our sponsors of this event. Guys, I was so excited when Surfshark came and said they wanted to sponsor this event because I genuinely use Surfshark. It is my VPN of choice. If you're not using a VPN these days, then you're probably alone in that, because just about everyone uses the VPN. It's so important to protect your online safety and privacy. But I truly think if you're going to take one, Surfshark is the one to get. It is fast. It is fantastic value. Pesty needs to stop looking at chat when doing this. But I really recommend it. And most of all, Surfshark are massive supporters of Age of Empires 4 esports. So by getting Surfshark, not only are you ending up with a fantastic product, genuinely exceptional product. I wouldn't be here shilling it unless it was. Oh man, don't make me moderate chat when doing this, ban. Don't make me moderate chat when doing this, guys. But let me tell you about Surfshark and the ways that I use it. So first of all, when you guys are abroad and you want to be accessing the websites that you're accustomed to, Surfshark lets you do that. It is very fast, very good for doing that. So you're abroad, you miss your favorite shows, you can just press that button and you are where you should be and can watch it, and it's fine. And fantastic reason to get Surfshark. Again, I find Surfshark to be the fastest one. That might be subjective to some, but I've always found it to be a very, very good product. So very good reason to get it. Another reason people use Surfshark: to escape price discrimination. Very, very important to a reason to get Surfshark. So for example, some products are offered at different prices in different locations, right? So that means that you can just turn on your Surfshark, change your location to a different country, and you might find that that flight or hotel is significantly cheaper in one place than the other. So again, another very, very good reason to get Surfshark. And by the way, I'm going to talk about it in a second, but Surfshark have this incredible deal where you actually, within 30 days, can get all your money back if you don't like it. So it's worth trying out. And if you don't like it, just get your money back. Now, why Surfshark, you guys are asking? There are a lot of different VPN products out there. So why would you get Surfshark specifically? And there are a bunch of reasons for that, but the main reason that I get Surfshark is because of its unlimited devices. So you buy Surfshark, you've got your one subscription, which is already very, very good value, right? And you can use that same subscription, not multiple subscriptions, same subscription for your phone, for your TV, for your router or router if you're American, for your gaming laptop, for your computer, just one. And it doesn't matter how many devices that you have. You can use it also for your girlfriend or boyfriend's device, your wife or husband's device, anyone in the same household, unlimited devices. It's genuinely an unbelievably good deal. Unbelievably good deal. So you're paying once to getting that. Now, don't just get Surfshark, but you want to specifically get it using our link. So !VPN in chat, or scroll down into the panels and click on the link to get the Elite Classic deal. Now, why would you want to get the Elite Classic deal? Because these are the prices. Now you know that I'm not just talking shit, because they are ridiculously good value. You're getting it as cheap as €2.19 a month. Incredibly, incredibly good value. Genuinely, guys, show your shock in chat at how ridiculously underpriced that is. I remember that I was paying $10 a month for my VPN, and then you see how cheap you can actually get it. And that is coming with your ad blocker, coming with all of these extra things. That is what you're paying. So literally for €2 or €3 a month, you can try it out on all of your devices. You got on 10 devices, you're paying like 20 or 30 cents a month for a VPN, and you're getting an extra 3 months free on top of that. On top of that, an extra 3 months for free when you're buying it through the EGC link. So again, unlimited devices. You guys can try it out. If you don't like it, you've got 30 days to get all of your money back. So you really have nothing to lose. It's genuinely an exceptional deal. It expires. We're not able to offer it when this event is done. So this is when you want to be getting it, guys. Most importantly, they're supporting this event, and for these cheap prices, you're getting a great product and supporting us, because they're going to come back and want to sponsor more events if that goes well. So another exceptional reason to do that. Camien, I do not know whether or not that would work, but it's a great reason to get it. So I do recommend it. Now, I meant to talk a bit about our Kickstarter now, and I'm going to do that. But in the meantime, I'm going to relax a bit, because now I've done my favorite part of this show, which is talking about Surfshark, which I just love so much. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our Kickstarter. In the meantime, guys, if you need me to prove that this is not being recorded by AI Pesty, feel free for the next 4 minutes to show some love for the stream in chat. Drop those subs, bits, whatever, and I will gladly call you out, shroud your name in glory. Thank you from the heavens for all of your support. So keeping an eye on chat, guys. Your support is what helps us run these events, and it was always appreciated. But our Kickstarter is going on right now, guys. If you want to contribute to the next season of Age of Empires 4 Esports, thank you very... Oh, that's an interesting name. Thank you very much, Hymenator, for your 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. You are supporting Age of Empires 4 Esports by doing that. But guys, for the next season of Age of Empires 4 Esports, you can contribute, and we're going to use anything you contribute to add even more prize money, production, and events next season. So as you see there, we already raced past that €2,500 goal, and we're going to give an extra $500 in prize money to players outside the top 16 next year. Thank you so much, Genetizer, for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate you, and Oriental Sniper for continuing the gift sub. We are very close now to reaching that €10,000 goal. If we get that €10,000 goal, we are going to up the production for an entire year. an entire year. I am talking highlight packages, extra production. We're talking split screen, all of this stuff. A host on all of our shows. All of that is going to be going on just for that. It's going to cost us so much more to do that for a whole year. But if you guys can make up some of it by supporting us, then the offshore pesty account will cover the rest. Those we have there, as you can see, some kind of stretch goals, but if we get there, you know, I'll excite you closer to the time. Thank you so much, King Smurf, AoE 4. Now we've got just a couple of minutes left, so I'm not going to keep talking. You can just see in the background how important the Kickstarter is and the amazing stuff we can make happen if we reach some of those goals. So now, just going to vibe. If chat has got any questions, feel free to shout them out. I can tell you that the future of Age of Empires 4 esports is insane. Thank you very much, Shorty, Rock. Appreciate the prime. That is some serious stuff going. Yapatos94, where can you get the painting in the background? I actually bought that from the Xbox store. How do I ban in chat? Just time out. Go away. Right. Anyway, so I lost my train of thought. God, I don't know how the casters deal with it. Chat is so rude. God, why? Just why? You're here enjoying this wonderful show, these fabulous games, the breakthrough of Louis MT. I mean, you just give me like 9 minutes in the position of someone like Beasty and I'm already losing my shit. It's so rude. People are rude. Anyway, need to stop looking at... Anyway, 57 seconds left. Guys, I want you to know how much we all appreciate you at EGC being serious for a second. This viewership is the highest that we have seen at this stage of a tournament since 2021, and the future of Age of Empires for esports is very, very hot. So you don't need to show us any more love. If you do want to, do go maybe just take a little gander at the Kickstarter and see if it tickles your fancy. And if not, you guys just being here is already appreciated. Now, this pre-recorded message is nearing the end. Guys, these games coming up are absolutely massive. The casters are going to talk about it and show you the bracket right now. But I appreciate you, BMFT, which coming in with 100 bits right at the end. I appreciate you. I'm going to hand it back to the casters. Guys, enjoy the rest of the show. Appreciate you all. Let's do it.
Yeah, duck you, Pesty. God, I had enough of your crap. Don't worry, Twitch shout, I got you covered now. Big shout out to Bestie for giving us a little bit of a leg stretch as we get ready for the next series. Guys, if you haven't already, for real, do check out the Surfshark offering. I think a lot of people don't realize that they do actually need to get their hands on a VPN service. There's a lot of reasons to do it, a lot of useful reasons, actually. You heard a few of them, like the price gouging alone actually is kind of a disgusting one, Crackety. Like, I realized, do you know this? Like, I realized if I pretend to be Turkish, I can save 90% on some of the editing software I use. Right? Like,
yeah, the
sassy
prices sometimes are the price sometimes are very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But yeah, having a VPN in general, there are so many great uses for it. We highlighted time and time again, for example, even in Age of Empires 4, you can hide yourself behind a VPN. You can hide one of your accounts behind a VPN. You know, Age of Empires 4 world. How dare they tell you the country of an account? But you can circumvent that one.
Yes, all of a sudden you are a sweet young Singaporean boy called Crackety who just has a very strong German accent because he was raised by a bunch of people coming across from Germany. That's the true story of Crackety, guys. You didn't realize it. He's actually is it from Singapore? You're from Singapore, right?
The second account, yeah, my old account is from Singapore, apparently, but that's just between us.
Wink, you'll never know who he is. But no, these guys tend to hide what they're doing, but they don't necessarily use a VPN. They just basically hide their data and scrim against each other. 3D Clan, of course, having 4 active members, might actually be 5. I might be forgetting someone there. Anatan and B, I think it would be fair to say chief among them right now. They're the 2 best performers. I think the big shock for people actually going into this tournament and now looking at this final day is actually B's not number 1 in the 3D Clan roster right now. Anatan has been looking like the stronger player.
And we have a decider set, best of 3 between them. Whoever wins this set is going to make it through to the playoffs. Whoever doesn't win the set is going to be out.
Dude. And this is what I want, right? Like when you get towards the edge of the day, the end of the day, like we got some big things to play for here, right? Like this one is make it or break it. And then the other series afterwards between Lucifron and Beasty is going to be the difference between getting, I believe it's third and second, possibly even first, right? Because I think Wham still has a series to play. So it's going to be really tight. It's just a defining point at different points in this group. Opening up, looking at this draft, interesting detail, we have got Holy Island in. What intrigues me, though, is that B, although he got his hands on the Delhi, the Japanese as well as the Juji pick for Anatan, gotta say I'm liking his draft a little bit more, especially if this goes 3 games.
Yeah, having Japan on Holy Island in some situations can feel like a free win, especially when we take a look at all the remaining civilizations here for B. None of them really strike me as a water civilization, but I'll have to say, Byzantines on water.
No. Go ahead, finish the thought.
I've seen one player make it work so far, and that was B. The Dromons on paper, not good. Not good.
Was it Avali? I can't remember who that was against. I just remember watching that game. I was like, I can't believe the Dromons are winning, and I'm not sure why they're winning. Like this unit is incredibly underwhelming. Also, the scary thing there, Anatan isn't going to pick the Japanese for Holy Island. He's going to pick Juji. He's, I think, 100% so far in this tournament.
Holy Island?
Yeah, he picks Juji every time. And
Okay,
I'm convinced Japan's better, except for when it's Anatan. I think Anatan has been the most impressive Juji player for that map so far.
Interesting. All right, okay. 30 seconds left until we're jumping into our first game now of the set.
And we've got to look at game 1, right? And we've got to think about who wins this. We've seen Chinese versus the Bastards a little bit. It's interesting, actually. There's some very kind of flirtatious dynamics here because you'd think, oh, it's just going to be a TC race. No. Typically, this turns into a trade race. A Bastards on Frizzy Marshes trade wing looks highly desirable. But Anatan, I believe, has actually played this matchup before, and he's played it aggressively. So if you open Horseman, I know you don't want to hear that unit, but hold on. And then eventually go Castle into Palace Guard Flood, you can completely dismantle. I think it was Anatan versus Zertin where he done that exact thing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options there to play this one with Chinese. Also potentially like sneaking a villager all the way into the corner, walling off the trade. That's also an option.
You've done that too. The more you say it, the more it's all coming back to my mind. But you know what? Let's see if it's going to happen here. We hop into the first game of this critical series to see which member of the 3D clan will rep the org in the playoffs. Anatan and B, whoever wins this series will make it through to the top 8 of the Elite Classic. The other will be denied entry.
And look at that, Anatan is doing a similar Chinese opening than what Louis has done so far, opting for the non-Imperial official opener here. And the middle is just as confusing.
Thank you for that. Wait, like... Yeah, this is just a very odd scout. I can't look at it and not actually kind of scratch my brain. I mean, Anatan, he likes doing this. And the interesting part is I think he scouted the Abbasid scout first, right? So he knows he gets away with this. It's kind of crazy to think that someone can cross that much of the screen and already have that many sheep.
Yeah, and B, he did one drop-off, but it doesn't feel that great, right? Like,
no.
And I think Anatan is about to get another big, cash out there when it comes to the sheep. B now is making his way over to his opponent's side. There's still a couple of sheep to be found there in the middle of the map. Are there any more big spots there in Anatan's base?
I think Anatan already looped his own base. He's going to find the critical center as well. It's kind of interesting that B actually didn't dart down there. The weird part to me is that B felt the need to get that drop off, considering he's playing a Civ that goes on to berries, right? So I'm shocked he'd even want to come home at all. Like out of these 2 Civs, the one that should have to come home is Anatan.
Yeah, 100%. Grand Anatan, he found a lot of sheep early on. Is that maybe why he placed the middle further out to get the automatic gathering from the sheep, the automatic collection?
I think maybe that would make sense as well because it's kind of weird that it's not next to the berries, right? But if you think about it, sheep can't spawn in berries, so that would be very creative if that is the reasoning behind that. Meanwhile, B, dude, this is. All right, just whip out the whiskey. Whip out the vodka right now. I'd take a shot right now. I wouldn't feel great about this. It's going to be eco-wing, though, so no trade this game. I think, like, B, this is a smart choice. I imagine, like, Anatan and B, I know they've been scrimming together a lot, and I genuinely believe if you go trade wing, this is almost like an automatic GG, because when the Chinese get, like, half the sheep on the map, they flood, right? And you've gone into trade. So this is a recovery arc, but hear me out. Just fast castle Chinese.
You surely could, fast castle. From the macro so far, though, I would say that this is probably still like a Song Dynasty play from Anatan. Like, he plays it exactly so far, the way that Louis has played it. And that typically was the Song Dynasty player. That's a lot of sheep right there.
God.
Yeah.
The sheep whisperer has returned.
23.
Wait, and he's got, like, what, how many still at home? Because he gathered about 3 or 4 from the entry.
He's killed them all. Yeah, but there were like 2 or 3 additional ones there.
29 sheep? What's the high score for this tournament so far? That's got to be close. I think I've seen like a 32 sheep game.
Yeah, this is a feels bad moment for B. Now, it's not the most feels bad moment, if I can say that grammatically without getting punched in the face.
Sorry, are you just going to give me a little chart of feels bad from a 1 to 10? And you're just going to mark it with a little Pepe face as you go. Is this like, what is this? Is like an 8 out of 10 on your feels bad?
Pepe is gonna get more and more sad the badder it is.
Oh, well, good thing he's playing the bad sids here, because, you know, luckily he doesn't need sheep, he just needs that fish.
Yeah, I don't think this is a throwaway civilization though for B on this map.
No. Like,
not in the best of 3.
thing.
Like, you can't do throwaway civilizations in a best of 3, right?
It'd be pretty cocky in an elimination series. I mean, I guess it would make for a great story later on in like the scrim lobbies when Anatan's like, oh yeah, I'm winning like 5-2 on average in our scrim games, and B's like, remember that time in the best of 3 where I just gave you the first game?
Oh man, but it is gonna be that Song Dynasty coming in for Anatan now, Barbican of the Sun. He's going to be built soon, be behind this. I mean, he's going to use the extra time now in order to start gathering, or rather luring in the deer. And Anatan also is going to be going for a second TC here. The question is, how many TC will be built?
Will be build or built? Those are 2 different things.
Well, he won't have built them because he's still building them, but yeah.
No,
how many?
This is the problem, right? Like, with a guy called B, it just causes these confusing moments in a cast. I think, like, 3? You have to do... Like, if you're doing any less than 3 with an eco-wing, why would you eco-wing, right? Like, I don't think there's value in stopping at 2. Unless you think you're going to have to add in farms early. Which, like, could you imagine getting in a game against the Chinese and feeling like you couldn't go on fish? That's a pretty bad game.
Yeah, I think 3 would be the correct number here for B. I could also see a 4th one later down the line, but you definitely can't add a 4th one before hitting Castle H, I feel like.
No, it should be 2 for the Chinese, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if he does something greedy like dropping it onto fishing.
That's very far out, and if he does drop it on fish, then at least he should get wheelbarrow before.
In fairness, you are up against Civ that you know has gone eco-wing, right? Like, it's very obvious this timing that B is not going to aggro you. Otherwise, like, the archers and spearmen are secretly shinobi. So, get away with it. I think the only downside is, obviously, if you drop the TC on the fishing, then you aren't going to be dropping off the mill, right? So you're not going to be getting this supervision.
I think he can drop it, like, in between his sheep and the fish. That way he, like, still has it as a tax drop-off point.
Ooh.
Like, China is, like, the only civilization where it doesn't really matter when you drop a civilization on no resources at all. Yeah,
That's
just like
true.
that.
Yeah, there you go. And you know what I like as well is actually the mills. He can drop them between the berries and the fish. So there's like just so much value off the initial mills here. But this should now surely be, like, after 2 TCs, you just rush towards castle, right? As the Chinese.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers on stone there for B.
Huh,
Is
it's
it gonna be
almost
4
like...
TC?
It's almost like when you build eco-wing, you have to build more. So it's going to be the 3 TC. Wait, is he going to please build it on the fish? Like, if it's not on the fish, this is you behind, right? So you have to secure.
Oh, he's
this line.
sneaking a villager out as well. Where's that guy going? Boop.
What?
We're gonna look at that one in a little bit again.
I'm actually like racking my brain right now. You know, like It's like one of those sort of situations where you're in the army and you're like, what is your purpose? And who kills? It's like, what is this guy's purpose? I don't understand. This is like a machine discovering its role in life right now. Like, what, little Timmy, who's walking out to the ball, what is your purpose? Does he think Anatan is trading as the Chinese? No.
What?
Are you kidding me?
No, what?
He's actually setting up fishing, dude.
Out of all the things, that is the last thing that I expected.
I mean, credit to him, he didn't delete any of the fish, right? I think he didn't anyway. What is your purpose? Your purpose is to win. Damn.
Oh my. That is unexpected, I'll say.
Wait, he's not done. My purpose
Why
is to
stop
also
building
take
one?
your fish.
Wait,
like,
no way.
No, he'd delete 2 here, right? He'd have to go, he's gonna go deeper. He's gonna go for the edge one. Like, he's legit. Has he, check his vision. Has he even scouted this area, or is this blind guessing?
It's blind
This
guessing.
is blind guessing. He's just like, which pond might be big enough for me?
To be fair, Abbasid docks are cheaper than outposts.
Yes. And to be fair, the first pond in their bases is quite big. I'm just saying, this guy's kind of going wide. Oh my god, dude, he's getting another one. This is so weird.
Oh god. Oh my god.
It's a B game. What did we really expect?
Not this. Not this. But yeah, it looks like Adderton is going to be ahead there. It comes to the A job as normal. Clock tower is busy coming in. Stable already prepped. So transfer. We will see some lancers coming out now to contest the relics out on the map. B not too far behind though. Only needs a little bit of.
We've got robot voice. Vodka reconnected.
All right, fixed.
We need to be, we need to get the stream from Volca, and then we're good to go. Guys, like this is the problem, right? We questioned what AI Villager's role was, and he DDoSed us. But we updated our firmware. We now have Fish OS to protect us, and we're back.
Yeah. AI Pesty earlier with the pre-recorded message disrupted us. It was nice of Pesty to actually join the voice channel while the pre-recorded message was playing.
Yeah, just to like make it feel like he was part of it. I mean, maybe he secretly likes listening to his own voice. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But is this villager done? Of course he's not. No, I don't care about any of this. Like, we're on a journey, man. You know, like everyone came to watch an RTS, and we're actually just like we're watching one of those story games.
Oh man, there's still pawns with spots for dogs potentially here. So, you know, the story continues. Looks like for now he's gonna be content with just fishing. And one of those knights do arrive. First knight, villager. Oh, is gonna survive. But
He's
the next
like,
couple of
maybe I
villagers
should
will have
have.
to evacuate.
He's like, maybe I should have built the dock here, because spring will be nice about now. Military wing's still 30 seconds out. At this pace, the camels aren't going to protect you. This is way too many lances.
Yeah. I mean, 2 camels immediately is gonna be nice. Oh, we're seeing camel archers? Okay.
What? Oh no, dude, B, not this.
Oh, he's gonna lose a lot of villagers here.
This is like a better horse archer, if I'm being real with you. Like, it costs more, but the camel on ease, the attack kind of makes it worth it. Still, this is a lot of eco being lost, right? Like, Anatan is going to have a pretty big lancer lead, and those camel archers don't produce quickly.
He's messing up a lot of these knights. This is actually one of the strategies where you can like really make use of the income tax that you get as a Chinese. You're getting a lot of gold there in transition. You can see all the upgrades right now that Anatan has gotten. All of them have been researched in the influence of the Imperial Academy. That's 64 gold for every single one of them.
And not to mention, when he sees these archers coming out, that should be a rush towards the level 2 range down, right? Which he can supervise to unlock very quick. There's just so much value around this Imperial Academy opening and the taxmen that come out. Like, it's kind of weird when, you know, I think something that has kind of upgraded the Chinese gameplay has been the arrival of things like the Byzantines, where we see how aggressive those timings are with things like Dialecticus. It just kind of put a refresh in our minds of just how powerful civs like the Chinese can be at transitioning as well.
Yeah. Knights right now, though, they're just flooding all over the place, yeah. And this is where it becomes difficult. B, he's went into these crossbows, and he's just lacking the movement speed right now to be able to react to all of that. At the same time, over on the 30C, on the fish. The Knights, they're just gonna loop around. They're gonna go for villager kills once again.
Oh, we left you alone for a minute? That means you've got extra villagers outside the TC. I left on the food. But he does at least have the shoreline fishing. Deep Hopium's there. It hasn't been spotted. And it looks like we have got a third dock now being set up. B did find another pond to the far south corner.
Man, but this is why players like pretty much wall immediately if their opponent hits Castle Age first, right? So not having these walls up now means that the Knights can find value pretty much everywhere in the base of B, and behind that now Spearmen are also being massed. It's just going to be Knights and Spearmen, and I feel like at this point in time, sure, B is getting a lot of food per minute, additional ones as well from all of these stocks. That is a very nice and situational play, but I'm not sure if he can keep this up.
Let's
It's
keep in
5
mind.
barracks.
Yeah, and let's also keep in mind that this was before Anatan moved on to the fishing. He's now there, right? So if this is what he was doing off of eating sheep, imagine what he's going to do with a much better gathering speed here. I think you just add in Nesta Bees soon, right? Like, your opponent's building mass range units. One Nesta Bees just kind of juices them out.
Yeah, we could find ourselves like in one of those checkmate situations here at some point. Granted, though, actually, is this like a 9,000 IQ play from B, having 3 Camel Archers out, which do bonus damage versus spears?
Ah, yes, the 3 Camel Archers to take on a million spears. I trust in their chances here. I sometimes have to check that my sarcasm just came out. I mean, it's tough, right? Like, from here, he's now switching back into archers. Theoretically, he has all the answers out of one building. But the problem is, the more he builds out of that one building, the more this is a checkmate. The Nesta Bees are on the way. They haven't arrived yet, but if he holds them back until he's got 3, and B, sure, he can build spirals in reaction, it's still Clock Tower Siege, though.
Yeah, Clock Tower Siege. Now B, yeah, he does have the ability to make siege out on the field. Oh, Lancers. But they're not turning around. Wall might actually finish. But Lancers could find more raid targets on the deer and on the gold.
And
he's going to spot that out, though.
Yeah, he's just in full chill. Setting up his walls first. Not being too overly aggressive. So, like, we are going to get that siege clump to spears. And I really hope, dude, I hope B notices what's happening here, because he's actually building Cow Riders.
Yeah, this is going to hurt a lot. 32 Spearmen now at this point in time. This is such a clutch army composition. Like, it shouldn't work, but it does, just because of, like, the pre-play with the Knights, like, baiting into this many crossbows right now.
Oh my god.
I don't think Editon is gonna plan on going for a farm transition in this game. I think he wants to finish it very, very quickly.
I mean, the Power Scout is starting to come. I love the fact he's going 2 scouts as well, just to see what his opponent's up to. We have a track, dude. Nice. Do you think he accidentally clicked the wrong dog?
It's a lot. They're just crammed in there. Yeah, that's oversaturated fishing if I've ever seen it.
The weird part is he has 2 in the other, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the southern dock has none. It just has, yeah.
It's
This
villagers.
is so weird.
This
is so weird.
The mill isn't much more expensive than a dock for the Abbasid, right?
Nah, but like, you know, if he comes nearby, I can defend myself with a demo ship. That's the play, Crackety, right?
True.
Mills don't have explosives in them unless you play the exploding sheep.
Oh man, these are so many Spearmen out on the field right now. Now the first Springle is being built for B, but at this point in time, 3 nests of B is like, you would need 5 Springles realistically from B right now to be able to effectively play this one. We're also seeing some Golems come out. Golems are the mystery unit, I want to say, in this one, because with Boot Camp, it's going to be unknown how well they're going to be able to deal with the Spearmen and the Nest of Bees in combination. That's why I call them the mystery unit here.
What if he gets camel support? Just realized that's a possibility with this call.
An Imperial Age, Can't
I feel like we might go there. Like, I don't expect this game to end instantly, because he's revealed the Nest of Bees, and like, this is a civ that can spam out Springles, right? He has access to Golden Wood. I could see this being an Imperial game, actually. Like, Anatan, he's come with a strong force, but it's primarily just speed. Oh!
These fights are getting closer and closer to starting to, like, really take place. And these Nest of Bees, man, they shred every single time they start shooting. Oh! Goodbye to the Camel Archers.
The problem is, like, at this stage, even the Ghoulims get punched pretty hard if they try to charge in on this. Like, this is such a dumb comp, but I hate every time I watch this comp. Look at it, like, the Sprinkles don't even counter it, man. Like, it takes so long. Finally, one of them dies. I know. Actually, oh, he's getting played! He's getting played by the vision right now. If you look, Anatan couldn't see the Sprinkles at the backside of this. So actually, B, a fantastic hold there.
Yeah, he gets the greatest fight here that he possibly could. Nest of Bees all go down. And what's also interesting, the one nest of the one Springle here that B had, it wasn't a Clock Tower Springle. It was a normal Springle. It only took 2 shots to get killed.
And that was just like, that was so greedy, the positioning of Anatan, right? Like, it seems really oppressive when you're able to camp like that, but when B's not committing, you see the advantage he has, right? He can set the tone about how you fight, where you fight. That's an expensive loss for Anatan, and now B, with an army this big. Anno, we have to start talking about limited food supply, right? And that idea that he didn't want to go farms. At this rate, he might not have a choice.
If he wants to go for the fish in the corner, he's got to find a dog from B.
Wait, there's an outpost as well.
Oh, God.
Oh, dude, I can't believe this has actually mattered. Like, this many minutes later, that dot drop actually is going to pay dividends. Not in the immediate 2 minutes, but 3-4 minutes down the line, Anatan's going to be out of food.
Yeah, and the Ghoulims are absolutely wiping the floor with the front line there. Bees a couple of great hits, but it's not enough.
It's not going to be enough there. The villager's not able to keep it alive. So Anatan has to give over more ground. 19 military to 50. And there's still Ghoulims left over, which is problematic because it means Anatan, he has no front line to meet that. He's got to start tanking with the crossbows. And that's difficult with how quickly Ghoulims do gap close.
Yeah, they have more movement speed than those normal crossbowmen. And yeah, I mean, more Palace Guards are coming out, but what do the Palace Guards do versus 30 crossbows in this situation? Anton needs a siege, but he's out of gold, and he doesn't have any more gold access. Suddenly, it's checkmate, but the other way around than we thought it would be.
Anatan, in the meantime, fishing for a win, because this strike is going to be a firm one. This is the food. The one way that Anatan can reboom an army. When this is gone, all chances are gone. He only has the deer near the Barbican, and that is not going to be enough to match the amount of food he has left on this map.
Sprinkle emplacements on the outpost as well. And set the villagers, I mean, they have to run away. They can't get the food there anymore. And B, behind all of that, I mean, it's still going to be a while until he has to do his farm transition. And if it gets to that point, it's going to be cheaper as well with that eco wing.
This is insane. The way
and
they
the
play
keep
this.
there already. Oh, God.
And so much stone in this area, right? He can start to keep lock the entire map. Anatan, I mean, where are we going, buddy? He's trying to gather berries in the middle of the map between the 2 bases now.
And B wants to go to Ram Ranch. Can he do it, though? I mean, these units are a little bit stuck on their own there.
Ambitious, yep. B. I mean, he doesn't have a front line here. The Ghoulims are elsewhere, so not a great fight to be taking. Anatan is going to temporarily reclaim his area. The Ghoulims are now stuck on the wrong side of the wall.
Yeah, the crossbows are fighting against them, though, and that means that they're not fighting against the crossbows here from B, which means that the Palace Guards are actually going to get cleaned up there.
B's back in the base. Small rally troop coming in. Anatan,
B's coming in once again.
He's gradually clearing this up, right? Like, B's crossbow, that's all of them there, right? I think that's actually the 20 crossbows. The archers are elsewhere. Yeah, they're scattered looking for eco. So this is a pretty expensive army to lose. Admittedly, B has got more food income to work with, but credit to Anatan, you see his food income is still matching. He's somehow found a way, and if I'm not mistaken, behind his PC, he has got farms being set up. North side, behind Anatan's.
Wait, he built... Did he also make...
Yeah.
No, that's the Barbican.
He's got
I
granary
thought for
up.
a second that he did another TC, but yeah, he's on the deer there. They're about to be exhausted. Granary set up. But there's not a lot of space. Like, you can't chain granary to granary over there. It's just not enough space. And that's like one of the main issues, personally, that I have with Chinese on this map. You don't have good space for farms anywhere around your base.
No, like you basically have to rely on the fish to get you deep enough that you've cleared the initial tree line, right? And then you drop it there. But that takes a very long time. And admittedly, B has threaded the needle to try and punish that. Wood line is now being hit. More troops trying to arrive to defend this. B, admittedly, like after all that aggro, things have slowed down. It feels like he's been missing something here.
Yeah. It's mostly just that siege, right? Like the siege push. he is coming in, he's killing villagers every now and then, but Annotant, he is on Song Dynasty. He's pumping those villagers out rather quickly. So even though he's losing them, it's ultimately not hurting him as much as it could. The most important thing is keeping the buildings alive. And if Annotant had, if B had like 3 trebuchets or something like that behind that, able to like take down the production buildings, this would have been an entirely different story as well.
I mean, I gotta give credit to Anatan. I think he is stabilizing with the granaries at the back now. Keep goes up, and he should be pretty secure here. So it's critical that B tries to deny this, but his army's out of position, and Finn, at best, this is not going to be enough to stop a castle going up. So it looks like Anatan is going to get a reset. Another opportunity to try and play this game later.
Yeah, farm transition is being rushed up behind all of this, so it's going to take him like a good minute or 2 in order to start stabilizing his food economy. If he's able to secure that time, he could find himself in a decent spot to survive this.
Just charging on that nest of bees. Still getting expensive loss. So many of them going down just to kill 1 siege weapon. And he doesn't even get it! Are you kidding me?
It stays alive! 1 health! On 1 HP, the nest of bees survives.
What I love is, you know when you're in that situation, you send in like 10 Gulems to kill a siege, and they all die, and you're convincing yourself, if I kill it, it's worth it. When mathematically it's not, how do you then feel when you also don't kill it?
Oh god, okay. B says he's got enough. 6 rams are being built right in front of the base, and behind that, I mean, he's got so much food in the bank. If he just macroed a lot more onto gold now, he could actually age up to Imperial Age at some point as well.
Which would be better for this play with lightweight beams, right? Like, he's going full Jean-Claude Van Ram before he's ready for it, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the military, he's got only 16 military units out and plus 21 siege population. Anton on the other hand side, he's got 34 units, he's got the keep, he's getting Springles out. I don't think we can finish this game with that move.
Anatan does have gold issues. It's a big thing to kind of be conscious of here, right? It's like he's been reduced to taxation and the relics. So, like, that's the interesting thing. Like, genuinely, I agree. If he just goes imp, this feels over, right? Like, right now, this goes to kind of all in again. Could actually give Anatan a way back in.
Yeah, he's stonewalling with all the gold sources as well. Interestingly enough, he's also like prioritizing the gold in front of Anatan's base, just because as soon as Anatan clears this up eventually, if he gets to that position in time, he's not gonna have access to any resource.
Rams in. But Palace Guard just read this. Nest of Beast as well. Like, this is not the move. That's so expensive. 1,200 wood just down the drain. And your army's still being fought by the Palace Guard, so Anatan, it's like
that is
a
not the game ender that he was looking for. And B, because he's reinvesting right now, he's getting further and further away from Imperial Age.
Oh wow, I don't think he realized the farm transition was complete. Like, this reeks of him not realizing that all the granaries are up.
Yeah, at this point in time, like, the food income for Anatan is now starting to skyrocket. Oh, the Mangonels. Yeah, that's a lot of granaries. Now, granted, they're not on the best spot. They're blocking out a lot of the space from the Imperial Academy, but maybe in this situation it's fine because that also means he's getting a lot more taxes from that granary and that mill that's inside the range.
Now, Trev, I'll try and keep this down. Realistically, B could keep this alive indefinitely. He has 2.5k stone. It's just difficult with the pressure coming in, right? Like, these villages being pulled. Oh, the stream went down. The actual stream went down.
Yeah, it's only a stream. Okay. Like, yeah.
Look at that, guys. Look, imagine if we had a pause button when a player
you're
has
just
lag.
talking to nobody right now.
No, we're back.
We're back?
We're back. Guys, so this is a preview of the upcoming feature for Age of Empires 5, where we can pause games. Now, we're going to unpause it, and your minds are going to be blown.
Yeah, nothing happened in the meantime. Unpaused, we're safe. I mean, actually, this was just about to boost your numbers, right? Everybody's like refreshing.
That's true. Dude, look, the view count just went up by like 500. This is a genius move. You gotta give him a little taste. I mean, I can't blame him in a game like this. A game that like, oh yeah, this is over. Imagine like 5-10 minutes ago, if we'd done that tactical pause, everyone would be like, boring, go next. We won that game. Now, you're like, I need to see every second of this. Push him with siege.
Beast food income, it's starting to really slow down at this point in time. And Anatan, look at Anatan's income. He's getting like 6,000 resources per minute. Oh my god.
I mean, that's
What is
without
going on?
supervision as well, right? Like, I don't know where the taxmen were. I don't think they were actually watching the granaries. So this is just the raw power of China right now. It's going to give some way. I think one weakness right now is Anatan kind of needs to make more space to build more production buildings. Because the only thing that's holding back this type of income is going to be having enough buildings to pump those troops out.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, now Anatan, he's starting to really be able to reboom his army as well. Like, Keep is still alive. It's been up the entire time. And now, I mean, B has lost his Keep there.
Up the siege.
Gold, right?
The siege might be in trouble, and I think, yes, indeed, the Keep has gone down. He didn't keep the repairs coming in on it, so a big loss there. Building up a second one behind this, but expensive. Even for a guy who has 3,000 stone, that's a limited factor. Also, you know, what you feel like you're doing is you're treating they're not treating the ailment, right? You're treating the cause, a symptom instead of the cause, is what I'm looking for. Clearly, you can tell I'm not going. But like, that's very important here because it means this is not going to stop. Until you find a way of shutting those farms down, like on this gold trickle, it sounds kind of wild, but Anatan can keep doing this.
Can. The main issue is, though, that even after he regains some of the space there, he still won't have access to gold or to a lot of gold because a lot of it has been already mined.
Yeah.
And B, he's just out there on the map. He's getting control over his income once again. He started capturing the sacred sites. More production buildings are coming up.
Which, by the way, is crazy because imagine this game if B had captured that sacred site before we start this dive.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine how much more desperate it looks. But now the Palace Guard are out, right? Like dogs off their chains. And they are rabid. Looking for their targets, going to find the eco on the tree line. Another scary thing about this game, you said B's taking a lot of the gold. Okay, so if this is him with all the gold, what happens when that gold exhausts? Because he hasn't set up trade, right? He hasn't got that long-term gold source. Compared to the Chinese, he's got nothing there.
Yeah. I'm looking at B's bank right now, and I see 3,000 stone. This kind of reminds me of a Beasty game almost, but for now, Anatan is going to be able to hold.
I don't know, saving it for a rainy day. B's like, maybe he's going to try to contest my docks and I'll have naval arrow slits. There we go, Krakeny. We figured it out. I think there's more keeps on the way. He needs to find the right location, right? Like, wood could eventually become an issue here.
Anatan, he just sold a lot of food. He's going for potentially buying gold into Asia. And B, he's trying to get stone walls up. This is the correct play. Like, you gotta get stone walls up at some point against the very, very mobile force from Anatan.
Well, may not be quick enough. They're in. Luckily, there's a palisade here.
It's not gonna be enough though. These palace guards, they're gonna be running. They're runners.
Yep, they're going to go further away from the defenses, and if I'm not mistaken, they're heading straight towards where B has set up his farms. And look at this, Anatan is building the Imperial Palace. He's going to get the Yuan Dynasty, aka two-legged cavalry.
Oh yeah, that's you.
So did you say pagodas?
Of course, that was the first thing my mind went to.
You are a greedy mother duck. I'm just interested in the speed, my friend. I'm not interested in seeing this again. The Rams again?
Yeah.
He's very committed to this idea. I think he's been watching a few too many GUA replays.
I mean, the Fire Lances at the end of the day will still cost a lot of gold, so I don't think Anatan can really afford making a lot of them. I'm talking about all the big benefits there that he gets with the Imperial
that's
Palace,
right, the Yuan Dynasty, because that is actually, in fairness, that's the biggest one. Your Fire Lancers are so quick to die.
To be fair, Anatan is also going to get a lot of economical benefits, so he's going to get roughly like 5-6% more food income as well through that. Mainly because like gold movement speed. Yeah, gold. Actually,
slightly right, because like the taxmen move a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but that's about it.
Oh
and the keep still going to stay up.
The amount of siege that B has lost in the last several minutes.
Oh, there we go. Trebuchets finally. And finally, he's also using the stone. He's also using the stone now. He's getting a lot of outposts within placements up.
But like, how much gold does he have left on the map? That 8K on the south side must be heavily drained, right?
There's still
like,
one
there's loads of
4K, 2 4K, and
three
like
4Ks.
a farm transition is always very, very easy. Not farm transition. A trader transition is always going to be very easy for the adversary.
If you if you take that 1800 stone and wall the entire length of the map, yes.
Yeah, he definitely needs to at one point here.
Castle might be going down. Palace Guard willing to stand their ground against this. Goodness fan not really that strong, and actually the Skrillers are sniping out the trap, so Castle is at least going to fall. Anatan does still have some stone left to work with in his base. I don't think it's enough for another Castle though.
It's not really too accessible, and on the other hand side, he is actually mining the stone all the way in the corner of Anaton's side there as well. Anaton right now, he is at over 4,000 food per minute, but it just feels so pointless because he just can't get crossbows out, and only with frontline, you just can't win against both golems and crossbows here.
Yeah, it's the gold limitation at the end of the day, right? Like, you could switch Horsemen, but do, like, Horsemen really here? You'd rather have Palace Guard every day of the week.
The market is exhausted as well. Like, you can only get like 14 resources out for like 14 gold for every 100 food. He just can't get the gold in.
It feels like we are eventually going to end up in the same situation. I wouldn't say necessarily the cleanest way, right? B, he just kind of chose the meat grinder approach. In fairness to him, he did have map control to allow for that. But now, like, bar some sort of miracle where he hits economy, it starts to feel like this game is going one way. If that keep goes up, that's going to be a giant chunk of your production, not able to easily rally to the fight. A fight that right now, you're barely holding on it.
Yeah, and behind all of that, the second condition is finally starting to tick down. And with that, I suspect that Anaton probably has to realize sometime soon that he is unlikely to win this one. Even though he has 4,000 feet per minute, he, at just about half that, he just doesn't have an answer to the units right now.
I'm trying to find the way that Anatan can, like, because right now, this is classic China, right? You don't instantly die, but it's genuinely, it's body tactics, right? Like 4,000 food a minute, you expect that. But realistically, even a Civ that is able to tax their way out of all kinds of jams has the limitations. And I think we're starting to see that now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if houses start getting targeted down. Anatan doesn't really have space to build additional houses, and once these granaries go down, you're just out of wiggle room. Next castle going up, and B also going up in age. Trade Wing is on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan just calls GG the moment that completes.
I think he might just call GG even earlier than that. Right now, he's only scares that GG gets called. B is going to take the first game in a best of 3.
Whew. Now, wait, hold on a sec. So you're telling me, remember we said this earlier, he's not just giving it away for free. Maybe the strategy is in reverse rather, because one thing that is important to highlight here, B, very creative win there. Still a little bit of an uphill battle, I think, with the draft, though. Like, you know, I want to give him all the credit I can in game 1. That was wild. The pocketed resources with the ponds, especially insane. The classic,
was insane, yeah.
The classic drag out, right, where he just secures so much of the map, punishing the Chinese for that classic they don't want to come out situation. But we have to look forward now to like a draft where I think we both agreed it felt like Anatan had great solutions to what B was fielding. The question is whether B is going to be able to do the weird thing again. You know the weird thing I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where you pick Byzantines on Holy Island and
oh yeah.
That weird thing.
That one. Is it that weird though, right? Like
don't start this.
You dive down a little bit deeper into the rabbit hole, and
oh my god, he's gonna do it. Okay, so this is definition weird. What we're seeing right now, there has been one player who's been picking Byzantines on Holy Island, and ladies and gentlemen, this is that one person. There's also one person who's won with Byzantines on Holy Island. This is that one person. That game was weird though. I remember casting it in the catch-up. And B, maybe it was forced errors, but it did feel like there was a lot of mistakes being made there. And I've got to say, Anatan has been one of the most impressive players for me on Holy Island. He's even been able to take games off the likes of Lucifron and Vortix. I think it was a series versus Lucifron. Was able to beat Wham as well. So like Anatan, on the performances we've been seeing on Holy Island, easily I'd say like top 6 of the roster of players. B is trying to be better than that with that.
Now we got MarineLorD in chat, by the way, self-proclaimed Byzantine goat, who, by the way, lost with Byzantines earlier. Surely he knows how Byzantines can win this one. To be fair, I'm not even coping too much with there. I love the strategy of like using the olive oil that you get from fishing and potentially just getting a couple of Keshiks out to harass at the same time for free. I really want to see something along those lines. Anaton now with Zhuji's Legacy. Zhuji's Legacy is also very, very interesting because you start with plus 50 wood and you start with an Imperial official already from the get-go.
And this map is broken for them. Well, I'm already looking to see if there is a busted spawn, because the way Holy Island spawns, a lot of the time, everything gets congested. Unfortunately, it's not one of those spawns where you get the 4 tree line. Whenever you see the 4 tree line, there tends to be a lot more resources in range of Meditation Garden. We're probably going to see maybe one of the most tame Meditation Gardens I've seen on this map so far, right? Like, I'm not seeing anything that's going to break the bank, probably like some food, gold, and stone. So that's kind of unfortunate. Because, like, I'd say that's a very big part of the opening zoom factor of Juji, is the power that gives you, getting naval arrow slits, getting extra gold. And maybe that's just a fair, balanced element in this Crackety. After all, we are seeing Byzantines on a water map.
Yeah, I mean, Byzantines on a water map, there's something so tranquil about that. I think it's
usually
great.
dead things are tranquil, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Dead things, yeah, dead things, beautiful things, it all...
You know, if it sounds like we're droning on about why Byzantines suck, I think this is a perfect time to talk about their very unique ship.
Look at that, though. First drop-off, already plus 3 olive oil. Isn't that great?
Nice.
He's getting so much value.
Like, how many more times? 150 more times? No, 200 more times, I think, right? Depending on the contract. We'll be there, baby.
Caching is cheap, right? Wait, why is he, like, slowly trickling in olive oil as well? Huh?
Is he leaking?
Wait, do fishing ships don't have to...
Fishing ships give olive oil. They give olive oil.
Oh, it's because the villager right there next to it is also gathering olive.
I thought that's what you mean. Yeah, the villager's right here. Yeah, so it's still the same percentage,
better
though.
than I thought.
10%! Woohoo!
That is crazy, man. These percentages are nuts.
All right, hear me out. I've got the Gigabrain strategy here. Imagine if you just use all that olive oil, you sell it, and then spam demo.
Wait, what is B building next there? Is it another cistern?
Yeah, because it increases the production rate at the docks.
Oh my god.
Not for fishing,
so
though. Not for fishing.
Yeah, but for the military stuff, right? So
yes.
This is still big.
Which you need. You need, because even at level 1, you have matched the Juji production speed, right? Level 2.
Wait, no, it's gotten nerfed. Like the Juji production speed and the Chinese production speed has gotten nerfed. It went from plus 20% to 10%.
Can we hover? Because I'm pretty sure it's 20%.
Yeah, but it got nerfed from 20% to...
When did that patch happen, Crackety?
Literally... Wait. Yes?
Click on the dock, Vodka.
Oh, don't trust. No, don't trust the tooltips.
No, okay, hover, like, hover on the boats to see how fast they produce. No. As in the docks, dude, vodka is on vodka. On the docks, hover on the fishing boat. There you go, it's 23 seconds. It's 25 by default. Okay, you're right, yeah, that did go through. Wait, I thought that was...
There you go.
Was that did they brought the patch this week? Is that what that was? I could have sworn that's very recent.
No, it's been a while.
So
we
this
don't
is
get
interesting,
patches
though.
that often in this game, KP. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay. I'm checking. I wondered if we got server-side patches again. You remember when we had those? Those are crazy. So the interesting thing is you've got the docks for the Juji. They're producing the fishing boats quicker. That is still an edge that the Byzantines can't get. But military, you're Gucci.
Oh, man. Meditation Garden is now coming up. Look at the position. Where is that? Okay.
Yeah, they are. That's what I was expecting, right? Like food, gold, stone. I've seen some ludicrous ones, by the way. I've seen like 3 stone, 2 gold food in range on this map. This map does wild things.
It's still very, very good here, like getting all of that passive food in. Look at that. We're actually getting Hippodrome here coming out for B, so immediately is going to have a production building.
Yep. And this is the way that he won before, by the way. It makes a lot of sense on a map like this. You have to go for this. You'd think he's going to go towards Keshix. Actually, B leans towards the Lombo contract, which makes a lot of sense against Juji.
Wait, he's rushing it up. 10 villagers suddenly on that Imperial Hippodrome. 11?
Yeah, the best part is he's still going to lose the 10th timing.
Yeah.
Juji.
3 villagers are, to be fair, are pretty cool.
What is it?
12 villagers.
the realization, like, you know, when it's like, and that's when B knew he'd fudged up. Like, this is the moment of panic.
I just want to call out that after like almost 6 minutes in the game, B has managed to accrue a total of 187 additional olive oil.
Woo! Wait! And that means we're gonna have Lombos in 3 more minutes.
Yeah, soon.
Not bad.
It'll happen.
Wait,
But we're getting a Drummond on it. Wait.
No, ignore that. Right, I thought the Drummond was gonna be the weirdest thing in this game. Is that a misclick by Anatan, or did he intentionally just build Palace Guard?
To be fair, actually... Oh, see how OP that ship is. Okay, not really. It did a fair amount of damage there.
You ever feel like the Drummond crews are just screaming get back," while like they doing the equivalent of like swinging their arms around blindly in a fight?
Anton's gathering up a lot of gold here behind all of that, and we are going to be seeing some demo ships coming out soon. Spearman that he's getting for free, as well as Palace Guards, has all the answers to the Horseman.
Yeah, I think the Palace Guard was
archers.
I'm really still hoping the Palace Guard was a misclick. I think it was, but the Spearman is literally just answering everything, because turns out B is still 4 minutes away from having his Lombos.
Oh god.
Oh no. The outpost isn't up. B... Not like this.
And Byzantines without gold, the Dromon is more expensive than your normal Springle ship. How is he
Good, so he's gonna build galleys.
Yeah.
Wait, and it's wait, zoom in on that. Is that stuck? Please tell me that's not stuck.
Oh, it's stuck.
Is that
it's stuck.
No,
it's not stuck. Okay.
No, so he's just being Giga Brain because he's waiting for the Horseman to dive in.
Oh, that outpost is gonna go down, isn't it? Acrotoy defense. He's going for it.
Yeah, but the outpost is gone. Oh no.
What outpost? I don't see no outpost here.
That outpost. There we go. It's going up again.
Oh, there you go. Spears out. And once again, Spears out.
Spears actually might still... Yep. Okay, that is worth. You just traded a Spearman plus the idle time to kill a Horseman. Dude, Anatan is on point. This micro is screwing me over. Imagine if he just sent like an archer ship into the fishing while this was happening.
This is I'm just gonna say it like this. This is already like a very, very, very weird matchup from the get-go.
Yep, which is why we're kind of memeing a bit. Like, it's very unexplored. It's very odd that B's even chosen this choice. He's the only player who would do this. And unfortunately, Anatan has the perfect counter.
Just make archers, please!
He's building a workhouse!
And guess what counter he's gonna go?
Oh, he's going to go longbow. It's just going to take a lot longer than archers to get here now. And, well, it was actually the demo ships that tried to sneak in. Anatan is so good at this, man. Like I said he's top 6 on Holy Island. I mean it. The way this guy plays Holy Island, you're seeing what I mean, right? It's so weird, and it's so distracting.
KP, this matchup hurts me right now on a mental level. Why are we not seeing just some archers? Like, they're... Oh my god, goodbye, Roman.
Not just that, Roman. Look at the queue of explosives on the way.
Yeah, it's... I'm not seeing B for much longer in this game. I'll tell you that, and it's not just because my glasses are fogging up.
No, demos have that effect. Typically, they blow everything off the screen, like all those fishing boats. Okay, that is it. Like, we're done here. Let's just get to game number 3. All the fishing is just going to get deleted. He's still losing on land. It's now actually Palace Guard.
And the villagers just move forward for no discernible reason.
They can. Another drone goes down. Problem. I don't see how Byzantines ever lose with this ship, Crackety.
No way they could lose that. But yeah, a game gets called, and in one of the weirdest matchups in Age of Empires 4, we will now find ourselves in a game number 3. And it's really important. Like, what was going on there? How did this matchup ever come to pass?
Well, he picked Byzantines. Like, I think that's everything we need. B, I don't know, like, what he seems to see some of the Byzantines that I'm not seeing and no other player is seeing right now. And although he did get a win with them, I think it was against one of the players that finished like 7th or 8th, maybe 9th in the groups. Like, no offense to them, but it's like compared to Anatan that's contesting you for a spot in the playoffs. Bold choice. I don't think he had better ones, but now what worries me, Crackety, is we get a third game that looked oh so easy for Anatan to get. And we're probably looking at Delhi versus Japanese, which, bar DeMu, I have yet to see anyone else beat. the Japanese in that matchup.
Yeah. It's gotta be tough. Man, I gotta say, like, I practice. Somebody want to practice a lot of Holy Island with me, and we were just like blind picking civs. And at one point, I picked Byzantines. He stopped the timer. Was like, no, nobody's gonna pick Byzantines. Please pick something else for me to practice against. I'm showing you that happened. Granted, Byzantines did lose, but it did happen. There we go.
Like, what I love-
Somebody's believing.
Didn't we start this day when I was saying like Hippodrome sounds like it should be OP, right? You just literally see it lose to spear spam. I think I don't know, man. People don't want Byzantines to be buffed, but there are some areas that are just absurdly weak, and Dromans are one of them, right? Like they take longer to produce. I think they cost. I think it's like 30 more resources, and then whatever that was. But let's cleanse our mind. Deep breaths, Cracker. Deep breaths. We've got a little bit of breathing time. We've got 2 minutes to go to the next game. I think now is a great time to pull up your match data because I noticed the other day that you kept queuing into MarineLorD.
Not
How
by
did those-
choice.
Yeah,
Not
how
by
did those
choice.
games go?
So I just got home from work. I
Oh,
just
okay,
wanted
here we
to have some nice games, and I queue and instant queue pop. Okay, already unusual.
Yep.
Yun Sung Bing. Who's that? No, wait, I recognize that name. Yeah,
And then you lose.
and then I lose,
And then
and
you
then I
queue.
lose again,
Uh-huh.
and
then-
again. It didn't feel pretty, man. I wish in those kind of situations that I was just somebody like Louis and I could actually take games off of MarineLorD.
You could pretend to be Louis, right? Because like here's the thing.
Wait. One game, MarineLorD. I'm calling out one game I took off you. Granted, I did call GG, and then I didn't surrender, and I sniped your
Oh.
landmarks. It counts. It counts. But one game.
Alright.
That's
But here's the thing, right? Like you could have avoided him, right? You could have sat there, you could have idled you out for 10, 20 minutes, but like you just got home from work. You've got limited time to get games in, right? Peak gaming hours, you don't want to be sitting on the sideline. Imagine if you could have just pretended to be Louis. If you could have just signed in by some method to register as in China or maybe in Australia, somewhere else, so you were further away from MarineLorD, so that when the queue starts to go, it's searching by ELO, but also Geo first, right? Which is an element that happens in Age of Empires 4. Sounds to me, mate,
That's a
like you
thought.
needed Surfshark.
true, actually. True. I could get around, like I could cheat the system so that we would play on Indian server and I could just bank on MarineLorD crashing or something like that.
There you go, dude. Indian server plus the opportunity to maybe, like, let's see a Louis and a MarineLorD queue at the same time. You're probably going to get Louis instead. All of a sudden, different playstyle. Not going to say it's going to end better for you, but you could have given yourself a different opportunity that wouldn't have involved sitting on your ass on the sideline. So, that's why I advise people get their hands on Surfshark. Most of you, admittedly, probably not going to queue into MarineLorD. But we all know that one frustrating English
You
spammer.
can't risk it. You can't risk it.
Not with the current matchmaking system. And we also all know that one longbow spammer that we keep queuing into, who keeps doing the same longbow rush that we can't be asked to deal with. We just want to play late game. Maybe, if we pretended we were somewhere else, we'd find someone who likes to just have 20 minutes of peacetime. Only one way to do it. Surfshark. Check them out. Exclamation mark Surfshark. Use the EGC TV code to get yourself 3 months for free. And did I mention it also supports the tournament? Speaking of which, deciding
1.
game. Well, 1-1. It'll be 2-1 after this, Crackety. Let's go.
All right, there we go. It's game number 3 in our best of 3. This is the decider game between Anaton and B. Whoever wins this one is going to make their way into the playoffs in the Elite Classic 2 here on EGC TV. And we've got a very, very interesting matchup here. It's going to be the Japanese for Anaton versus the Delhi Sultanate for B. Now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, KP, how the Japanese, they just feel like such a great civilization to pick against the Delhi here. Just the transitions are really nice. You get a similar level of like berry gathering food-wise, and the Honor Geishas just works so well against like the Ghazi Raiders as well.
Yeah, there's actually just so many options, so many permutations that I really like for the Japanese. So the most popular one for a prolonged feudal is actually Stables. Stables is incredibly strong. I know you hate Horsemen, but hear me out, hear me out. 2 melee attack increase, then a Battle Menorah for 15%. Have I convinced you?
Yeah, going up to +4 damage there on those Horsemen. It also means that you like kind of reduce the critical amount of hits needed in order to kill villagers as well. It kind of actually like makes Horseman useful in fights. Like having +4 damage, that's not little. That's not little. Baseline damage for Horseman is 9, so you're almost getting like plus 50% almost.
You know what? It's appropriate we just had a Byzantine game, because here's another way of thinking of it. It's like having Triumph on 24/7, right? All of a sudden, Hippodrome sounds pretty good, right? You get the same effect with the Japanese, but as you mentioned, you got better food pump for that. We can talk about the olive oil we want, but we can't put that olive oil into extra Horsemen. The other thing is, like, you can play into Onabagisha Mass if you get enough food, or if you see your opponent is not engaging you in Feudal Age, you have two choices. Rush Castle, which is always strong, or all in them in Feudal. So I think, like, Japan, you're starting to, from what we're describing, understanding why they have a 67% win rate against the Civ. I think, like, just a few days ago, it was over 70%. So, like, one or two players like DeMu have found creative ways of dealing with the Delhi. We saw him do that earlier against Louis. We've seen him with the Fast Castle build. I'm curious to see what a creative player like B has in mind for this matchup.
Thinking about creative plays, let's take a look at Anaton, because right now, he's with 0 villagers on gold, 4 villagers on stone. Can we actually take a look at the initial gold mine that he had? Can we quickly check that out and select how many? Yeah, he actually went with 3 villagers out there.
Yep.
Gathered 30 gold and then went out to stone. This is going to drastically increase the age-up timing here that he can get with that many villagers out on stone. And after the second TC timing is going to be insane if he goes for it.
It's not just the second TC. The way Anatan optimized this, he doesn't have the wood yet, right? He's not going to stop gathering stone here. This should be the Daimyo Palace into second TC play.
It is.
Yeah, I love this build.
Use it.
It's such a sick build. He's like the only player I think that still uses this at the moment. And this is where the power of the Uma Bannerman comes in, right? Once you tech up, you drop a stable, you have a Feudal Age Knight. And it means that B's likely reaction, instead of it being Ghazi like it wants to be, is going to have to quickly rush in Spearman as well.
Yeah, entering positioning here with the Kurosawas as well.
That's bold.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure how many tiles away that is from the main TC. If you can even fit 2 sets of farms in there, it doesn't look like it. I think that's only 3 tiles.
Yeah, like that's actually kind of an unfortunate range because it means the fast spawning farms might actually be out of range of the aura.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate, but overall still should be fine. Interestingly enough, Anaton now pulls off of stone, so it's not going to be a second TC, but it is that fast, very, very fast Daimyo here that he's getting in. I'm interested to see how quickly he can get the Uma Bannerman out, potentially. I did a build order a while ago where, like, you can get a really, really fast Uma Bannerman in. I'm wondering about the timing here, if it's also, like, 5:15 Uma Bannerman on field, or if it's going to be a little bit later.
The interesting thing as well is if you force your opponent to go into Spearman, that sets you up for Castle Age Rush and either Onabagisha or Samurai, right? Like, it's actually the perfect way. You don't want your opponent archers where you can kite the small numbers. So that's why Anatan has maximum impact this build. I've seen him use it against players like DeMu. I've seen him use it against players like Lucifron. Very heavy hitter. Sometimes players read through it. There is solutions, but you have to be 2 steps ahead, right? And step 1 is going to be scouting out, which I think B, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't done yet.
I don't think so. And yeah, he's just been out on a mission right now to get sheep. Actually, I think B so far has found a very, very good portion of the sheep on the map.
Yeah, but he's not scouting the base. Like, it's imperative. Like, against a player like Anatan and the way that we've seen this matchup played, I think it's very important that you actually see what your opponent's doing. Was that a misclick?
That's a barrack, so I'm not too sure. Like, the scouting due to the barracks doesn't even matter.
This is kind of funky. Is he actually going to... Dude, I think he's going to try to Onabagisha spam. I'm not even sure it's fast castle. Because, like, you have...
honest? Okay.
Yeah, because if you fast castle here, then Delhi, like, they take the sacred sides and they can actually still kind of, like, pressure you, right? So you have to field some sort of unit. We might see Spearman to begin with. Like, this might be very comparative to the Louis DeMu game we saw. Yeah, where you start Spearman and then transition into Onabagisha. I do prefer this build to the Louis game, because the flexibility of the Katana Bannerman is already immediately there.
Yeah, getting a lot of additional damage there with the aura on the Spearman. Does the aura also apply the bonus damage?
I think...
Not sure.
I think it did. I'm trying to remember now. I have to double check. And we got pros in chat. They can probably confirm 100%. I'm pretty sure it did, though. I want to say yes. It's weird because some things do apply. Actually, no, I don't think it does. I think the only one that does that is Kurotai buff. That's the only one that buffs bonus damage. Because that was a specific change they had to make on the code side. Like, remember how stupid it is that Camel on Ease doesn't affect bonus damage?
Yeah.
Like, that's the normal behavior for most interactions. It's also why Onabagisha feels like a lot better with Katana Bannerman than like anything else, right? Same with Mounted Samurai. It's like these are units that like they are raw base damage and nothing else.
Hmm. Spearman, I mean, there's a lot of kiting right now with the whole one guy's ultimate. Obviously, he's welcome though. Outpost.
I mean, this
takes that one
Spearman,
down.
dude, he's finding insane value. That's gonna be a
Oh
second
my god,
Ghazi down.
another one. Okay, that's huge amount of destruction value right
Oh
there.
look, his brother is here. Prepare to die.
Yeah, B can't just keep spamming Ghazi Raiders. Do we see the archery range prepped up already? No archery range at all.
He's pretty one-dimensional right now. He has got the Sanctity timing coming soon,
Went
right?
he went for 3 scholars instead of 2 that you usually see with Delhi.
Okay, I think this is now... Yeah, there it is, Samurai. Yeah, like, it makes sense, right? Because if your opponent's only building Ghazi still, you can start to move out the base soon. You can deny these sacred sites.
Yeah, and he's also walled the backside of his base. So it's going to be really hard for the Ghazis to find value over there.
You know what's interesting is actually, like, we've seen a lot of Rocky River played this way with the back walls. I don't know if you noticed this, but Rocky Canyon, not many people have been actually applying those walls.
It always depends how the wood lines spawn, right? Because B, for example, would not be able to do that on his map.
That's true. I mean, he could. It'd be a very, very long wall, though.
Oh, single scout. Oh, and he's doing it in a way as well that
Wait,
he
that's
didn't
a
get a notification. Okay,
Oh,
never
that's
mind.
sick. Dude, that's
One
sick.
hit.
He's adding Uma Bannerman, right? We've actually got a stables drop out of Anatan, and he snuck it at the back.
Okay, all right. So we're seeing a delayed Uma Bannerman.
Now this makes sense, right? Like, this is what we want to see. This is really crafty because B, he's built into Archer Ghazi.
Oh,
He's
B's
now
gonna
counted.
find it though. B's gonna find it. The stable it is.
He's going to see a Rax. He doesn't see the stables. Okay, there we go.
Now he
Scout comes
does.
around. Okay, so he finds it early. Interesting that the Rax got snuck back here as well. So Anatan, I think what he was doing is trying to make it look like a fast castle build to bait his opponent
Oh,
into doing
there's
the
Uma
same.
Bannerman.
But yeah, this
These guys
Uma
are
Bannerman
so good.
is so insanely good. 20 damage at this stage, not to mention 230 HP. That is more than a Feudal Age Knight.
Yeah, 40 more. It's kind of not so good that unit is.
I'm surprised that hasn't been nerfed yet, if I'm being honest.
Don't give my dears. I think it's fine.
He hasn't really been born yet, right? Like, we have to remember Uma Bannerman until recently were
You can
redundant.
only have one out at this point in time.
That's true. But we also have to remember, like, Uma Bannerman on the like previous patch weren't relevant because, like, you couldn't play them with Onimusha, right? So they were very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
So they are buffed. We are probably going to see a lot more of them. This particular matchup shouldn't be about the Onimusha. It should just be about the raiding power of that knight and maybe a few horsemen as you see archers. But we are now seeing Onabagisha added in.
Onabagisha, not a lot of horsemen out right now for Anatan. Food-wise, B, he's still very far ahead right now when it comes to the food income with the berries. Anatan, not quite as
That's
far
more-
behind. He's getting the second upgrade now as well. The question, though, if Anatan can actually make use of that, if he like is able to move out on the map instead. We're seeing more
He'd have
farms
to.
being added right now.
Yeah, he'd have to wall. So, like, your choice is spend the wood on walls, that it's very risky, or spend the wood on farms, right? Like, I like that he's playing more condensed style. It does mean that B is getting that momentum towards a, like, very scary army. But that's where this daimyo effect trickles in over time. And also, like, you know, a lot of civs are scared with Delhi reaching this peak of all techs unlocked from a blacksmith. You have to remember Japan has a leg up there, right? They always have a +1 extra to melee that no other civ can match.
That's true. Could have an additional, like an additional +2 there if he went for the Katana Bannerman. I
We'll
think
get
at this
there.
point in time, like, if you have this mid-match infantry, I think at this point in time, it's probably worth it to just throw the Uma Bannerman away, one way or another. One Ghazi Raider gets picked up.
I think it's like, you don't need to rush it though, right? B's not playing a dive style comp, because we've seen many
Yeah, but
players, many
just
Delhi
send it
players
to
lose
the
that.
send it to like the eco at some point. Wait,
Oh,
actually,
yeah,
did
that's
he just
what
do
I'm
that? Oh, there it is. It's on the farm.
There we
It's on
go.
the berries.
Yeah, this is what I was
Yeah.
expecting to do. I think he'll keep investing in Uma Bannerman to do this because it's like it's chipping a lead, right? And B, like he's still hesitating about an all-in because we've seen loads of Delhi players, unless they've got a huge eco lead, they don't dive the enemy base. Great pinch there though. Spearman also in the mixer, so blocks the Uma out. But now,
That should be a Katana Bannerman. There we go.
Okay, yeah,
Immediately
it's a
in queue,
switch over.
Katana Bannerman.
so he wants the main fight because sacred sites are being locked in. In fact, B is posturing about as aggressive as he's going to get, right? He's going for that safe Sacred Site, the one closest to Anatan's base.
It's so many units out on the field right now for B. Army value as well, very far ahead, and he's on 5 Scholars. This could be B-Star, where he just pulls all of the Scholars as well for this next big fight to help heal as well. And the heal actually makes a big difference against the Onobogacious as well.
What happened to B's eco count? We'll pause that thought. Flash coming in on Beasty. We'll clear up these spearmen quickly. There's no horseman behind this, though. It's just Samurai now being added by Anatan. Melee Tech level 2 hasn't come through just yet, but the melee defense is not there for B either. Outpost is going to help a lot to defend this, but this is a strong army. However, B has already lost the Ghazi, and this is where you have to pull away. A great fight there for Anatan.
And the entire army isn't there as well. We see this big army blob of units just trickling over from the side of B. But yeah, did lose a lot of the Ghazi Raiders here. Like 11 Ghazi Raiders, something like that, did go down.
That's a sick read as well. Yeah, well, but the Ghazi count, right? Like heavily reduced, and B, like when you see this many Onobogacia, you get a bit more paranoid about playing wide. Another weird thing I'm looking at still is like, what's the eco difference? What happened here? Because Anatan is multiple villages ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it's just like idle time, probably on the
probably
TCs
textiles
somehow.
for one. Like, what about the other three?
Maybe he got pop capped at one point. I could imagine that. Like with double production, sometimes that can happen.
That's pretty expensive here, though. Like, that's a very big difference in a game where I'd argue you're not really ahead right now. Like, the Bannerman effect, the extra melee, actually is adding a lot here. B, he's moving into mass archers. The question is, what will win? If we're going to turn this into, like, mass Onobogacia, mass archers, which has the advantage there?
Tower victory archers all day, every day, yeah.
True,
Tower
we have seen it once a day.
Yeah. I mean, Anatan, he's got a good farm economy in. Not all the farms are working right now, but it could be better if he was like on the tier 2 daimyo as well.
Imagine if this game is like... Imagine if Anno actually goes like Castle Age as soon as he sees 40+ archers, and we get
He's
the
about to,
Siege
like,
Workshop.
He's about to reach Castle Age. Way
Which
before
is
Anatan.
Intriguing here.
I think Anatan's eco is just all over the place. Like it's so much weaker right now.
Well, he's playing a discount HRE build, right? Because he's trying to spam the Samurai that we used to see be the answer to Mass Delhi Feudal. So, like, B's game sense on this is perfect. I'm surprised that Anatan isn't taking this opportunity to go towards Castle Age, because I think that's where your true win condition is now. Compound Defender on the way.
Yeah. I mean, the Samurai... Sure.
They keep valued later, right? But it's like, the timings matter.
Yeah, and in Feudal Age, they're not really... like that great. They're not that kind of unit. Now he does have a window with the Delhi Sultanate, of course, like taking a long time to get the upgrades in, but crossbows can come in really, really early. Crossbows just kind of take a big dump on like Feudal Age Samurai.
And on top of that, like Anatan hasn't started his tech up yet, right? Like his gold income is not impressive. He's gonna be very far behind. So B does have a very big window to take that feudal on feudal fight still with his unupgraded army. Nice decap. That's actually really important. B doesn't have that timer ticking against Anatan anymore. And that means Anatan should be able to just take a deep breath now, hold all production, and look for an age up. Instead, I'm seeing a man who wants blood. He's adding in additional Samurai.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit starved from the gold right now. Actually, he just cancelled them.
Okay, I'm glad. I didn't like the idea. Like, I don't think the timing is there, right? Like, you have to cross the map with those samurai. By the time you arrive, you mentioned those crossbows, you're going to be pushing into them. It's not like you're pushing into a second TC or pushing into, like, pocketed resources.
And B right now is also starting to gather up the relics. 1 relic, 2 relics. Looks like Anatan has detached a small groups of Onobogacious, though. Well, not even a small group. That's all the Onobogacious, and they're going to be able to at least deny that 1 relic from going over. But his HP on the Scholar is not going to be enough.
With that. Yeah. Those ladies don't mess around, and also is now going to try to flank towards extra resources. It looks like B did move out onto the pocketed berries on the south side next to the relics, if I'm not mistaken. That's a very tight spawn, so we'll have to get out there quick. Instead, he's going more greedy, so he might get scouted there. The rest of the army has actually mirrored out most of these, but a few Onobogacia is really all it takes, right? Like, they can do significant damage here. Instead, they're going to go for another Scholar who's looking for a relic.
The Scholar should at least be able to get away, though. At the same time, Archer is picking off some of these Spearmen, which were a little bit out of position. I'm looking at B right now. He's not getting all the upgrades right now, or at least not all the upgrades are in queue, which he should be getting. So right now, he's not getting the upgrade for the veterancy on the Archers at all.
which is kind of wild against the Unabusha speed.
Away. Yeah, I think he's just planning on throwing them away now in a big fight, like together with the support of some men-at-arms and some crossbows coming in. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for him, though. Clash is happening. We see some crossbows out there, but Anathan's also doing a great job right now of focusing down the crossbows with the outpost, or at least he did so earlier, not doing so right now. Spearmen at the front line, though, are going down rather quickly.
Samurai count is not going to hold firm for long here. They're very squishy at this stage of the game, so it will be a backup. He has to give himself the breathing room. It has to be a rush in the end. 17 villagers on the floating gate to get that up. Looks like the Onabusha in the end wasn't able to block that relic. So this is going to be a 4-relic game as it stands. Maybe even a 5 for B. It doesn't get much better than this.
I mean, especially for the Japanese, which usually are like favored when it comes to relic gathering. Not getting any here in this game, potentially. They're just going to have to rely on the Yoroshiros here, but that's not really that great for them long term. And right now, Anton, he's upgrading the Samurai. Oh, are we gone? I see F's in the chat.
We're gone again. Show you this amazing feature we've got. This amazing feature. It's called pausing. You can't do it in game, but Vodka is that powerful that he can do it. All worship Vodka. Let's get back to it.
All right, back in it we go. Push is happening now. Multiple ramps have been made here on the side from B. Really wants to push it in now. Veteran C is coming in on the Samurai. Also is getting in the Odachi. It's gonna take a while. I'm not even sure. Did he even put the?
No, he didn't. He most definitely did. That research speed is that's like an old lady with Zimmer frame. That's not quick.
Yeah. It's on a different barracks. He's just trying to get units out right now. TC at least is sniping down some of these crossbows. It looks like Anton feels pressured into moving out right now. He did have a market as well. Wants to buy himself, or rather trade out a couple of resources from a gold. But at this point in time, it's just too many crossbows.
Yeah, this is the crap tier units, right? Like, there's a lot of archers still mixed in here that he's throwing away. And Anatan, like, gold is becoming a critical issue. Look at the map right now. He gets found on the deer stack on the north side. Looks like the guys he just rode in there. So he's going to get shot out in this area. He does at least have the outpost, sure, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to gather gold here. And right now, I'm seeing a player that needs gold desperately, that lacks any access. Like, this starts to feel like a GG. There it is. It's going to come out. So B will be the one to proceed through to the playoffs. Anatan so close. Yet so far, somehow, the Delhi are able to dominate on the day where it matters most, despite the fact that so far, historically, they've been the ones getting stomped by the Japanese.
LEOP is what I hear there, but yeah, Delhi making it through today against all odds in multiple times, and yeah, B is going to be able to make it through to the playoffs.
That's insane, man. Like, it's 2 wins for the Delhi in the Delhi-Japanese matchup. Like, you got to start asking the question, have they solved it? Or was this kind of a misstep? I feel like that Louis game was a little bit weird. We described that at the time. This game also felt a little bit odd, right? Like, I think the difference that mattered, and this is what I think Delhi players are improving on, is if you have map control, what you should have is information. He understood, he read perfectly what Anna was doing, and Anatan, unfortunately, wasn't able to hide his hand. I wonder how different this game would have looked if he dropped the stable central behind his base because he had those walls to protect that information, right? Maybe we're looking at a game where he gets a huge cavalry lead and there's no reaction, but instead, it just ends up being a very surgical execution for B, never overextending, flying towards that cast stage timing. And you said it yourself, when you see 4 relics already taken and Japan coming up behind, the game almost already feels over. So well played to B, keeping his dream alive and making it deep. Looks like he will be going up against Louis MT, actually. So yeah, it's going to be a best of 7 in the round 8 between them. But what we need to decide is what's going to happen in the other group. Who's going to be sitting in that round of 6? Who's going to be sitting a little bit higher? Or rather, a little bit lower, should I say. Between these two, Lucifron, Beasty right now, Wham looks almost undeniable. It's still very tight, if I'm not mistaken. So whoever wins this series gets, I believe it's going to be first place. And then whoever loses it is going to get third place. So Beasty versus Lucifron, very big difference there. One will begin in the round of 8. The other will begin in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very, very interesting now as well. We see Beasty versus Lucifron. Taking a look here at this first draft that we got here. Maybe not.
We're going to have a look at how things are going to play out, Crackety. All right, I just gave all that information. It sounded confusing. Much easier when you have a graphic to assist you. So, as it stands, most of our players have been locked in. The 2 that really remain. Well, 3 actually. Wham, in his current situation, I think there's like a very small chance, if I'm not mistaken, that he can maybe get second. Oh wait, sorry, he should get second. Yeah, he'll get second place, and then the other player should get first, based on points, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the way it works right now, Wham has +10 on the point system. Lucifron has 10. Beasty has 11. So I think Beasty's the one that could easily snatch it away. But it's kind of interesting. The final series basically is going to decide 3 different people's position, and it's not a small difference, right, Grackety? Like semifinals versus a round of 8, based on one series, is kind of nuts.
It hurts a lot, yeah. And these are like best of 5, best of 5, best of 7. Like there's a lot of games between even just third and first. Like you look at that, and second and third as well. You definitely have a much better chance of making it into the grand finals if you're coming in the round of 6 instead of the round of 8.
It's kind of crazy, actually, the way this plays out, right? Like, I believe we took this format. I think Nilly used to use this a lot for like NAC, right? So it's that same type of format we're going for here. But interesting series to round out the day as well. Beasty versus Lucifron. You know, we left the 2 of the top dogs until last, right? Like these 2 should be very closely matched, and an interesting draft already emerges actually, because you may notice a priority very difference between these 2. Lucifron actually prioritized the Jeanne d'Arc ban because he wanted the first pick Delhi. But by doing that, what he also enabled himself to do without even needing to ban it was locking in the Japanese on his side. So both of those powerful civs in his roster. Beasty did get Ottomans, but then he got a little bit funky, right? HRE is not something we've been seeing many players prioritize.
Yeah, this is more of like a player play style pick here, especially with the HRE. Like Beasty loves his HRE. He plays them to a level that I would say not a lot of players can master a civilization. And I would say like Beasty HRE, I would put it on a similar level to something like Lucifron or Vortix Delhi. Like it's just one of these civilizations that just fits the player to a T in many situations. And yeah, so in his hand, I would put HRE like, if you combine a civilization with a player, in Beasty's hand, I would put HRE at like S tier.
Oh, sorry, my brain fried. The Jeanne d'Arc was banned away from Lucifron, right? Which makes sense because he, if he doesn't get Jeanne d'Arc, he actually quite often goes French. It's really powerful with him. I think Lucifron's been the most impressive player there. The interesting part about the drafting dynamics was the fact that Lucifron quite confidently felt Roos was not going to be a high priority for Beasty. Not even a second pick. He felt it was only going to be 3rd or 4th pick. That's pretty ballsy, man. Like getting the bans elsewhere, just mirroring the Mongols, which is a very powerful pick in the current rotation of maps. Looking at the maps we've got, I feel like both of them got a lick of it. The English is really good on multiple maps here, but the Malians is kind of that X factor. If Beasty reads that map correctly, that matchup, he should have draft advantage here. Outside that, I think that's where it can get a little bit crazy. Like if you pick English on Cliffside, I've said it before, stand by it. I think English, if they're not countered by say Malians on Cliffside, is borderline S tier there. They are incredibly powerful.
I'm looking at the point in time where Ayubits was picked by Beasty.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering why it wasn't picked earlier. Like Ayubit as a last pick there on Beasty's side. That's kind of crazy. Ayubit's is just so good on all of these maps as well. Well, not Golden Heights particularly, but Cliffside and Dry Arabia, Ayubits are just nuts. And if we potentially see an Ayubit versus English game, that's going to have to feel really, really good for Beasty.
And uncounted as well, right? Like Delhi doesn't solve it. We've seen that earlier today. English struggles no end. Kind of a wild one, but we start off here with 2 potent civs. One that's meant to be banned, but if there's one thing that has remained true through this entire tournament, it's been that Lucifron and Vortix do not care about the Ottomans. They let them through like there's no tomorrow. Beasty was not going to resist that temptation. It's an Ottoman-Delhi matchup to kick us off.
Yeah, Ottomans, but it's up against the Delhi, as you said, and Lucifron's Delhi. It is definitely something that's on another level. And Delhi, they're not that bad when it comes to playing or facing off against the Ottomans. Now, both Ottomans and Delhi get unique horsemen, which are very, very strong. Delhi have very, very good food income as well, so they're able to spam those horsemen out very easily. Beasty with the Ottomans, I mean, Ottomans, they do get free units on like a slower production timer as well. It's going to be interesting. I feel like if Lucifron is going to be able to secure the sacred sites, that's going to push him ahead. Then if he's able to like trade out with markets, he's going to be able to potentially just completely outmass the Ottomans in the feudal age. And something that you can never forget is that the Delhi, they always have that plus 15% attack speed on their infantry. Meanwhile, the Ottomans, if the Matador gets sniped, the buff disappears.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is if both of you are pivoting hard into cavalry, which can happen in this matchup, that means the Ottomans have an advantage there, right? Because their aura affects everything, and you're stuck without it. Like, it's a very interesting balance. I feel like typically we see Delhi players open Ghazi because they're just such a dominant horseman unit, and then they gradually try to transition into a full infantry comp. That might be difficult to achieve here. I feel like whenever I've watched this matchup, the Delhi look best when they don't try to push the base, right? Where they just try and play sacred sites and force their opponent out. The games where they lose are quite often the ones where the Delhi get their own eco raided and also try to dive their opponents.
Yeah. Okay, the sheep count here, Beasty. Usually we feel like he doesn't have that great of a time when it comes to finding sheep. This time though, he's found a good amount of sheep very, very early on here in the game. So should be feeling happy with that. Probably won't even need to go into the 0 point for the extra sheep.
Which is really impressive, actually, because he done something kind of unorthodox, right? He went on the berries to begin with. Like, we just don't see that. Oh, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. I'm looking at the wrong cousin. Yeah, my brain. So, like, but in general, it's kind of surprising against the Delhi that you're able to get a decent amount of the sheep, right? Because you have to open sheep. You can't go into berries to begin with. It's just inferior. So, like, I'm impressed, man. It's very difficult to get a leg up. I feel like we've been seeing a rise of the berry civs because of that detail. Like, when you talk about being this many years into competitive Age of Empires 4. I mean, sure, we got a big expansion to spice things up, but even just before that, we saw Abbasids top of their game, right? And I think a big part of that was the scouting rotations that felt uncounterable if you played a non-berry civ.
How do you feel about going for, like, as a first vizier point for the Ottomans? How do you feel about just going for the sheep vizier point in this matchup? I feel like the sheep vizier point, especially in such an aggressive matchup, yeah, I think it's so good because then you don't have to move out on the map for a very long time. You think about it, it's an additional 2,000 food that you get, 8 sheep. It's incredibly strong at just keeping you safe in your base.
And it's also, like, it actually has added value beyond that, right? Like, we have to remember, it's not just the sheep you get, it's the increased gathering rate on your ores. And that might not seem that relevant until you remember that this matchup, it's a long feudal. Blacksmith timings matter. They make a difference, right? If you've got 10% extra gathering rate, you can get into Steeled Arrow before the Delhi have all the blacksmith solutions, right? You can get an edge in those fights. And you need that because, you know, if you're talking about the entire comp being buffed up, but let's say you're both infantry, 15% versus 20% is a small difference, but it's still a difference, right? But if you're behind but have a +1, that cracks the egg so easily. So I think it's really good. It's kind of funny because we used to see people always go for it. I think it's Anatolian Hills it was called. But yeah, people just moved, like, I think they dropped it from their builds about like a year ago and it never came out anymore.
Yeah, I think it actually, I've seen it more and more recently, once again. For a while, it used to be like getting that free meta out for timing, but I think no way that deer was actually part of that group.
Wait, what? Did he push it all the way there? Like,
yes, that is filthy, man. Like, I look at the deer, I look at the minimap. Oh my god, he's doing it over there as well. Oh.
Dude, you just rub your eyes. You're like, am I playing one of those maps with like the 4 deer splits? All right, so kind of awkward there.
I'm getting MBL vibes here for those players that recognize MBL. Like, being known as one of the biggest lamer in Age of Empires 2 history.
Okay, here's an interesting thought as well. Is like, what I really like about this military school opening is that you can come back with this many spears and shove all those deer in towards your base, right? Like, it's a very powerful play. Very difficult to stop with the Ottomans because they just have so many spears in the other game. Like, if a scout tries to intercept against 4 spears, you can just insta-be dead. So, might be that we see Beasty eventually do that. For the time being, of course, you want to be more of a pain in the ass on your opponent's side. I just love how much he's prioritizing the deer.
Actually, KP, think of it this way. Now Lucifron will have a reason to queue up professional scouts for free.
There we go. We figured it out. Lucifron with the slow pullback. You know what the best part is? He'll probably still play on
double blacksmith.
Okay, yeah. I like this though, because what we just highlighted, a lot of people going Anatolian Hills means you need to have this or you will be behind. Also, it's just a civ that wants to build a blacksmith earlier than most civs, right? It's like, it's kind of interesting because I think in the English matchup, you can't go double blacksmiths. It's like a bit too greedy, right? But But the difference there is like the English Lombos in the opening kill you. Ottomans don't really have a unit that instantly ruins you.
By the way, shout out to the Kickstarter once again for like the increased production value. If we unlock that, we could actually like be seeing the Ottoman Vizier point right now in the cast UI. And look at that, it was Anatolian Hills.
Damn. All right, dude, high five. We done it. All right, so yeah, it's pretty smart. I think it just makes a lot more sense. Imam's worthless because you know Delhi are going to add in archers. You just die. You're definitely not going fast castle here. And the alternative of the meta is like cool, but you could just gradually build it. Like, why do you need a meta straight away? If you just start pumping one passively, when the first big fight happens, it's going to be there, right? So, yeah, I'm a big fan of this.
He out on the map. Lucifron just making units. Ghazi Raider not finding the free kill right there.
Oh, Pro Scout's on the way. There we go. We got it.
Easy.
It sounds memey, but like it makes a lot of sense with one scout because what will happen is you can now pull these all back towards 1 mil in the center, right? Like I've seen players do it. It's actually more effective than you'd expect.
Yeah. I mean, you think about you invest into like 3-4 scouts to get them in at a reasonable timing. It's a lot of food. 7 times 350. That times 2 because you get 2 deer packs. You can get a lot of very, very safe food there. Question's always going to be like, is it in like it's micro that you have to invest? But a player like Lucifron probably doesn't have too many issues with micro to spare.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not too much overhead for what you get in return, right? The optimization, like the goal is still going to be to play out onto the deer, right? Versus drawing them all the way back. If he ends up having to pull the deer all the way back to the TC, you know he's losing the game, right? Like, that's when crap's really hit the fan. From now, you need to find a way to constrict the map and have mid-map control. I'm expecting Lucifron to prioritize walls here. Like, Sipahi and a potential archer opening from Ottomans does slap pretty hard. So you want to try and make it difficult for them to force that fight.
Yeah. Right now, both players just massing up military. Lucifron a lot more, though, compared to Beasty. And that's a lot of units already out on the field. Beasty, though, he's gotten his second military school out on the field. So he's going to be getting a lot of free units in as well. Yeah. First Sacred Site is getting captured. No walls on it, though.
No, which I'm kind of surprised by, but makes sense as well. You're against passive production. You're also against like these decent gathering rates on things like Madrissa. You're probably feeling a little bit paranoid about your count, right? You're a little bit insecure that Beasty might be bigger, and that's understandable. Beasty isn't bigger yet, but that's mainly because he's going back for all the techs. We've got Undermesh coming in. We've got the Eco Tech for food. So like he will start to inflate, and we have to remember the longer this feudal goes on, it's a weird dynamic. If the feudal goes on too long, Ottomans are stronger. Because it's, I always describe like the Vizier points, it's a mini tech up, right? And as you pump more and more of these troops, you get towards things like the military schools and the increased production speed. And maybe even you go back for the meta. It does peak, but it allows you to outshine what the Delhi do best at this point.
Yeah, great reaction there from Lucifron, pulling those villagers back in time. And I mean, Beasty invested a lot of time into getting those Sipahi around. He went really the longest curve around that he could have possibly gone for, but still doesn't get a villager kill there.
Every one matters, right? Like, I still think that this matchup is more 50-50 than people give credit for. Like, you might lean a slight edge, I'd say, towards possibly Ottomans, slight. But, you know, especially on a map like Dry Arabia, where the spawn is mostly balanced, this is just going to be a raw skill matchup. Oof. So, still there on the way. Beasty hasn't revealed the archers yet, right? But Lucifron should understand, like, this matchup, he's played it enough. It's going to be 1-1-1 on each side, right? Like, that's just a given. The important detail is that he gets these sacred sites in soon because of that whole element of the passive production. Like, over time, it does bleed an advantage for autos. Extra point. Is that? I think it's just saving it, right? Like, I think you just go military school next.
Yeah, it's going to be another additional military school. It's actually being built right now, so you already redeemed that one. So that's going to be 3 military schools. And once you're at 3 military schools, once you get that next Vizier point, if you're still in feudal age at that point in time, you will probably just invest that one into the Janissaries.
Yeah. Just
to have them in the army, right? Like, you're getting 8 Janissaries out for free. That's going to massively increase the value of your army.
Yeah, you don't want to do it before you take the fight against these archers, though, right? Like, at this count, you just get annihilated. But if you force Lucifron to overcommit into Ghazi, he's really strong. Right now, I don't like that he has the same number of Ghazi as Sipahi. Sipahi will win that fight. Like, they are much more tanky, much more scary.
Yeah. It's a lot of spearmen out from both sides right now. it's nice that both players like don't underestimate the Zapahi and Gazi Raiders. Both players are investing a lot into those spearmen as well.
Needs to pull away. Need to pull away.
Ooh,
Spearman
that's worth
OP. No, I'm kidding. He has fortitude on. Like,
it. Zapahi, they actually almost cost as much wood as an archer.
which is nuts. It's like, it's quite bonkers. Like, it's very easy to forget. The Ghazi is a more expensive horseman, but Zapahi is still more expensive than Ghazi.
Yeah, they're like pseudo knights almost. With the cost, it's like 130 and then 40, so 170 resource total. It's like Sofa level cost.
Do you remember that like 10 Zapahi opening build where you just raided the enemy base and it was better than knights? That crap was crazy. Like with the extra melee range, you were just able to easily kill opponents. Dive coming underneath the TC. Zapahi are not here. Lucifron willing to stand up against
getting
this.
sacrificed.
Dude, is he doing enough damage? The Ghazi count, I think it's still level like 6. This should be a continuous dive. Beasty does have the advantage to choke point, right? So limited melee can get in. And funnily enough, a mistake made there. Lucifron is leading with the Spearman instead of leading with the Ghazi.
Yeah, I feel like he has to pull out there. Actually, at the same time, military count 44 for Lucifron, 25 for Beasty.
Zapahi are coming, but they're so late. They are so incredibly late to this. The army's going to be wiped down. That could be hemorrhaging at eco afterwards. Zapahi also, I think, have Spearmen chasing after them here. So now, you're kind of like, funnily enough, the irony. Okay, I use these choke points to reduce melee damage, now return fire. Unfortunately, the issue here is those Zapahi are far too tanky, so heavy hit on both sides, but no eco has been hemorrhaged, so Beasty does draw this back.
Yeah, at the same time, Beasty, he's struggling a little bit for food there. Even though he went for that Vizier point with the additional 8 sheet, there was a lot of idle time there on his food economy. And it actually leads to a point where Beasty has 1,000 wood in the bank and no food to make units.
That's crazy.
So this timing hurt the macro for Beasty a lot.
Lucifron still has some big gaps himself and now faces off against a lot of Zapahi though. That's the difference. If you look at the two sides, one has better raiders to follow up now. It's just Beasty needs to find it. Kind of an unfortunate timing when he pulled away there. If those Zapahi had been coming back, say 10 seconds sooner, that's a wipe. Lucifron read that correctly. I'd say maybe one thing I changed there is he chose to just shoot down the spawning archers instead of sending it straight to the eco line to idle up. That probably would have helped him a lot, but as you said, in the end, Beasty just ended up with a crap ton of wood and nothing to do with it straight away.
Zapahi, one is going to split off, wants to deny that sacred side from Lucifron. Now from Lucifron is going to reconnect though. Another issue that we had in the last fight was that Beasty was only on 1 matter, so the 1 matter was following with the Zapahi, and he didn't have a single one inside of space.
And you reset the archer count now, right? And you've got double meta. How do you immediately remove that aura from the Ottomans? It's very difficult. Like, I don't know. To me, this is your classic situation we've been talking about with the Delhi, where like the Delhi's goal is to constrict the map and control the mid-map. It's not to dive the enemy base. And I feel like when he saw those Zapahi running away from home, he got a little bit too gleeful, right? He's like, oh, goody. Lucifron doesn't sound exactly like that. He's less goofy. But it was that kind of ecstatic moment where you think you can close the game. And we've seen that cost so many Delhi players the match.
Your point? Is it going to be the Janissaries? It should be. At this point in time, I feel like it should be either improved production, but I think Janissaries are more important.
Yeah.
There we go. Janissaries come out.
It's kind of tough. Like, there's not enough Ghazi to make it feel great, though, right? Like, it's still a lot of archers, but to his credit, the Zapahi, like Beasty, both of them lost a lot. The fact that 10 Zapahi survived is humongous.
The army value. The army value right now, it's so far ahead for Beasty with those 8 Janissaries.
He's going to have to leave the archers behind. Like, you can't defend this. Jannies are moving in. Archers trying to trade it out. But look how quickly you die with the Fortitude activated. Lucifron about to get pushed all the way back, likely to lose the Sacred Sites. And this is where the game begins to get scary.
Yeah, he tries to pick up the Janissaries, but doesn't do so quickly enough. The Janissaries attack speed is ludicrous combined with the better attack speed buff. And now, Lucifron, it's 29 to 50 military, and Beasty might just be in a position to now completely overwhelm him.
He's surging, the production is fully ramped up, ready to keep this going. He has enough force to keep pushing this back. Keep in mind, Lucifron, by the time he reaches his base, he's going to lose, like, what, another half of his army at this pacing? You can't really turn around to contest this either. No Spearman, has at least got an outpost in the area, but way too many villages, and in a situation where Lucifron is playing on limited food.
Archers who jump inside the outpost, some Spearmen are coming, and the archers, they're actually stuck on the outpost right now. Attack move didn't work out there in Beasty's favor, and this buys Lucifron crucial seconds in order to get his army back together. But right now, he's hurting.
Yeah, and the Janissaries is a one trick, right? That's what we have to remember. It's a one choice. Usually you make it when you think you can win the game or you're about to lose the game. This is a weird mid-ground where it's giving you a momentous advantage, but it hasn't ended the game entirely. Beasty's follow-up play should be to spread wide with this additional Sipahi. If he can find these flank resources on the deer, which he's now looking towards, and on the berries, that's where he can shut Lucy down.
Behind this, the truly insane part, though, is Beasty is still on cheap.
Sipahi are in, by the way. They're raiding the berries to the backside. Like, more important in this fight right now.
Oh,
is
God,
the eco damage on.
Horseman.
Wait, does Lucifron not have text? He has textiles, right?
He does,
he does,
yeah. But he's still losing villagers. He's not
fortitude, man. Oh, this dive. Beasty, he has the attack speed aura. Like, you're not able to snipe it quick enough. Sure, it's gone now, but you have no archers
The villagers.
left.
The villagers. They're all going down. No. And with that, yeah, this...
I mean, this is a macro up now, right? Like, I think you just macro up now into castle, and it's GG. It doesn't even reach that. There it is. Gets called. Lucifron. He finally saw the village is dead. Game 1 will be in the grips of Beasty.
Good game. Well played.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? Like a skill-based matchup, and I think it's very tight, very close. Just critical moment was that dive. That dive, I've seen so many Delhi players just get baited by it, and I kind of understand why in that game. Sometimes I watch that play being made, and it's so unnecessary. The reason Lucifron does that is twofold. One is he sees that the entire army's not there defending. Two is if he doesn't do it there, the Sipahi are going to hit his own economy, and it's going to be too late to defend, right? So, like, I get why Lucy done that. Just great hold by Beasty, reduction in the army, and then a great time in that Janissary pull. Just shows you why the Ottomans are so oppressive the longer that feudal goes on.
Yeah, and that one Vizier point with the Janissaries, it just suddenly the Ghazi Raiders don't exist anymore. They don't exist. That's it. They don't exist, and it is so difficult to snipe the Janissaries out in time, mainly because the attack speed from the Janissaries together with the matter is so crazy that by the time that you're done sniping out the Janissaries, your opponent still has all of his Sipahi and all of your Ghazi Raiders are still dead.
Yeah, and now we move into a match point scenario where things can get really messy. So we had Cliffside, and I think it's Coastal Cliffs. I think with Lucifron's draft, he probably has to go, I want to say Coastal. Cliffside, it's kind of weird because if you can't force a Malian pick, and the problem is your opponent still has bids for Coastal Cliffs, I kind of feel like Beasty may have slightly outdrafted Lucifron here. Unless he's got something creative in mind for the Japanese. Like, we don't really see much of Japanese on Cliffside or Coastal Cliffs, though, right? Okay, it's Golden Heights. Yeah.
HRE versus English on Golden Heights.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Why did I think Coastal Cliffs? It's Golden Heights. My bad. I got them mixed up. Okay.
That's an interesting one. I mean, Beasty with HRE and HRE already like not being bad versus English on a map like this, where chances are neither of them are gonna go for water early on.
Do you not go
like
for
English? Could English could, but I'm not sure if they do. Like, I think fast feudal might just be better for them because the difficulty that is that if you go for a dock on water, by the time you hit feudal age, HRE is already going to be castle age.
But I really don't like this matchup if you don't go fishing. Because like you mentioned castle age, but I actually think that the new wave of playing HRE to count English, especially on maps like this, you can actually just play mass archers with marching drills. Like it's so dumb how easy it is to just kite and outmaneuver.
It is 1.38, but you can't play archers for long. Because English is like the one civilization that in feudal age, not in feudal age, in castle age, their men-at-arms only take 1 damage from fully upgraded archers.
That's true, but like you have to get to castle age in my fort, right? So like HRE, I think there's going to be a new wave of HRE. Like this fast castle build is a bit predictable. It probably
I think even with
map.
I think even with the better movement speed though, like English, if they are forced to turtle up inside their base, the HRE archers probably can't finish it off.
Oh sure, but like if he's stuck in his base, he hasn't got much, right? Is my fort. Like I've watched it a few times. I think it works better on like, for example, Himiyama. Those type of maps, much better. You probably have enough to get you through the early game on Golden Heights. But let's say this turns into you build farms, I build farms, right? It's HRE farms that they're worth building. So like even on a macro level, I think this one's kind of dicey. Feels like Lucifron has to get an edge. You can go for that early villager pull. Sometimes we see like 3 villagers pulled, right? So if the HRE pulls 1, you kill him, and also it allows you to get a dock and walls up quick enough that early men at arms or spearmen can't break you. Um, it's kind of weird because you are going to give over Castle Age to the HRE, but like the alternative is what? Maybe a longbow all in rush towards the enemy base. That could work. I think it depends on the spawn though, right? Like we've seen some really horrible spawns to that rush,
Mhm.
where they get retracted golden wood.
The one really good thing here that I see, at least for Lucifron, is that he won't have to play English versus Ayubits.
True. Well, no. Don't stop there, Crackety. He also won't have to play English versus Malians. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
this was such a gamble. This is what I meant when I said this is interesting when English. If you think about it, if BC had picked either one of the other two, this would be a really hard game right now. Like, you get your fishing,
Yeah.
but you'd be screwed in feudal, right? So,
I think Japan could work really, really well versus HRE, but then you're stuck
Oh, yeah.
with Byzantines as your last civilization.
yeah, because if you go into Cliffside, Malians or Ibids, both actually feasible. And it's probably going to be Malians because, like, Beasty wouldn't want to coin flip whether Ibids have a forward spawn gold or not, right? So it's like, yeah, we still have this awkward issue. I think it's going to be probably Ibids versus Byzantines game 3. I've seen that a lot, and it's kind of ugly. It might be better to just try and play later with the Japanese.
With Ottomans out of the picture, I could see Japanese there as well. Japanese are actually really interesting to play versus Malians.
Yeah, because you can't, like, that whole Ottoman comment is 100% accurate. You can't play Japanese against Ottomans because of the melee meta, right? Like, it
Yeah.
completely offsets all your strength. So, interesting. Oh, well, there's still some choices to be made. I mean, maybe Lucifron's got some creative. I got to just say, like, I haven't been that impressed by Hippodrome on Cliffside recently. Hasn't really been hitting hard. So I definitely would. Well, let's be honest. I haven't been impressed by Hippodrome anyway. Crackety, okay. It's got problems. It probably needs to seek counseling. But we'll have to see if we even get there. It's time for game number 2. Beasty is on match point. He whips out his signature civ, his most cozy civ, the holiest of Roman empires. Lucifron, on the other hand, is going to be going into the English. God damn it. We've already expected a Cliffside game number 3. Let's get into the second one to see if it happens.
And here we go. Spawning in the color blue, we got Beasty playing as the HRE here on Gold Knights. On the other hand side, we got Lucifron. Looks like he actually is moving out onto water there with 2 villagers. So 3 villagers, actually.
Yeah. It's the same
Wait,
build
Beasty's
Vortix
also
does.
moving out on water. Beasty's also moving out on water. This could be...
What? Oh,
this
he's
could be
going to
brutal.
Yeah, so if he gets scoured, though, right? Like, because, dude, okay, this is crazy. Hear me out. If Lucifron checks the main base, he knows if you've pulled a villager, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's so Gigabrain, because, like, most people rush out to check the shoreline, but that's more risky. If you literally just look in your opponent's base, and you know how to count on your fingers, you know whether he pulled villagers.
Yeah, and he sees it that there were villagers on wood. I think at least he saw it.
Yeah, I don't think he saw the full villager count, but he saw that the food was only being gathered
but
by that
BC's
many.
going for Rex.
But look at the position for Lucifron, right? Like, he's going to try to be more central, but if he just sets up a dock here, he can wall both sides.
He wants to find the villager.
Dude, he's looking for... Okay, but wait. Is the scout going to see this? This is actually really important. If the scout sees it, he stops wasting time.
Oh no! Oh no! He's going right past it.
Hello? Wait, over here! Do you not
Lucifron's
hear...
going forward.
Do you not hear the hammer being knocked? Come on!
Oh no! This actually hurts so badly. This hurts so badly right now if you're Lucifron, because he thought that Beasty would be going for the dock. Instead, it is that barracks, and the first spearman is gonna be on its way. Lucifron is gonna go for walls.
Okay, this might still work out then. He needs the wall over here. He's going to see the villager. Wait, imagine if Beasty just sits here with the villager.
Walls him in. Wall him in. Wall him in.
No, get the wall! Get the wall! Get the wall! He's just going to stand there. Villager going to pull the bows out, though. He's going to go for a secondary wall. The wall's now coming out from Beasty. We've got a little mini Takeshi's castle. What?
Scout get killed.
Oh my god. He can't get the wall up.
no.
So, okay, so he loses the scout, but Lucifron has actually secured the corner. And these spears can't break in. They will die slowly to villagers. The negative, however, is you're attacking with villagers. And your name isn't Donati, so your chances of winning have gone down.
All right. Interesting. Game number 2 here, especially with the match point for Beasty now. And Beasty's just messing more and more spears. And
Time for a
this is
dog.
also... Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, Lucifron, sure, he walled the spearman out, but now he can't go out in order to deny the dog. And that's what he pulled all these villagers for.
Oh boy. Well, he's at least got shoreline fishing. So that's the positive to look for here, right? Like, it's not terrible. But why? What?
Because his scout died. He didn't bring the sheep back.
God. Honestly, at this point, I just built
There they are.
farms. They're coming. Don't worry.
Slowly but surely. Oh no.
Soon, he's building a new scout, man. Just imagine if he gets really close and the Beasty scout just comes by at that very moment. Would you just break your keyboard? Just spend the rest of the game clicking little icons instead of hotkeys?
Oh god. I mean, I'm just saying, winner, whoever wins this, like, the winner will finish first, so he goes immediately into the semi. But whoever loses has got to finish third with Wham in between them.
I thought it was only like MLorD games that could be this defined by a scout, but I mean, here we are. Like Spearman now burning through the
Oh,
walls.
look at that. The villagers, they're... Surely they're going to kill him in time, right?
Keep firing, brothers. I love how he's like, fish and shoot, and fish and shoot.
Alright, he's going to be repairing that one. He is slowly but surely macroing up to Feudal Age, and if he gets there, like a single galley should be able to stop this. Like a single galley completely devalues all of these men-at-arms, and this is actually a mistake now that I think Beasty's doing. He's committing a lot right now, like a lot into these spearmen.
Wait,
No!
the transport ship!
Oh no!
Sorry, what was that, Crackety? Too many?
I take it all back. I take it all back. And Lucifron, he runs for it. With a
better
good
run.
reason.
And now
God.
the short bows can't contest because Lucifron built the wall too loose. And he can
Build
dodge
another
shots.
wall. Build
Dude,
another wall.
No,
Oh, he
dude,
doesn't have wood.
he can legit just dodge shots like that. Like he just transport ships. This is clown carring on water. Oh my god. Beasty
God,
wants
and
a
the
2-0.
villagers. Oh no. Oh no.
I can't believe this. We were expecting a game 3. I don't think we're gonna get there.
The council hall is being rushed up right now by 7 villagers, but the issue is...
You have no
Or
sheep.
galley.
You know,
Yeah,
you have
that
no
as well.
sheep.
Yeah, and it gets worse. You don't have the wood for a galley ship, so... The
Oh,
top is gonna
nice,
go down.
nice -3. -3 villages. And that is gonna be it. GG, Beasty. Seems like you're going to be topping that group after a performance like that. Lucifron is going to have the long way around now, starting at the bottom of the bracket.
Oh man, that was an unexpectedly quick series.
Welcome to casting Lucifron and Vortix. These guys, like, I don't no flame on that. Like, they basically they have the, you know how some players like the 1% gamers, like BC says is this, right? Where he's like, if there's a 1% chance I'll keep playing. Lucifron is kind of like the other end of the spectrum, where it's like, I played these mutations out, I haven't found a way to win. There's nothing left here. Let's get out. But that was absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
The transport ship. How many times have we watched players just kind of like stupid head it and try to burn down the wall and lose the game because of it? I love that we're seeing transport ships, man. Like, I want more maps like the idea of canal, like the canal, that type of thing. Like, imagine if people find a way to start using transpos there. Transport ships are kind of underrated. It's so sick to see people using them. And a really well played game. You know what's crazier, right? If he picked Marlians, it could have been a similar issue. Imagine he picks Marlians, he builds a dock,
Oh god.
and it's a transpo ship that drive-bys you as well. Absolutely crazy.
Okay.
Standings time. We need to see it.
Now we got the
All
full
etched in.
picture.
Oof,
Oh
look at
no, Lucifron. This hurts, right?
that. Did you,
like,
sorry,
look at
did you say Lucifron?
Oh god. No, I said Lucifron.
Oh, it actually
don't put
sounded
words
like
in
you
my
said
mouth.
Lucifron.
No, I wouldn't do him that dirty, man. No. But look at that. He has to face off versus Vortix in the round of 8, and
Oh, that series,
that
whoever's
hurts.
casting on that day, by the way, you're making real easy money. Like, that's going to be a 30-minute best of 5. Seriously, they don't actually wait it around, right? Like, we've seen this before. I think Lucifron versus Vortix on average is maybe the quickest series conclusion, right? Because, like, you have to remember, these guys, they scrim regularly. So they've played out the mutations. Like I said, like you often get these early GGs because they're quite adamant how the game ends. So don't be surprised if that is like, you know, game 1 done in 10 minutes, game 2 done in 8 minutes, game 3 done in 15 minutes. Like they really have kind of a solid way to do it. It's just unfortunate they've ended up in this sticky situation, considering they are each other's scrim bros. And by the way, it is going to be a best of 7. Not best of 5. So the graphic is a little bit outdated. We decided we wanted to give you guys more games for more entertainment. Louis versus B on the other side, Crackety. Dude, B, he mentioned this, I think, a few weeks ago on stream. He's been looking a little bit awkward. I think his words were he doesn't think this meta suits his playstyle. Louis seems to be thriving on it by comparison.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see if maybe B can like catch himself there. Also, what's really, really interesting is that the season is coming to a close rather soon, right? So the question is gonna be timing with potential patches and stuff like that. If there's gonna be like something big happening, we had it during the big New Year, New Age live stream, right? There's a new season, guys. It's coming soon. We also have that big countdown, like in the main menu in Age of Empires 4. So the timing is definitely gonna be interesting there. If maybe something happens around that time.
Yeah. So, it would be really weird if we got a patch before finals. I'm just gonna say that. Like that would be.
It would be
really
a
odd.
very, very awkward timing. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I mean, at least if you do it before playoffs, right? It's like this week. People have a little bit of time to adapt. I don't know. We'll see how they do it. I know in the past we've done like play on previous patch on a tournament, like with test server thing. I think that's going to be a little bit weird because people get used to different things and practicing is difficult, especially now that we're in playoffs and there's a total of 8 players, right? Dude, also think how painful that is for some of these players. Lucifron and Vortix always scrim together. They kind of can't now. So I really hope Lash is up for playing a bunch of scrims with both of them. Like maybe it's like shared custody, right? Because I know that Lash, Lucifron, and Vortix they regularly scrim in a triangle. So it's just like you get him 4 hours, I get him 4 hours. But yeah, no, actually crazy how fast that final series was. Well done to Beasty. That was a sick execution in game number 2. Looking forward to the playoffs, we're going to see a very different approach. Like I think the biggest thing that excites me, Crackety, we've been seeing best of 3s.
Yeah.
You get longer series.
Best of 7s is a completely different level.
The draft, especially, is like I think that's going to be like watching an art form. And we don't know how much people have been practicing this, how much they've been able to, right? Because like if you think about how intense this group stage was, I think everyone was prioritizing best of 3s, not like best of 5, best of 7 drafts.
Yeah. I mean, like having those best of 7s, we've seen how drafting has become so important throughout the qualifiers, throughout the entire earlier sets, throughout the entire group phase. Drafting has really been like we've had some really clear matchups at the moment in the current meta. How some matchups are just downright unplayable for certain civs. So I think there hasn't been a point in the meta before where drafting has become as important as it is right now. Yeah. And going from that into best of 7. I'm actually not sure if it's going to become even more important or maybe a little bit less important because you do have more games in the end. That can happen.
I think it's
definitely going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see primarily, biggest thing to me, is a lot more Holy Island. So far, the players who've been whipping out Holy Island has been Anatan, Lucifron, Vortix. They've been the biggest offenders for getting us to that situation, whether you love it or hate it. Now Holy Island becomes more likely, right? Like we're talking about these best of 7s, which by the way is going to be best of 7s all the way through to the grand finals, which I think is either BO9 or BO11. I'm assuming BO9. So yeah, just kind of actually wacky to think how much more water action we're going to get. And that's like a different layer to the cake, right? Nice thing is I'd say all the remaining players are incredibly well accomplished when it comes to water play. Funnily enough, 2 of the absolute best at water play are going to have to fight each other at the beginning. So, like, for everyone else, that might be kind of a wiping of the brow, because I still think, like, Lucifron and Vortix are probably the 2 most scary players on Holy Island.
Yeah. But the micro is just insane. Like, they micro in so many different, like, battles at the same time. I wouldn't want to play them on Holy Island. I'll say that much. But if they play against each other on Holy Island, then it's something else.
And what I love is actually we've got some nice representation from each region, right? I mean, like obviously it's only one person from the Asian region, but yeah, I think it's the person a lot of us expected. And I think the really refreshing thing that we're seeing after this group stage, you mentioned CSO even had a surprise performance. He proved that he can actually, take a few games here or there. Really promising, because I think what's important to me right now, AoE4 is a very EU-heavy game, right? That's undeniable. There's the NA community, right? They've got their interesting strategies, but For the most, it's EU dominant. And don't do this to me, all right? Maybe like maybe I'm just being more inclusive because I live in the UK, but they're like, and we aren't any longer in the EU. But I like the idea that people from different regions can have their own horse in the race, right? Like it kind of sucks when you go into a tournament, it's like every single flag is the EU. You're like, okay, what about the SA community? What about like SEA? Like all these different regions. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we're going to see some SA players next. That would be cool to see South America rise up, but only time will tell. For now, though, I think it's time to bring this to a conclusion, Crackety. It's been an absolute pleasure to see out the group stage with you. We have still got more action to come, though, folks. Next weekend, the playoffs begin. 2 more weekends before we crown a champion in the Elite Classic 2. Same time as always, we're kicking off at 3 p.m. GMT, so mark it in your calendar. And, you know, I would love to see people maybe pony up on that little Kickstarter we got going. I don't know about you, but lands have kind of been missing in my heart right now in AoE4. I think it would be nice if we could help EGC get us back to an on-land situation. So be sure to check out the Kickstarter. And also, once again, make sure to take advantage of that Surfshark offer. Absolute bargain, getting 3 months extra. That's 3 months extra where you can take your time going through the latest series of TV shows that you couldn't watch on Netflix because they weren't available in your country. And if you're like me, you need those extra months because I am terrible at finding time to sit down because I'm way too busy watching Age of Empires games. But, Crackety, rounding thoughts. Do you want to make like a punt, a guess who's going to take the crown here in the playoffs?
The crown in the playoffs, man. I'm so hyped for Louis to like really get big in the playoffs as well. MarineLorD, obviously, one of the top contenders there. I really want to see Louis make it all the way to the semis.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna like bank higher. I want to believe in Louis' power to make finals. I will admit, I think he has the tougher side of the bracket. Playstyle wise, I've got a feeling like him versus Beasty is going to be a tighter one, right? Obviously, we did see them early today in that series between MarineLorD and Louis. Like, you know, I actually think he did look pretty good. I think he was really impressive. The question is adaptation, right? Like, can he do that? Can
Raid
he
is
get
happening,
a
though.
win? It's happening.
Raid is happening. See you
Okay.
next time. Tune
All right,
in next
Raid
week.
is about to execute. Go support Warman. Give her a big shout. Cheer her up. And we will see you all next weekend. Boom. All right. I mean, no one fucking said we had a raid.